Invite Mr. Pramod Kumar Tiwari, Director General, Bureau of Indian Standards, Mr. Sanjay Kumar, Mr. Sanjay Kumar, Chairman and Managing Director, Railtel Corporation, and Mr. Chandan Bahal, Deputy Director General, International Relations Department, BIS, on the dais. I request the audience to kindly welcome them with a round of applause. I request Chandan sir to kindly welcome the dignitaries with a bouquet. Mr. Sanjay Kumar, Chairman cum Managing Director, Railtel Corporation. Mr. Pramod Kumar Tiwari, Director General, Bureau of Indian Standards. Thank you, sir. Now I request Mr. Chandan Bahal, Deputy Director General, International Relations Department, BIS, to present the welcome address and the program objectives.
Thank you, Divya. Mr. Pramod Kumar Tiwari, Director General, Bureau of Indian Standards, Mr. Sanjay Kumar, CMD, Railtel Corporation, honorable dignitaries, distinguished experts, delegates, representatives from industry, academia, international organizations, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you. On behalf of Bureau of Indian Standards, it is truly my privilege to welcome you all to this workshop on fostering a sustainable world being held as part of the IEC General Meetings here in New Delhi. It is wonderful to see such a diverse audience with us today. We have policymakers and regulators, we have people from the industry, we have people from the academia, we have technical experts, colleagues from India and abroad as well. Your presence here shows how important and how urgent this conversation on sustainability has become. What makes today's workshop unique is the mix of perspectives in this room. We have people who shape policy, we have people who drive technology, and we have people who drive innovation, research and academics, and those who put ideas into action. So we have a very good mix of people here in this workshop. And when all these perspectives come together, we don't just discuss problems, we find solutions. Solutions that take shape of national and international standards and serve the community at large. So that is the purpose of this workshop. And let me add that a mix of Indian and foreign, international experts here today will propel exchange of global best practices, experiences and lessons that will give everyone new insights, helping us adapt and strengthen our own efforts. All of you know Bureau of Indian Standards is the national standards body of India, and as National Standards Body of India, we have been at the forefront of developing standards that guide industry, that enable innovation and ensure that sustainability, safety and inclusivity remain at core of the standards that we develop. Standards, as we all know, are the common language that bridge policy and practice, technology and innovation, tradition and culture. All of these combine into and take the shape of standards. They not only help industries adopt sustainable technologies effectively, but also create trust and transparency for consumers, markets and international collaboration. Today we have a very healthy mix of sessions lined up for all of you, and in these sessions of course we'll be discussing what is the current status of affairs, but probably we'll be touching upon very pertinent questions. Questions like, how can our IT systems and data centers and software become greener as the world goes digital? How can smart lighting accelerate our journey to net zero? What role can buildings play in restoring sustainability and planetary health? And what lessons can we draw from renewable energy programs and new technologies like green hydrogen to build strong foundation for the future? So these are some of the key questions that we would be probably trying to find answers to during the sessions that we have lined up for you today. And these are just not abstract questions. I am sure you would have followed India's development path, and you've seen that in recent years we've seen how ambitious programs like one of the world's largest solar initiatives, widespread use of LEDs, growing support for electrical mobility, all these have shown that rapid large-scale change is possible when the vision is matched with action. As we move through the sessions today, I encourage you to look for connection across themes. We should not be limited to those sessions only which are our core strength. An idea from green software may inspire thinking in lighting. A lesson from buildings may apply to renewable energy. This is the real strength of this workshop. Sustainability, as you all know, is not the work of only one sector. It is always a shared journey, and that we need to understand. So if each one of us leaves today even with one idea to act upon in our institutions, industries or communities, then this workshop would have served its purpose, and I am confident that conversations that happen today will lead to such ideas. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for taking time out and being with us during this workshop. I welcome you all once again, and I thank you everyone. Thank you so much. Good morning.
Thank you for your august words, sir. Now may I welcome Mr. Sanjay Kumar, Chairman cum Managing Director, RailTel Corporation, to present the keynote address.
Very good morning, respected DG BIS, DDG BIS, delegates from all over globe, policymakers, industry representatives, technology providers, academia, ladies and gentlemen. Recently, we have been seeing a lot of environmental stress in our own country, especially in hills, and that too coupled with geopolitical turmoil we are seeing across the world. We all know that resources are very scarce. Energy is becoming, has already become, is already, we know that the most important sector. So efficient use of energy, efficient renewable energy production, all these are the buzzwords in today's world. Digitalization is happening very rapidly. Urbanization is becoming even more rapid. Industrial growth coupled with artificial intelligence. Now we are talking of agentic AI. So all these are adding to the nature of the VUCA world. We are becoming part of the more uncertainties. We all know that entropy is always increasing. What we all can do, that we can restrict the growth rate of the entropy, the disorderness. And that is what we will be doing through various measures. Various organizations are already working on in different forums. Maybe 20-25 years back, environmental studies were made part of our curriculum in schools. But now, as rightly said by Mr. Ball, that it is no more now a classroom subject, but it is now it has become the urgent. We cannot wait it for any more. Sustainability. The topic of today's and this entire 5-day event, fostering a sustainable world, and international efforts are already being made. I congratulate BIS for organizing this event at this moment of time. I feel privileged that I've been given opportunity to be before you to deliver this keynote address. India, if I talk of as a nation, we are almost 17 to 18% of the world population. Our diversity, our culture, our living standards, our construction practices, they are also equally diverse. Our technology uses. So in such a scenario, though we are one nation, we are many nations within one nation. So then in such a scenario, standardization becomes even more important. Whatever researches or R&D efforts are being made globally, IEC is of course a body for electrotechnical standards. So those standards have to be adapted, and BIS is the right organization for collaborating industry, with technology providers, with users, with researchers, with academia, and they have been doing this role. Now, for last many years, almost 10, 11 years, indigenization is becoming, Make in India is now the focus of our government, and with that intent, the role of BIS becomes even more important. And I'm sure that with such kind of forums, I have been told that this is being organized after, I think, 13 years for the second time, and it is the fourth time, I think, this kind of event is being organized in our country. With the kind of representation from policymakers, from technology providers, from all across the world, I'm sure that this kind of event, where exhibition, where dialogues, I'm told that dialogues and meetings are continuing for last 4-5 days, and they'll continue for another 5 days from today. The topics chosen today, as told by Didi Saab, are really, though you can say, someone say that they are very small, like smart lighting. Lighting is like we are consuming energy drop by drop. But if we can come out with some smart solutions, IoT enabled technologies, so that we can make efficient use of energy in lighting, be it at public places or at home or in offices. And such efforts, though, have been there, but there are lot need to be done. Like water, energy is also like now we need to focus on energy. Another topic which will be discussed by various speakers is on data centers, software development. So green data centers, we are not already talking, but then we need to be, I think, more active to make data centers more efficient. For that we need energy, of course. At the same time, green software, he spoke about green software designs, so that the software, which is actually the brain of any technology used in today's world, the software developers, the algorithms have to be designed in such a manner that they reduce, they optimize the use of energy, so that we make our world more sustainable. Our household livings, our construction activities, they were earlier not so much of like thinking of that they have to be planned in such a manner that not only electricity but even communication facilities, those kind of community livings in societies are more synchronized to give sustainability to the world order. I'm sure that this 5-day event will come out certainly with many more results and prompts which our academia, industry, technology providers will collaborate with BIS, of course, and with users also, construction agencies also will collaborate with BIS, so that quality and standardization activities are more focused towards sustainable world. With that, I once again congratulate BIS and wish all the best for this event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. He has very correctly briefed us about the very need for this workshop. I would now request Mr. Pramod Kumar Tiwari, Director General, Bureau of Indian Standards, to present his inaugural address.
Good morning, everybody. Sanjay ji, Sri Chandan Bahal, distinguished delegates, IEC experts, industry professionals, senior officials from the government, and academicians, ladies and gentlemen. IEC General Meeting is a great occasion for technical experts, domain area experts from all over the world to come together to engage with the issues which are highly technical in nature. So for a generalist, it's appropriate for a generalist like me to be as short as possible, so I won't take much of time. It gives me a great pleasure to see all of you here hosting the discussion on this topic. Actually shows and reinforces our shared commitment to building a greener, more resilient world through collaboration and innovation. Today we come together not just to exchange ideas, but to align our efforts for a future that is environmentally responsible, technologically sound, and economically inclusive. The urgency to adopt sustainable practices is no longer a task for the future. It's a present necessity. We all witnessed in India during the monsoon, which still has not technically ended, what kind of problems we faced. In hills, in plains, in cities, everywhere. Rivers which used to be source of joy, they turned a big source of so many problems, so many lives were lost. And in fact, even common people have started talking of climate change. They might not understand the implications of this term, but everybody is now understands that there is something we have done to this earth that is not good. And now it's time for us to make amends. I'm very happy to share with you that India has placed sustainability at the core of its developmental priorities. With a strong policy support and nationwide programs that promote clean, clean energy, energy efficiency, and green mobility. The government's efforts have led to significant growth in solar energy adoption, large-scale LED uses, promotion of electrical vehicles, and the integration of renewables into agriculture and urban infrastructure. These initiatives demonstrate how public policy, when combined with technology and community engagement, can drive impactful changes at a large scale. Moving forward, the focus must be on strengthening implementation through standardization, innovation, and capacity building to ensure long-term and resilient progress. As we look around the fast evolving landscape of sustainability, it's clear that our approach must be both broad and deeply integrated. The way we design our digital platforms and systems, construct our buildings, and use electricity and technologies all play a role in shaping a greener future. With the growing reliance on digital infrastructure, we have to ensure that our IT systems and software solutions are not only powerful but also environmentally conscious. Whether it's writing energy efficient codes, optimizing how servers operate, or adopting cloud services, there is a clear opportunity to make digital transformation more sustainable. And doing so at a scale will require shared standards and best practices. In the same spirit, the data centers that support our digital lives need to evolve. These essential facilities consume significant amounts of energy. But with the right mix of renewable power, smart cooling, and efficient designs, they too can contribute meaningfully to our sustainability goals. Encouragingly, India has already made important strides here, but deeper collaboration, especially through harmonized standards and innovative solutions, will be key to scaling the impact. Of course, sustainability is not limited to digital spaces. Our physical environments, the buildings we live and work in, the lights we walk under, offer immense potential for positive changes. A smart lighting, for instance, is a simple yet powerful way to cut down on energy waste. When combined with efficient building design, intelligent controls, and renewable energy, the transformation becomes even more impactful. Retrofitting existing spaces and ensuring new developments meet high energy performance standards, must become part of our everyday practice. India's existing policy frameworks already point us in the right direction. What is needed now is consistent, wide-reaching implementation. At the same time, we can draw inspiration from the scale and ambition of India's national initiatives in clean energy, efficiency, and low-carbon development. These government-led programs reflect how effective change can happen when vision, policy, and public engagement come together. The learnings from these efforts, whether in solar adoption, rural electrification, or efficient lighting, can serve as a foundation for more robust and standard-driven progress. Underpinning all of this is the vital role of research and academia. Our universities and research institutions are not only places for innovation, but also they have to play the role of partners in shaping long-term science-based solutions. Their involvement in the development of standards helps ensure that our strategies are not only practical but future-ready. With the right alignment between policy, technology, research, and standards, we have every opportunity to build a future that is efficient, inclusive, and sustainable. This workshop, ladies and gentlemen, is more than just a meeting. It's a platform for action. Let us commit ourselves today to adopting sustainable practices, advancing standardization, and working together across sectors to build a greener and more resilient world. My sincere thanks to the speakers and experts for joining us in this very important workshop. I hope the day brings engaging discussions and leads to valuable action-oriented outcomes for all the participants. Thank you, and I look forward to the conversations and collaborations that will follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. He has briefly yet precisely touched upon all the issues which will be discussed today. So we thank all the dignitaries for sparing their valuable time in inaugurating this event and for declaring the tone for the day with their optimistic words. I request all the dignitaries to come forward for a group photograph. So we'll be starting our technical sessions now. We'll be having 4 sessions today. To kick off our day, we delve into the first session, Sustainable IT, Data Centers, and Green Software. This session explores how technology infrastructure can evolve to meet the growing demands of the digital era without compromising the planet. We will discover the role of sustainable IT practices, energy-efficient data centers, and green software development in driving environmental responsibility. The session will also highlight how global standards and best practices can guide organizations in reducing their carbon footprint. We encourage you to engage with the speakers, share ideas, and explore collaborative pathways towards building a greener digital ecosystem. This session will be in the form of various speakers sharing their insights through presentations, followed by question and answers. As I introduce the speakers, I request that they may kindly join me on the stage. First, we have Dr. Padmaja Joshi, Scientist G from CDAC. Dr. Joshi is the head of product services and outreach at CDAC and head of the SCNG division CDAC Mumbai as well. Welcome, ma'am. Next, we have Mr. Manoj Tandon, Director Project O&M Railtel Corporation. Sri Tandon is a seasoned technology leader with over 30 years of experience in greenfield telecom projects and data center domains, spanning the entire life cycle from conceptualization to operationalization. Welcome, sir. Following this, we have Sri Anupam Agarwal, Senior Consultant, TCS. Sri Agarwal is an information technology practitioner with extensive leadership experience in IT public policy. Welcome, sir. Then we have Sri Sami Srivastava, Chief Operating Officer and Chief Information Security Officer, Anandraj Cloud Private Limited. Sri Srivastava is a technology leader with over 25 years of combined government and corporate experience in data centers, cloud and digital infrastructure. Welcome, sir. And lastly for this session, we have Sri K.S. Sridharan, Director Compliance, Zoho Corporation Private Limited. Mr. Sridharan has over 25 years of experience in IT infrastructure, management, cloud computing, web application development, power sector operations, and project management. May I request the audience to welcome them with a big round of applause. Welcome, sir. Thank you. So let's start the session with a talk on green software by Dr. Padmaja Joshi, Scientist G, CDAC.
Good morning, everyone. It's really a great opportunity for me to discuss my viewpoints regarding green software in front of all of the august presence from international as well as national dignitaries and all my practitioners on dais. I'll be discussing green software because I work mainly into e-governance projects and emerging technologies. So software is my main domain. Why green software? Because today when we were discussing about environmental changes, we discuss multiple times and we can see the changes happening around also. It can be in civil engineering, it can be into the transport that earlier whatever we were running on fuel, today electricity or EV vehicles I do see predominantly. In the keynote we learned or we had heard many times the kind of environmental lights that whenever those are not required we are switching them off or switching them on. The kind of impact it will be having. However, when we think of software, it really comes to our mind that how it is going to actually impact the environment. It is indirect impact which we are going to look at. And so when I am talking about the software development as such, how we can minimize the impact with the help of lesser or optimized resource allocation, because we will be studying or we will be looking at the electric consumption by our data centers. There are lots of hardware which is available, but that hardware is essential because of the software that we have developed. Earlier days, whenever we are looking at, most of the things were happening manually. But in today's world, we know that we are working online on everything. So in a way, because of the software, the energy consumption has become very high. So that is the first part. What I felt is that indirect contribution of softwares to the energy consumption, where we need to look at how we can optimize the resources used by softwares. Secondly, optimize energy utilization, again by deciding that okay, how the resources can be utilized efficiently. And thirdly, understanding how carbon emission can be computed. What happens is whenever we are talking about any impact and when we want to optimize or modify some things, we also need to measure and monitor. Unless and until we do that, we will not be able to take steps against it. So when we are talking about green computing, it is like what standards we do have, how we can reduce the resources or optimize the resources, how we can reduce the energy consumption, and thirdly, how we will be able to measure the carbon emission so that we can work on it. So key principles or practices which are followed in this overall process of green software development, and somewhere of course the feeling is green will be more sustainable because the energy consumption required for these green softwares will be much lesser. Today if we look at all the emerging softwares, it can be AI, it can be even blockchain or AR, VR, each one of them are working on lot of data and lot of computing power. So what we require is more storage, more computing power, and of course because of that more and more energy consumption for it. Now if we are going to need all these kind of softwares, how we can work on it? So key practices can be efficient resource utilization. Many times during in my e-governance journey, initially we have seen that we feel that especially in India, you know, it's the largest country and there is a huge population. So we have to design softwares which are much more scalable. Now, while defining scalability, I have to think about that. Suppose I have to pay the electricity bill. On day one, there will be much lesser kind of transactions happening on that particular website. But the day on which the last date of electricity bill, you can see lakhs of people actually trying to hit that particular website. Or I can give even the example of our income tax. We can see the last dates of income tax return filing. The concurrent users on that website is drastically high. So here you have to plan something where there will be multiple VMs or servers available so that people will not face any kind of problems. Now, when we are designing larger systems, we also have to think that remaining whole month, the comparatively number of people who were hitting that website was much lesser. So if I am allocating so many number of servers or storage, I am wasting electricity on them. So when I am designing this kind of a software, one has to look at the actual usage of that particular hardware, how it is going to be required. So use of cloud computing in a proper way can help us doing the efficient resource allocation for our software. Secondly, code optimization. Many times these days we are using multiple stacks. There are a lot of kind of servers, like I can use application servers. I am using different kind of frameworks to develop the software. Each one of them is adding certain lines of code in my software, which requires not just additional storage, but every time CPU utilization is also increased, because there is lot of give and take happening between the storage, or rather memory, and the CPU, or the resources those are utilized by that. If we understand exactly what is being required, then we will be able to modify our resource utilization as well. And that can be done only through code optimization. We should know how the code should be written. Many times observation is we do have different branches of engineering. It is civil engineering, it is mechanical, electrical, all of them know that it is engineering and there are specific guidelines with which you are developing. When you are into software development, we do have processes which are to focus on. We think of software engineering, yes, but that is again a process. Very little is in our education taught how to optimize your programs. Today, the programmers are available from even class 9, 10 students who start doing programming. But do you require an engineer for that? Yes, if we really want to have the sustainable development. And where this skill of code optimization, resource optimization will come into picture if we are looking at it from an engineering point of view. Currently, that is the lacuna which we have to fill it up with a proper knowledge. Okay? Process optimization, of course, because we do develop completely generic softwares where we are having lot of workflows and everything that can be developed. Now, when we are developing these workflows, lot of code is generic. You have to keep on configuring again and again. Of course, we want that because we want reusability as well. But can we have the modifications in such a way that the processes can be reduced? And if the reduced processes are there for a particular problem, obviously again your energy consumption can be optimized. Important aspect again, all the systems that we are using today require database or data, or emerging technologies are like AI are completely based on data. Here importance is key how you are defining your database schema. We keep on taking lot of information from the users, keep storing that information. 90% of the information many times is redundant. We are taking it multiple times. Do we really require that? Can we look at from the data while designing my software is only the essential data is being taken. Now, I work in the blockchain area. I know that while designing the blockchain applications, many people feel that I am going to require this again, so just put it into the blockchain. Is it going to solve the problem? what is the exact information required, only put that into the blockchain, that too in the hash format, and not the whole data or documents what you require. So be very precise, or be very optimized. Engineer your designing of software is essential. And lastly, as I had said, that if we want to really work on optimization, we also have to first measure. Unless and until we measure, we will not be able to comment on its utilization. So there is a metric which all of us might be aware about, that is called as a software carbon index, and that is, so emission is being calculated by SCI. This is the factor. Now here again, when we are trying to calculate the carbon emission, what we are trying to do is the data center or the hardware on which we have deployed our solution, we try to calculate the carbon emission of that hardware. There is a proper standard defined under IEC itself where we are talking today. So the standard which is available is 21031:2024. It gives also the steps which are required or which can be used for computation of various parameters over here. So once we know this, it will be easier for us to find out how we can work on software optimization. There are certain guidelines, but of course worldwide also there are guidelines available, there are no standards, and we should come up with these stronger guidelines for software practitioners. One is writing energy efficient code. As I said, that is important, optimized code as such. Whenever we are using AI ML, currently what we do is we have to generate lot of data, train our models on that data, but even all this is requiring huge computing power. Today we cannot run on laptops or smaller servers any AI model. Can we have more pre-trained models so that tomorrow's efforts can be reduced today? And we can have more optimized models available. So that is one of the way. I had earlier also discussed that, okay, look at a DB schema that we are using. Unnecessary redundant information should be avoided. And many times, why do you require practitioners while dealing with the databases also? The queries, the SQL queries that we write should not be with too many joins, and this, it should be more query optimized way we can take the information from the system. The reason behind that is, if you are having a very elaborate queries, then in that case every time you are hitting the server, taking certain information, again hitting the server, taking certain information, acting onto it, it takes longer time. More optimized your query is, you will be taking lesser energy for that. Today we use CI/CD pipelines, so those should also be carbon emission efficient, or rather at least aware. So we should know that whenever we are doing testing, how much energy I am consuming. Many times we do have polling kind of architecture. I keep on continuously trying onto the server, finding out if it is available or not, or if there is a data. Instead of that, if we go for event driven architecture, that server pushes the data to you, it can save lot of energy, lot of bandwidth as well into the internet. We do have cryptocurrencies. All of us know that, okay, even quantum will be coming soon, but can we have more energy efficient crypto algorithms, because these kind of algorithms are very essential for us in security or overall even in blockchain as such. And architecting more of a distributed ledger so that energy consumption will not be just localized, it will be much easier to have it distributed. Okay. I'm just taking this last slide. We are talking about green software or whatever I discussed. Now, we do not have any kind of curriculum, or we do not have any kind of standard available for that. But can we get information regarding this, the guidelines and everything? There are some of the courses which are readily available. All these are free courses. So kindly go through, because this will give you a very good idea about green software development. Taking this, I would like to just conclude my talk. But I feel that all of us must think about development of software also as a part of green sustainable development. It plays an important role, because today we are having most of the development in ICT, through softwares. So it is an essential but indirect contributor to the carbon emission. Thank you. Thanks. We can take any queries if there are any.
Ma'am, queries we'll be having at the end
Okay.
together. Thank you, madam. She has detailed the concept of green software and how we can design our software to make our technological advancements more sustainable. Now I invite Mr. Manoj Tandon, Director Project O&M Realtor Corporation, for a talk on data centers in India.
Good morning, distinguished guests, foreign delegates, ministry officials, industry colleagues, and all the media friends here. It's my honor to speak in this forum, in this esteemed forum organized by IEC and BIS in India, where the sustainability is going to be deliberated amongst so many pillars and so many topics. My topic revolves around how digitalization and digital transformation are critical for building sustainable world. We stand in some defining moments where resource depletion and rising emissions are causing climate change. We have seen in Jammu Kashmir, we have seen in Uttarakhand, we have seen in Himachal also the kind of havocs we had in recent past. And with this, of course, the geopolitical tensions, what we are seeing around the world. Sustainability is not about saving resources. Sustainability is all about re-engineering the way we live, the way we work, and the way we grow. Fortunately, in the last couple of years, the ICT technologies, the digitalization of practices, processes, and operations have come to the rescue of sustainability. And when processes go digital, we reduce paper usage, saving trees, reduce wasteful travel, bringing down the emissions, optimization of resources, and cut down many manual workloads. Dr. Joshi was talking about income tax filing on the last day of the year. The last date is related to only the filing of the papers or filing of the income tax, but the incentivization of early filing is not much there. So people wait for the last date to come. People wait for the extension of the date, and this puts pressure on the systems where we have to assign a lot of resources to data center for processing of the simultaneous load of the ITR filing by citizens. So it's not about only solutioning of the data centers or IT systems. It's also about process re-engineering. It is also about policy reforms. It is also about how incentivization can be passed on to citizens who fill their forms timely, instead of putting load on the system on the last day of the filing of the ITR. And by greener ICT policies and by branding data centers in terms of energy efficiency standards, there is no standard which says that the data center is platinum, gold, silver. So those standards should be defined so that we can correlate with the kind of tariffs, the kind of taxes which can be applied on the usage of the technology hosted in those data centers. Now take example of solar. As per industry standards, as per industry analyst, the solar energy generation equipment has reached 100 gigawatt capacity in country. However, in terms of geographies where solar power can be generated because of low cost of land and where the energy guzzlers are sitting, they are quite far. The settlement between the power transco is still not governed fully. It is left to the industry to decide. So the intervention is required at those end also, where the interop as well as the inter-settlement between power transco should happen or should facilitate the easier use of solar energy in the areas where they are required and in the areas where they are manufactured or developed. The role of enterprises is very critical here. As leaders, we all need to drive our processes, our workflows, our manufacturing processes, productions, and various practices which are linked to papers and move them to digitization. And of course, by adoption of cloud-based IT systems, the efficiency goes up further instead of allocating the static resources to an application. Digitalization also allows enterprises to measure and reduce the carbon footprints. At RailTel, from where I come from, the sustainability is embedded into our DNA, into our digital journey, from pure play telecom player to a formidable ICT player in our government ecosystem now, where we have delivered many mission critical applications, many mission critical projects. Some of the things which we have delivered not only in-house but also we have delivered to customers to help them digitization and help them the digital transformation of their entire systems, process, practices and people also. The assets, the field force automation. Typically the paperless things are considered to be only within the offices, but the field force also requires a lot of digitization, the digitization of the assets, the movement of the field force, which is very critical in terms of how do we optimize those field force to attend some kind of emergencies. How do we control the emission which is caused by their various movements? And of course, once the movement is optimized, the energy consumption, the emission will also be controlled. That's what we do, and that's what we do it for other government systems and our enterprise customer as well. The tender process, the auctioning, that used to require a lot of paperwork earlier. Now we are not only consuming it instantly, as I said earlier, that the entire tendering process, the auction process is completely digital, right from tender preparation to tender publication to tender submission to authentication. Everything is digital. There are a lot of government organizations and enterprises by state as well as central. They are using our e-auctioning platform as a service. So it's hosted in our data centers. So the transparency also comes, by the way, because things are so digital that you can generate a lot of reports. You know the kind of inventory which we have to keep for the paper tender earlier. E-health, the hospital automation, HIMS, is now a buzzword in the medical industry. And we have implemented one of the largest HIMS system in the country by integrating the 700 railway hospital as well as their clinics and made them paperless. The patient can book appointment digitally. The patient has subscription patient has bill, patient has all his health records, her health records on the mobile app. So it reduces a lot of redundant travel to the hospitals and the clinics, and it reduces a lot of dependency on papers. The e-office as a service, all of us who are in the government sector, they know that the papers are so important. So we have done the implementation of e-office developed by NIC, and this is now being consumed by 100 plus ministries as well as government setups across country. The prepaid, we have also a FTTH prepaid model where we offer broadband to homes. The entire prepaid FTTH offering is digital, right from subscriptions to authentication to the users to their bills to analytics. Everything is digital. We don't generate any paper in our FTTH offering to customers, including their Aadhaar authentication for checking their validation of the applications. Telepresence as service. So VC is normally well known in the industry, but telepresence as a service, high definition telepresence as a service, is now being consumed by many ministries which avoid the kind of travel which earlier used to have. And this is also used to collaborate with so many stakeholders together. So most of these services we are offering as a service instead of only captive service. So whenever you are offering service in data centers, the pooling is done. As we keep on talking on the pooling during the discussion on the sustainability, whenever you allow pooling of the resources, the optimization of the resources, the wastages are always ensured. The verification in the competitive exams. RailTel is now the most sought after partner for all nation level competition, wherein the Aadhaar authentication of the registration as well as the participants during the exams is done digitally. So there is no papers which people carry. Right from their names to their various credentials to their fingerprints, everything is captured digitally so that we know, the examiner knows that who has appeared in the exams, whether he was right candidate or not. This is just an illustration of how the HIMS can help us to reduce wastages. One thing I have not touched earlier is that the wastages, the medicine wastages is huge. Proactively, the ordering authority knows that this medicine is going to expire or this medicine is going to finish soon in the stores of respective hospitals. So there is no excess and there is no shortage if people go through the processes, and everything is tracked digitally. The paperless and fuel efficient and cost efficient operations by the entire ecosystems ensures that the resources are optimized very, very optimally. The journey has just begun. Miles covered, but miles to go. The future of sustainability lies in continuous innovation of digital technologies. AI-powered education offers far, far-reaching outcomes for inclusive, omnipresent, and affordable learning. Imagine the kind of teachers' quality we have in the rural areas. If we are able to extend the high-tech technology learning to those students in those areas, provided they are connected with broadband, and with the pictures and the videos, not only through the text. All of us know that the human brain has more power to capture and to retain the image as well as the videos. So e-education offers a very exciting opportunity for all of us, not only for the as a business, but also for the sustainability, also for the improving the life of the people who are in not so privileged areas. The renewable energy data centers to ensure resource pooling to cut carbon footprints. So there are data centers, there are technologies which allow the greener part of energy to be consumed. For example, the gas-based DGs are there since many years now, but the gas is not there. So the agencies, the government setups, or the enterprises who are stakeholders here, they can work as an enabler to cover the last mile so that the consumption can shift towards the greener part of energy in those data centers. The digital transformation is not about technology, but for efficiency and for responsibility for sustainability. And by combining the digitalization and the sustainability, we can create an ecosystem that is efficient, inclusive, and resilient. It's about how every digital steps can reduce our footprints, optimize resources, and improve the quality of life, as discussed in the earlier slides. But tools and interventions are not enough from the individuals as well as the enterprises. It requires policymakers, industries, and individuals to work together. And if we act with responsibility, with foresight, the digital transformation can indeed become the bridge to a sustainable planet. At RailTel, we are proud to contribute to this nation-building journey, and we remain committed to leverage the digital footprints and the digital transformation for a greener, smarter, and sustainable India. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. He has explained why the digital transformation is necessary and how it is being executed in our nation. Now I invite Mr. Anupam Agarwal, Senior Consultant TCS, to present his thoughts on green software driving sustainability in IT systems.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. This is the first session of the day, guys, so good morning. Good morning. Right. So, you know my name. My name is Anupam. I will be talking on the green software, which was very decently started by Padmaja ji. She also mentioned last day of filing of income tax return. People who don't know, today is the last day. So, and I am the one who filed today morning and came. So I was very hopeful Nirmala ji will extend, but I waited for the last moment. She did not extend it, so I had to file. So, and I paid 1110 rupees extra. I don't know from where this extra income I got. I don't have any income apart from salary, but I had to pay 1110 rupees more. So, because it was the last moment, I had to do it. Now, while trying to do this, I searched quite a lot in the Google today morning. Now imagine the number of times of searches which we do on Google, and every search which we are doing is contributing to the electricity consumption. Now billions of searches every day, and if you take it cumulatively, you just imagine that what is the impact on the climate. A very simple search has got a very far-reaching impact. Closure home, we have got nearly 900 million mobile users. If each one of us download 1 MB less data per day, it will total accumulate to somewhere around 3,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide reduction, which if we translate further, it means that we will have to plant near about 1 lakh trees less. It is that kind of equivalent. 1 MB of data for every Indian less per day, that is what is the impact. Now all this thing did not started green software just 2 months back or 3 months back. It has not happened like that. This movement has started quite some time back, and I'll take you through the history from where it has started. So if you look at the dawn of the computerization from 1940s to 1960s, the environmental focus was definitely not there. Performance was the key over efficiency. Then we moved to the period of 1970s to 80s. Here you will see that the PC became the dominant function. And at that time also, in this period also, you will find research papers which talk about software optimization. So green software, what we are talking today, is not something which just born few years back. But in the 1970s and 80s, when some of us were not born even, there was software optimization which was being talked about. Come to the period of 1990s, the environmental awareness had increased by them, and there was more focus on low power chips in the computers. So that was the phase of 1990s. You come to the era of 2000. Here we are seeing what a massive growth in the data centers, and the concept of green data centers started here and there. There was a huge focus on renewable energy, and then you come to the period of 2010. So this subject which we are discussing today is not that very recent phenomena. It started to take shape from the 2010. The focus was absolutely the software, and the focus was more on the optimization of the code itself. And it is during this period Green Software Foundation was created, which started looking into this problem, that how do we optimize codes, how do we work on it. We'll talk about it a little later. And then 2020s, it is in this period only that the major tech companies started adopting. So the Microsofts and the Amazon of the world, everybody came together to start adopting that this is an important piece which we need to consider. And since there is a huge amount of information which is available across industry, across practitioners, it is the time for standardization. And because it is time for standardization, we are discussing it in committees in ISO and IEC. So what is the state now? Globally, ICT is responsible for nearly 3.9% of the total global emissions. Data centers, they are consuming nearly 3% of the total energy. And hardware, what we are using, it is being driven by the software, which my previous speaker has also said, that software is the one which drives the usage of the hardware. And if you look at in terms of e-waste, the numbers are mind-boggling. So the point here is that the digital world is creating an impact on our planet, and it is time now for all of us to look into it. I must admit here that the data center community has done fairly extensively good work from their standpoint, and it is now the turn of the software and systems community to start looking into it. Now, when we started looking into it, there were two dimensions which we started looking into. One was, how can we make the software green, and how can we use the green software to make impact overall. So here you will find that there is a concept of green in IT, green by IT, and in both these concepts there are situations where software plays a very important part. Now the principles of green engineering, because this subject is a little short now, okay, very few people are working, so Padma ji, aapka slide hai mere paas. So these are the pointers which are the same, which has been discussed, so I'll quickly skip that. Now this is where the case studies are. It is a written, documented Netflix blog on their website which says that during the COVID they changed the bit rate of the streaming, what they were doing for the Europe, and it had a significant reduction, and they saw a significant reduction in terms of their power consumption. So it is a very good resource to see that how the OTT platforms are contributing towards this sustainability through their modifications in their software. Similarly, Google is writing on their website that they are absolutely aware of the carbon footprint which they have, and they are using load balancers to shift their programs from one continent to another, from one data center to another, to ensure that there is a reduction in the overall electric consumption. Say for example, they have got a data center in Oregon. Now they don't want to process it there, they want to process it in a data center which is powered by windmills, so they shift the entire load from one data center to another. So these are the things which most of these tech companies are doing, and it is time that all of us start doing it as well. Now in terms of benefits, like it is good to say that we need to do this, we need to do that, but in terms of benefits, it definitely reduces your energy cost, and that is one of the clear impetus in moving into this field. Definitely it reduces carbon emissions. Because you are optimizing code every time, it also improves your performance, and because you are associated with a sustainability related work, it is also creating your brand reputation, that this is a company which is working on a topic which is on a thing which is important from the sustainability standpoint. So it is not only the because it is good to do, there are business benefits and brand benefits as well. Now how do you do this? We optimize algorithms, we reduce data transfers, we do energy efficiency practices, we do carbon aware services, we leverage different cloud platforms, but these are the key steps which can be done at any point in time. Now for all of us, these are some of the tools, like cloud carbon footprint. This is an open source tool which you can use to see that what is the carbon emission across different cloud providers. So if you are hosting on Amazon, what is the footprint there? If you are hosting on Azure, what is the footprint there? So if you want to do a comparative analysis between different cloud providers, this cloud carbon footprint is a very good tool to go ahead and work with it. Then we have Green Metrics tool. Green Metrics tool looks at the software level itself. So if you are writing a piece of a code, what is the amount of carbon emission this code has? This tool helps you to find it out. Then you have a Eco Profiler, which is an extension of in Google. If you use that extension in Google, you will be able to see that each web page which you are using, what is their contribution in terms of carbon footprint. And then you have carbon APIs from electricity grids in various countries, which you can use to monitor real-time carbon emissions. So these are some of the tools and technologies which are currently being used. Now this is a standard 21031 which was a Green Software Foundation standard. It was used, there is a pass process in ISO and IEC which is called as publicly acceptable specification. This pass process was used by Green Software Foundation to push their standard, the SCI framework, into ISO, and it has got the 21031. Since I work in software and systems engineering, and the committee which works on software and systems engineering is SC7 in ISO, we tried to bring this this particular standard into SC7, but JTC1, which is our parent body in ISO, somehow felt that any standard which is coming through the pass process cannot be taken by the expert committee under them. So there is a still back and forth on emails in trying to bring this particular specification within SC7. It is more like a turf war which we are fighting. Now we looked at the standard very strong, very critically, and we found that this standard, while it is software carbon intensity framework, it actually looks beyond software, and there is a lot of hardware component in it also. So if you are using SCI framework and you shift your data center from place X to place Y, the score changes. So while the focus is on software, the shifting of the data center changes the score. So this standards has a lot of work still to do. This is in terms of what it contains. This is the table of content. Now this is an important work which has happened and in recent times. The equivalent of BIS in Germany is DIN, and they have done an open consultation on resource efficient software. And this consultation started around 6 months back from the ad hoc committee on green software, for which I am the convener in ISO. I also participated in this consultation. More than 100 countries participated in this consultation, and this report is now publicly available. So if you want to look at this report is a publicly available document, and you can look into that, what are the recommendations. But the top 2 recommendations, when you look into this, the first recommendation is standardization plays an important role in achieving resource efficiency in software. So very clear-cut representatives from 100 different nations have concluded that standardization is the key if we want to take this conversation on green software ahead. The second one is in terms of the standardization work and objectives to the UN SDGs. So every standard which you are using, it has to be linked to the UN SDGs. So these are the top 2 recommendations from this particular open consultation. And when we looked internally within SC7, we found that already in one of the Square series, which is like a fundamental series of standards on software engineering, when we looked into it, we found that there is already an attribute called resource utilization, which is part of the performance. So the thing which I started with, that it is not a concept which has come suddenly out of the blue, but it is a concept which was existing. So we could trace back some of it in our own standardization work within SC7. Now this is the committee which where we look into what are the futures, what needs to be done in terms of green software. Now the future is very clear, that it is very essential for sustainability conversation to include the greening of the software. It can also be used to drive innovation, because when you are looking at things critically into your own backyard, that is where the innovation happens. And with this we can build a greener future. So now the greener future can be meaning different things to different people, but for us from the software and systems engineering community, green future means that we are writing pieces of code which are consuming less and less amount of energy. So every line of code is what it counts. So I'll stop here and we'll look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. He has enlightened us about the history of green software and the principles of green engineering. And our next speaker today is Mr. Samir Srivastava, who is the COO as well as the Chief Information Security Officer of Anandraj Cloud Private Limited. Over to you, sir, for your talk on sustainable data centers and Indian perspective.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Thank you, BIS, for giving me this opportunity to speak on such a crucial global issue in front of a global audience. So we have people from our country also, India, as well as global audience. When we talk about sustainability, as previous speakers have already told you, data centers come into picture. Every click, every scroll, every email you send, every movie you upload on YouTube or download, it is not happening inside your mobile phones. It is actually processing at the back end in data centers. So data centers are actually today the digital factories. So every byte we produce, they are stored as well as fetched from the data center at the back end. So my focus on this topic will be, because I'm from the data center background, my focus is on global perspective also, but more focused on the Indian perspective. So let me take you to some statistics at the start of the conversation. So India has almost more than 262 large data centers already. That includes the certified ones, non-certified both. This capacity is about to quadruple by 2030. So if we consider today it's about 1.2 gigawatt, by 2030 it's going to be ranged from 4 gigawatt to 4.5 gigawatt. The market size of the data center in India is 10.3 billion by 2027, which is going to achieve. And we expect that green DCs would be able to reach the $18.78 billion market by 2033. So India is rising as a global hub. This also positions India as the world's next major hub, alongside with US and China. So when we talk about the data centers, they are helping us a lot in our daily activities, online filing, movies, entertainment, but they are creating significant environmental impact. And let us understand the global perspective. So data centers actually consume approximately 1 to 2% of global electricity, and that's a huge amount. And this could reach up to 3 to 8% by 2030, as per the predictive analytics. The IT sector itself is responsible for 2 to 3% of global carbon emissions, and this is comparable to the aviation industry itself. Any typical data centers uses around 3 to 5 million gallons of water per day for cooling the systems. As data centers are guzzlers, they consume a lot of electricity, energy, and you require cooling to cool them off. Global e-waste reached about 53.6 million metric tons in 2024, and only 17.4% has been properly recycled. So you can understand that if you do not pay attention to the sustainability measures in our data centers, what a havoc they will be creating on our weather conditions, our global environment, and resulting in a lot of issues to ourselves. So why sustainable data centers are critical from the Indian perspective? So when we talk about India, so energy consumption of Indian data centers is increasing at 4% annually, and it is about to reach 139 billion kilowatt hour as on mid-2023 calculation. The carbon footprint and electronic waste is also growing in sync, in tandem. India has generated over 1.6 million tons of e-waste in 2024, last year, and most of it has been inadequately managed. Only 22% of the data center buildings in India are LEED certified. So LEED certification is a global certification for data centers. India has already committed for net zero by 2070, and the interim targets are reducing emission intensity by 45% by 2030, reaching 50%, reducing the 50% non-fossil fuel-based power capacities. So all these pivots on building green data centers. Now I'll just discuss about some of the best practices to build sustainable data centers. So as we are all aware that data centers consume a lot of electricity for cooling, for computation. So the number one is the usage of energy efficiency and energy efficient hardware. So there are various techniques by which we can do this. Virtualization is one of the techniques. We pool number of physical machines and create virtual assets like PCs, storage, or networks. So we are utilizing only the resources very optimally. Similarly, we use advanced cooling in data centers. The conventional cooling in data centers is through chilled waters using refrigerants and other factors. But when we talk about advanced cooling, so we have liquid cooling, we have direct-to-chip cooling. So these are some of the advancements because the capacity, the overall workload, as with AI and other factors coming into picture, so the capacity is increasing, the energy consumption is increasing. So when we talk about like liquid cooling, we actually immerse the entire IT equipment inside a solution which cools it at the source itself. Then renewable integration. So on-site solar, wind power, power purchase agreements, as well as captive green power sources. So these are actually very helpful in reducing the carbon emissions. One more factor is the circular economy. So the linear economy which normally we practiced is to take, make and dispose of. So in data centers also, there are a lot of, because technology is going on increasing, so you need to dispose of or decommission your existing hardware, but that is also creating a lot of e-waste. So now with the circular economy, we are trying to recycle the same things. We are trying to improve and recycle the same hardware to utilize for higher capacities. So refurbishment is one of the ways in which we can do that. And last but not the least of the best practices is to monitor the data center infra properly by the use of intelligent building management systems or IoT devices. And with the help of data analytics, you can even predict how much carbon emission a particular device is going to produce and how you can reduce it. So these are some of the best practices and solutions. When we talk about the monitoring, so basically in data centers, we talk about three different monitoring aspects. One is power usage efficiency, other is water usage efficiency, and third is carbon usage efficiency. So as the name itself suggests, it would be very clear that how much power we are using, how much water we are using, and carbon we are using against the entire energy consumption of the IT equipment. So I'll discuss in detail about the power usage effectiveness, which is more important. Now let us see some of the global benchmarks and learnings in this field. So Google has already AI-powered cooling, and it has reduced the overall cooling of its data centers to 40%. Microsoft also underwent a project Natick for data centers, which is placing the data centers inside the oceans. So utilizing the cool water inside and thus reducing the energy consumption. Third is like Equinix, it has already 95% renewable energy adoption by 2023. So global trend is from linear to circular economy, which is reuse, refurbish, recycle. When we talk about India perspective, so there are a lot of key Indian players who are there due to the data localization and other factors also. So the homegrown DC providers are increasing. So I am from Anantraj Cloud, that we have also basically invested in data centers given the present scenario. So Anantraj Cloud, Adani Connects, Control S, STT GDC. So these are some of the data centers which have actually implemented sustainable practices. And when we talk about the sustainable practices, they are renewable energy use, energy efficient hardware, water conservation method, recycling of water, and green certifications. So there are a lot of certifications, standards globally also. In India also we are going for those certifications and standards, and it is in development. E-waste management. So this is the picture of the benchmarking. Now coming to the PUE. So PUE basically is a sustainability metric for data centers. So PUE is a ratio of the total facility power, whatever energy you are giving to the data center facility, divided by the energy delivered to the IT equipment. So if we talk about the ideal feature, all the energy which we are providing to the data centers should be utilized in the IT equipment. If it is not, then that is going waste somewhere or the other. So ideally it should be 1, the ratio should be 1. But if we talk about the global perspective, so ratio is 1.59. So this means that 60% of the energy is spent on the overheads, like lighting and cooling and other features. So let us discuss about some smart solutions to reduce the PUE. So this is one of the solutions is virtualization, as I already told you, virtualization of physical resources and creating small resources as per our requirement so that the entire resource is optimally utilized. So instead of powering 10 machines, we pool all the machines and create small virtual assets which we can utilize as per the requirement. So how it is impacting that you were earlier dealing with the cooling of 10 machines, now you may be dealing with the cooling of only 2 machines if they are utilized at the fullest. So this is something in which we actually reduce the PUE. Second is the containments. So in data centers or server halls, we build cold aisle containments and hot aisle containments in order to not mix both the cold air and hot air. So cold air is required to cool the IT infrastructure, and the IT infrastructure itself produces a lot of hot air after processing through its fans, and that air is carried outside. And so if you create a separate hot aisle and you exhaust the air and again put the cool air, so this recycling helps a lot to be energy efficient and cooling also to be optimized. Then liquid cooling and immersion cooling already I have discussed. And AI-driven energy optimization. So today AI is helping us a lot in handling different issues, and sustainability issues can also be handled by AI. So it actually predicts and adjusts the cooling based on the actual requirements. So rather than just cooling the entire data center at one particular temperature, we utilize AI to predict how much of cooling is required and do precision cooling. So if one PAC or precision air conditioning is required to, unit is required to be switched on, only that would be switched on and not the others. But in the conventional data centers, we used to take 5 to cater the entire capacity, and we used to switch on all these things. So this is also one of them. And free air cooling. This is also very good example that you utilize the external free air to cool your data centers. And renewable energy integration, so we are already aware that solar energy, wind energy, hydroelectric power, so these may be utilized for at least to 50% extent if we utilize it. So we will be able to reduce the carbon footprint substantially. And use of modular and edge data centers. So that is also, rather than building data center capacity more than the demand, go by the demand one by one and build it. So given the time constraints, I think we'll try to conclude it quickly. So there are like some tiering. So there are international bodies like Uptime Institute, like TIA. So they actually certify the data centers. So when they certify, sustainability is one of the major issues which they try to address. So in design phase itself, they make it clear that the data center should be sustainable, and accordingly that is implemented, and they give the certification based on that. So in India, almost we have PUE around 1.6 to 1.8, and when you use the sustainable measures or use the green data centers, so there is a reduction of almost 30% of non-IT power usage. So I think I am finished with the time. I'll just quickly go on that use of energy efficient infrastructure is very important, and this is also one of the ways to go sustainable, in which we use highly efficient UPS system, variable speed drive for HVAC, green building design, high density racks for efficient power distribution, and also monitoring through smart building management system. So it's time that we screw up our energies and focus on the sustainability issues, because these guzzlers are producing lot of CO2 emissions, and if they are not contained, and as the requirement of the data centers is increasing day by day, we are using Facebook, everybody is like pumping up data, photographs, videos. So maybe this would land us in soup. And from Indian perspective, there is the data localization aspect which has come due to the Indian Personal Data Protection Act. So a lot of homegrown data center providers are coming up. So it's very good that we standardize these things and we incentivize the people who are in the data center industry, and we could get the results very nicely, and we could become a global example just like other players. So we can be an ideal example that we have set the stage for green data centers as well as a sustainable world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. He has enlightened us about the importance of sustainable data centers, the 5 pillars of it, and the various concepts involved therein. And for the last speaker for this session, we have Mr. K.S. Sridharan, Director Compliance, Zoho Corporation. Let's invite him to present his talk on history and trends in data centers sustainability.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, so I have to be here. Fine. Good. So it's always a challenge to speak as a last speaker in such a august gathering with distinguished speakers, because they have probably almost covered all the topics that I would also like to cover. But anyway, I will try to keep it a bit abstract, but at the same time touch upon some of the things that I personally experienced, just to make it a bit more contextual. Okay, so many people have talked about the history of data centers and about the early data centers. I come from Chennai. The place probably a very hot place. And I still remember my days going to the data center, the earliest data centers, so mostly outside India. And they used to say that these data centers are like 2 football fields big. And you go inside and then like that's probably the only time we use our warm clothes. And I used to feel, is this AC actually cooling? Thank you. Am I audible? Yeah. Okay, great. So we used to actually feel that whether it is the IT equipment that's being cooled or I am actually being put to torture, because for me even at 21, 22 degrees was something that was very difficult to manage, right? So almost everybody here knows about how the modified warehouses were used for the raised floor cooling. The raised floor cooling was used, general purpose servers and everything, right? So this was what the early data centers was about. Now, next came the improvements in cooling. So what kind of, I think we had some of the speakers talk about the improvements that have already happened. So first is about the air containment, which is basically trying to segregate the hot and the cold air. And then we went to in-rack cooling. We have actually used these kind of different kinds of coolings in our various data centers. So the in-rack cooling is something that cools the equipments right at the rack level itself. But earlier there used to be some issues with this kind of a cooling, because the amount of heat that will be generated after this in-rack cooling fails because of, let's say, electrical outage or something like that, that used to actually increase the temperature of the servers a bit faster than when we used to actually have air containment kind of cooling. But now there have been some advances in that as well, which has reduced the probability of such incidents, right? So basically what we can see here is that from the start, where entire building used to be cooled, we have come to a situation where we have reduced the volume of the air outside to be cooled. So next in the process of the improvement is what we call as the targeted cooling, right? So in the targeted cooling, we today have mostly direct to chip cooling, which is probably being used without any issues. Immersive cooling is also available, but I hear that there are some insurance issues for that. I mean, none of your chip manufacturers would probably give you the warranty in case you use immersive cooling, right? But direct to chip cooling is something that is widely used. But this is where it all starts from, right? We have been talking about cooling the data center, the space around the data center. But what is the real source of that heat? That real source of that heat is the IT equipments, right? So, as Padmajaji was saying, we have to move from cooling the air to cooling the chips, to then finding out how to make it even more optimized, right? So, coming down to the next level. So here what we have found with our experience is that we generally, the trend is to use general purpose servers. When you use general purpose servers, they are actually built for normal operations, so they are not specifically tuned for, let's say, database operations, or for, say, let's say, application server operations, or for, say, memory intensive memory operations, right? So what we have found here is there are two places where some kind of an optimization can actually be done, which can result in the IT heat coming down. So let's talk about servers first. So the first thing that we are actually experimenting, and there are lots of other people also experimenting, is like how to customize your servers for your workloads, because the workloads differ. So by changing the server, the way in which the server is built, actually you have to build it right from the scratch, and find out if there are mechanisms that are available to reduce the probability of the heat generated by that particular server for that particular workload. Then of course Google actually uses AI to reduce the heat and for the data center management. But a simple thing that can be actually done is that many of the time, as many of the speakers here were saying, that the loads, IT loads, are not going to be the constant all the time. It's going to be variable. So if it's going to be variable, there are times when your app server or your database server is going to run below the full utilization. So is it possible for us to sense the amount of load that is on the particular server and try to adjust the clock speed to match the usage? By reducing the clock speed, can we actually try to reduce the heat? So these are some of the kind of experiments that we need to do. And of course, then we also can try to use what we call as dedicated chips. What do you mean by dedicated chips? Say, for example, take the case of encryption. The encryption can be done by your normal CPU. The encryption can also be done by a dedicated chip. Now let's check if that dedicated chip will have a lesser load than probably, let's say, a general purpose chip. Or take the case of audio video transformations. So do dedicated chips which particularly do the work for a designed workload, will it be able to reduce the heat? So this is the other thing that that will be useful in finding out whether we can reduce the heat at the server level.
So
the other important thing is about the power conversion. Today I think in the keynote there were talks about, like, we are going to discuss something about smart lighting and things like that. Sometimes I wonder, even in our house, majority of the lights today are LED, the fans are all BLDC, right? Most of them are now running on DC. And what are we doing? We are getting AC power to our house, right? And talk about India. India does not have a reliable power supply. So we put UPS in our house. So that adds its own heat load and the IT load to the system. So power conversion is also an issue in data centers. Why? Because you have the utility power, which is, of course, for long distance utility, you basically have what we call the HVDC lines. Then, of course, they come down to AC. Then once into the data center, we have the UPS for two reasons. One is for reliability and other is for backup. And then the third, of course, is the component which sits inside the server, which is your SMPS. And then we have the on-chip. And interestingly, you know what? Most of the power supply that is on the motherboard is DC. So we are basically actually taking AC power, putting some bit of an AC and DC in the mix in the UPS, then again converting the AC to DC in SMPS, and then you have the on-chip DC. So this is how our power conversion is. So what can we do? So in one of the earliest data centers that I worked with, we used to have on-rack rectifiers. So these on-rack rectifiers used to step down the 110 volt AC to DC, and we used to have the servers powered by DC to DC converters, which used to power the motherboard. Now, these are some of the things that we can actually, somehow that went out of fashion for some time, and now I hear that with the onset of more GPUs coming in, this is again gaining some traction here. So what do we talk about on rack? So instead of doing an SMPS in every server, and the efficiency of the SMPS is also dependent on the load. Now if you are running it on a load which is much lesser than what is the full load of a server, we are going to actually waste a lot of electricity as well as generate heat in the SMPS component. Instead, is it possible for us to put a common rectifier in a rack and then have a DC bus? The DC bus will be typically something like 48 volt DC, because if you reduce the voltage, the size of the bus bar will increase, and so will the I square R losses increase, right? So the other reason why we have to increase the voltage is to have the DC bus at a slightly higher voltage level. And then we have what we call as the battery backup in the rack. So that battery backup in the rack can also do some kind of work of the UPS, because in case your power fails down, the battery in the rack will be powering your servers till the supply comes back again, right? So this is some of the ways to address the inefficiencies. So we have actually talked about two different things here. One is on the rack and on the server. So of course, we had one of the speakers telling about how our power transmission losses also are important, because you have the data centers far removed from where the power generation happens. I used to work in utility industries before I joined Zoho. So most of the power companies, they have like lots of space around them, and then there is also power that's readily available. So we have to actually start seriously thinking, because I hear now that about one rack can go up to about 130 kilowatts of power. I mean, that's how bad things have become. I mean, the way in which you look at it, whether it's bad or good. But which means that easily your one floor in a data center may be like consuming 1 megawatt. So that's how the things have become. So we have to seriously think about whether we have to go to, look at proximity of the data centers to the power stations. Optimized edge data centers, many people have spoken about it. So we now know that most of the data centers, or the people who consume the data, are across the nation in tier 2 cities. So how about having like container kind of a data center and those kind of data centers close to the edge? And then effective utilization of data center reject heat is something that we can think about, like maybe trying to use it for district heating. Of course, I don't know how district heating would be useful in a country like India, but at least there are some places where district heating may be useful. So Padmajaji had talked about this data minimization. So apart from the efficiencies that we have in the software level, reducing unwanted data and flows is something that is very, very good for the data center itself. I'll give you some practical examples here. Right now, as the whole world is moving towards security and privacy, interestingly, this whole experiment was done not from the data center efficiency perspective, but more from the privacy perspective. So one of the very important principles in the privacy is data minimization. The reason being that the private personal data of people should not be collected, should not be processed beyond what is supposed to be used for, right? So this means that there is an extreme focus on reducing unwanted data. Now, what does this translate to for a data center efficiency or data center improvement? Basically, we have to constantly look out at data and check if the data is really useful to us and remove the data that is not necessary for us, right? So we started doing an experiment called as, we called it as an Operation Holi. I mean, many of you know that in these parts of the country, during Holi, you take all the unwanted things and then Holi ka jalate hain. So we did that kind of an exercise. So we call it as Operation Holi, or sometimes we also call it as Operation Spring Cleaning, right? To clean. So what we did was that for our organization, because most of our organization data is in our own cloud, and we can actually do this experiment on us. We cannot do it on our customers' data. I mean, simply bump off some data from the customers' data saying that we are doing data minimization. So we actually did this exercise and found that there is real scope for reduced storage, reduced processing because of doing such kind of operations. So we do it regularly now. So we do the data cleanup periodically, and after every data cleanup we also find out what are all the ways by which this data is getting accumulated. So with every such operation, we will go and find out like this is the path through which this data is actually getting accumulated, try to bump it off. So this is how we are doing it. How many of you actually send a good morning message in a WhatsApp every day? The cost of it, you just do not know in terms of data center sustainability and stuff like that. Every such message that actually goes into the group, same with mass mailers and communication teams. So that will be like, so I have a project to work on. So I create an email list. All of us get joined to that list, and that project will all be over. And then still the mails will be, some mails will be coming, some automated mails will be coming. So we actually looked at the number of such email groups and reduced those groups. The other thing that we have to really think about is ways of archival storage. Do we really need the data that we have, which is supposed to be in an archive? Like we will be using it once in a blue moon, but it will be all readily available in the front end system because the customer should not be disappointed. When the customer clicks something, so it's even our expectation, right? You click the button, then the data should be there. Now, what is the cost of that particular obsession with having everything fast? Should we need all the data at all times? So these are some of the questions that we try to actually think through in terms of like reducing the unwanted data and flows. And I think with it, I conclude my presentation, and I hope I was able to do justice to the time that has given to me. Thank you, everyone. And thanks, of course, to the organizers and BAS and others for giving me an opportunity to present my views in this August forum. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. He has explained how the energy utilization of our data centers has changed over the years and the steps we are taking to make their functioning more efficient. And with this, we come to the Q&A part of the session. The procedure for Q&A is that the participant who wishes to ask a question may please raise their hand, and Upon acknowledgement, they may name the speaker to whom they wish to address their question, and then their question. So due to time constraints, we'll be taking only a limited number of questions. So I think we have some mics in the audience. I have a question. So there's some mics being passed around.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Kishore Narang, just a digital infrastructure system architect. I think they're very interesting insights, and I'm happy to note that we are now conscious about the sustainability at the data center level, which is very crucial going forward because of all the digital transformation happening. My main question, and it is a common question anybody may answer, with the proliferation of AI, left, right, center, and wherever, and particularly generative AI and all that, what are the strategies that data centers are adopting to keep this carbon footprint, water footprint, energy intensity in control? Because now we are talking about something exponential rise of all the your data processing, inferences, training model, all the storage. How do we are planning? Are there any strategic approaches that industry is talked about or is adopting? I would be very happy to learn in case there is something. Thank you.
Hello. So thank you for the question. I think this is a very pertinent question. So as the energy consumption is increasing, of course, with AI, we are having more than 25 kilowatt of energy consumption per rack, and GPUs coming, so gradually raising it up to 100 kilowatt per rack. So as I told you that the technology itself is the problem and technology itself is the solution. So we are utilizing, first of all, like AI-based softwares to assess the requirement and optimize it. And secondly, we have some different cooling technologies like rear door heat exchangers, where we are able to optimally cool the entire rack itself, and the liquid is circulating inside. Apart from that, we have already talked about like putting the data, the equipment, IT equipment itself in a cooling solution. So these are some of the methods, and apart from that, use of green software, minimization, all these. So in combined effort, they actually help to handle all these things. And in AI, of course, we have that advantage that we can limit the number of processing, number of workloads as per the actual requirement. So there are not a lot of wastages in it, and that's why we are talking here about like green sources, adiabatic cooling, hybrid cooling. So there are a number of different ways in which we can handle it. And of course, as I told you, liquid cooling, direct to chip cooling, and AI-based cooling, that is more prominent. Thank you so much.
Sir, I would just like to add, one part is data center, but another is the development of AI as well. Because all of us know that when I'm using ChatGPT, the kind of storage it was requiring. And if I'm having a pre-trained model of it, I get DeepSeek kind of a thing where the storage and computation power requirements are reduced. So as I said that if we are doing AI development, we have to look at the other options and how we can have pre-trained models so that the data can be reduced further.
Thank you, ma'am. And we had a question at the back, yes, sir.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for this opportunity. So, I have a question that we have made efficient hardware, but sometimes efficiency gets swallowed by the inverse paradox. Like the more it gets efficient, the more we use it, right? But sometimes the way we write software can make systems less efficient. My question is, could AI and green coding practices really make a noticeable difference in cutting that footprint as digital demand keeps growing? Like the penetration of smartphones has been growing a lot in tier 2 and tier 3 cities in India. So what's your take on that?
The question for specific person?
Yes, ma'am, for you.
Oh, okay. See, we do understand that the technology is eating us. Somewhere we have to stop, but at the same time we are aware that we will not be able to stop. So we have to somewhere accept that the technology is going to be there. Today we are in the era where AI started taking it up. Somewhere we will be able to restrict it, but not beyond that. I do have faith that every technology has pros and cons. There will be certain, of course, limitations onto it, but when we are talking about sustainability, green development, along with AI, I'm sure at least some difference we will be able to make. Removal of technology or usage may not be now because we have come much ahead, and I don't think now we can live without our mobiles, for example, right? So we are into it. It is difficult to completely remove, but we can surely optimize, yes. So that's what I feel.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Please.
Can I?
Yes.
Please, good morning once again. My name is Amevia Kapovi from Accra, from Ghana. I'm from Ghana. First of all, I would like to thank you all for the presentation. They were very nice presentation and touching on the topic of sustainability, which is also fundamental today. I just want to ask a general question, especially if the first and the last presenter could touch on them. Generally, research done in our part of the world need to be backed with data. I think I like the idea of energy efficiency even applied to the green computing concept, whereby, for instance, if I take presentation of Dr. Maja, we look at how we can find efficient ways of coding so that we minimize utilization of storage and resources just to save energy. And then for energy, for data centers and things of this nature. My question is that, do we have data? Have you conducted tests on existing data centers or systems, like those systems you mentioned, inverters and rectifiers and co? Have you conducted or have a reliable system to measure data as it is now, so that we could see likely when implementing some of those technology you have spoken about, what are the possible yields or benefits in terms of savings that we are able to make? Are there standards, IEC standards, that back how those data are collected, so that we can go now on the field and then apply experiment as described by those standards, and having students, I'm from the universities, conducting research, to collect similar data? These are generally my questions. I will limit them here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll just quickly react to your question. So, globally, if you look at ISO, there are different data-related standards within ISO and IEC. But I can very proudly claim that within BIS in India, we have worked on a particular data standard which borderlines your thought, where we are looking at the adequacy of the data governance and management practices within an organization. It is already a published standard in India. And this particular standards looks at 16 different principles. And one of those principles is about data collection and data storage. So there are standards which are in making globally. I am not aware of that there is a specific standard within ISO, but in India, we are already having this particular standard, and the plan is to take the standard within the ISO as an India national body proposal. Thank you.
Actually, we are having some time constraints, so we need to end this session now. Meanwhile, the speakers will be around the whole day. You can always collaborate with them during tea or lunch.
Ma'am, can I ask one question? Just one question.
Only 1 minute. Good morning. My question is, it is not a question, it is a suggestion. The public awareness is the important thing. To aware the people that sir told that, good morning, if this much of data problem is there, 2 minute good morning will be reduced. So nobody knows that. So you see, this type of information is to be given to the people to the common man, especially because we are simply sending, I am getting more than 40,000 good morning to every day. It is 2 or 3, 4 times one man, and too many pictures also. So the phone is, yeah. So please give this type of information to the people, how we can give. Sir, please. Okay, thank you, sir.
Ma'am, I have some very crucial question. Can I ask? I'm here, ma'am, on your...
Sir, actually, in continuation to that, I just wanted ballpark figures. What is the current range of consumption of power and water by data centers? Some range, if you can please cite, actually, kilowatt hour per kV of data transferred, liters of water consumed per kV of data transferred, that's all.
I think we'll have to use ChatGPT for that.
So I think it varies from processing requirements. So you cannot give one particular range to one particular set of data. So when we talk about data centers, so therefore we classify the data centers accordingly. So you have the low density, high density, very high density, and that ranges from like 9 kilowatt per rack power to 13.5 kilowatt per rack power to 25 kilowatt per rack power, and beyond that like 50 kilowatt per rack power, the GPUs and other servers which can be placed. So that is how the processing actually decides how much of power a particular rack equipment is consuming, and accordingly we design the entire cooling and other systems in adjoining that particular rack.
Sir, I have a small question. I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivahari, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. Sir, my question, how is the implementation strategy of sustainable data centers in India different than global in terms of value-added priorities and nation-building challenges?
Sir, this is a PhD level question.
So I would just say there are a lot of international standards like LEEDs. LEEDs is one of the US standards, and most of these standards are basically focusing on the same thing, how we can build a sustainable world. In India also, we are building the same sustainable data center standards, which are more coherent with the Indian environment. So as you can see, like US and other countries, these are cold countries, so there are different environments. In India, we have a mixed environment, like somewhere we have drought hit area, somewhere we have oceans, somewhere we have a very monsoon related weather. So we require to adjust our standards accordingly, and that's why here we have Indian Green Building Council which is actually working on it. BIS is also working on it, and there is a draft data center policy right now which has been discussed in the MIT, and when that is implemented, we have seen, being part of the stakeholders, that sustainability is a major concern, a major issue, and that is being addressed through all these standards with the Indian perspective. Thank you.
Samir sir, I have a very quick question. Since we are talking about the sustainable world and green data centers, so is there any target for the data centers to use the off-gridding solution? Because 72 to 74% of our feed is basically through the coal. So whatever green we are talking about, ultimately we are depending upon coal. So whatever good practices we are doing, ultimately is not going to impact anything.
No, it's not only about coal. So we are using the solar power also. We are using the wind power, hydroelectric power. So normally now we are having captive systems, like putting the solar panels on the roof itself.
I know, sir, that. I know that. So I'm talking about from the policy point of view, as BIS, I mean, they prepare the policies, and there are many policy makers. And when they say, when we talk about the efficiency or percentage, so what is the percentage we are feeding through the off-gridding solution? This is the first question. I mean, do we have any target for that? And second, the water which we use, we don't recover that. So condensation is again a very complicated process. So we just can't shrug our shoulders stating that we have paid the water bill. So ultimately that water is being lost. So what is the process of recovery? Do we have any responsibility to adopt the water pond or the water pockets or the recharge pockets or any bare field so that recharging can be done? So these are my two questions. Yes.
So regarding standards, if somebody wants to answer.
No, I'm not talking about the standards, sir.
So,
I mean,
so from
best
water
practices.
conservation point of view, I mean, recycling of the water, you use, even you use water treatment plants, you use STPs.
Sir, from data center, STP is not required for that level because STP is a very different concept. I'm from that department, that's what I'm saying. In the data center, recovery itself is very difficult. Here I'm talking about the water extraction point of view. We extract n number of waters and liters of water, suppose 1 lakh liter of water, right? It is very difficult to recover it because it generally gets evaporate. Condensation is not the procedure because it is very expensive. So ideally in India, we don't have any target, not for the data centers, even for the mineral water manufacturers or even for the cold drink manufacturer. So it's my submission because this is a very appropriate forum where policymakers and government officials are there. So I just wanted to submit this to the correct people so that they can think about it.
So I think this is a solution which you are proposing, well taken.
Yes, yes.
And of course, today we are not only using the water as a cooling source, so we are using air, free air, air economizers, and air-cooled chillers are also right now in place. For example, in Anantraj, we are using air-cooled chillers. So that also prevents a lot of water wastage.
So what I want, sir, BIS should implement some kind of policy or some kind of target to the people. Typically,
sure, I think because of this, this entire exercise is going to take place.
Last question, sir, when we talk about the e-waste generation, in India, e-waste generation is not the problem because with the target we are recovering that, even there is a target, revised target for MOF and CC and MIT. But the problem is the companies, from the manufacturer point of view, we are not allowing the cannibalization.
Sir, आप मेरे से lunch में मिलो.
हाँ
मेरे
सर,
पास
सर,
बहुत time है, ठीक है? So we'll talk in detail.
Sir,
So
why I'm asking this question because this is the forum, right?
No, just a moment. I
So
think
we
the
have
next
3
panel
more
is
sessions
there.
for the day, and he
So
gave a very good
we'll have to
idea.
close it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for it.
You're welcome to continue your discussions with the speakers over lunch as well. So you want to add?
See, every technology comes with its own benefits and challenges. I think we should avoid giving colors to technology. If technology is going to consume power at some point of time or at some areas, it's going to give benefit in some of the other many areas. So we should not discount that what kind of benefits it is drawing. We should not talk about only energy consumption, we should also talk about what kind of efficiency it is going to bring from so many other ecosystems. Thank you.
So thank you. Thank you everyone for your enthusiasm, and thank you to all our brilliant speakers for this truly insightful presentation on sustainable IT, data centers and green software. Your expertise has laid a fantastic foundation for our discussions today. Now let's invite Mr. Jitendra Kumar, Scientist E and Head, Electronics and IT Department, BIS, for presenting a memento to the speakers. Dr. Padmaja Joshi. Mr. Manoj Tandon. Mr. Anupam Agrawal. Mr. Sami Srivastava. And Mr. K.S. Sridharan. Thank you, sir. I invite all the speakers and DDG. So kindly come forward for a group photograph. So thank you everyone. This brings us to the end of session 1. So before we start the next session, I would like to inform you all that there is no formal tea or coffee break, but tea, coffee and refreshments are available outside for everyone. So moving forward, we transition to the next session on smart lighting. This session highlights the vital role of smart, energy-efficient lighting in advancing India's net zero by 2070. It will focus on innovative technologies like adaptive renewable powered and IoT-enabled lighting, exploring their impact on reducing the everyday energy use and supporting climate targets. This session underscores the importance of strong policy support, cross-ministerial coordination, and industry regulator collaboration. Okay. I think we need a 5-minute break before the next session. So please, we'll reconvene after 5 minutes. Thank you. So we'll let's move on to the next session, session 2 on smart lighting. So this session highlights the vital role of smart, energy-efficient lighting in advancing India's net zero by 2070. It will focus on innovative technologies like adaptive, renewable powered and IoT-enabled lighting, exploring their impact on reducing energy use and supporting climate targets. The session also underscores the importance of strong policy support, cross-ministerial coordination and industry-regulator collaboration to unlock smart lighting's full potential as a key driver in India's sustainable development and decarbonization journey. While I introduce the speakers, I invite them to join me on the dais. Neha? Neha? Our session will be moderated by Mr. Nitish Punia, the Head of Public and Government Affairs for Signify Innovations India Limited. Sri Punia has over 17 years of professional experience with 12 years at Signify and 5 years at Terry. Welcome, sir. Introducing our distinguished speakers, we have Ms. Asha Nangia, Senior Director in Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Ms. Nangia is the Group Coordinator and Senior Director in METI, currently working for the promotion of hardware manufacturing. Welcome, ma'am. Next, we have Mr. Maurice Mays, the President of Global Lighting Association. He has already joined us virtually, so welcome. We also welcome Sri Pushparaj Giri, Senior VP and R&D Head, Lighting and Solar Havels India Limited. Sri Giri has 26 years of extensive experience in lighting, switchgear, sensing and automation. Welcome, sir. And last but not the least, we have Sri Girish K. Chawla, Business Head, Signify Innovation India Limited. Mr. Chawla is a visionary leader with over 25 years of experience in the lighting industry. So please give a big round of applause for our moderator and speakers for this session. This session will be in the format of talk and presentation followed by panel discussions and Q&A. I leave the floor to the moderator, Mr. Punia.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to have you all here to discuss on the topic which is very close to us as human beings and which is also fundamental to our daily lives, and it is also going to be pivotal for our sustainable journey for future. It is light. Our day starts with it and our day ends with it. Now, when we move into artificial lighting where we want to have extended hours for our daily activities, that is where, you know, the artificial source of light comes into, and when we start talking about how we generate light, how efficiently we generate light, and how this light is going to impact us as human beings. Today's topic, where we are going to talk about how lighting is going to support in addressing the monumental challenge which humanity faces, which is achieving net zero by 2050. We want to collaborate and work in that direction where 1.5 degree scenario gets achieved by that time frame which has been agreed by the countries under the Paris Agreement. Now, as I saw the image behind me, most of the time, even through images, we are focusing on very large, big tickets like renewable, plants, the farms. Green hydrogen is a new thing that is being talked about, and many times, often, something which is readily and quickly achievable is overlooked and which is on top of our heads. If I talk about lighting, the contribution of lighting in terms of electricity consumption share globally stands around 15%, and in terms of greenhouse gas emission, it contributes around 5%. When it comes to there is an echo. Can you just check it, please? When it comes to some of the very specific segments, like municipalities, almost up to 40% of their energy bills are dedicated to light our streets. When we talk about the built environment, up to 25% can go towards lighting electricity bills. Now, transition to LED technology, which we have gone through in the last decade, it has been a phenomenal switch to a technology which has saved us billions of units and avoided so many of the new power plants. We have been very lucky in a manner that we had suitable government support and push for this switch to LEDification through our very successful two programs, which was Ujala, and the second one is Street Light National Program, wherein street lights, the conventional light sources were switched to the LED. Almost 360 million of LED bulbs were supplied by government under the Ujala scheme, which saved almost 47 billion units per year, amounting to almost something certain, yeah. And similarly for SLNP program, it was almost 30.6, almost 1.36 crore street lights that have been, replaced and saving almost 8 billion units annually. Now, these were just on the efforts of government. Industry themselves got that kickstart with the government policy and scaled up. And every year, almost post the, this Ujala program, 500 odd million LED lamps are being sold. Now just imagine the kind of impact this entire transition has brought to the country. As the title of our panel suggests, this is just the beginning. This is not the end of the story. Now we are moving into where the lighting products are becoming more intelligent and they can help achieve us deeper energy savings. When we connect this system with IoT, they not only become just a real-time asset to monitor and save energy, but they also provide humongous scope of data availability from multiple places, because light is an asset which is available in each and every place where human being typically ventures in. Now, without a further ado, we will explore how this transition to smart and connected lighting can accelerate India's journey towards a sustainable, low carbon and developed future. That is what we are going to collaborate and align on. And I am really excited to hear the perspective of these esteemed panelists. So let me first invite Mr. Maurice Mays to present his views on how lighting is going to play an important role and where the regulatory framework, where the regulations, the standardization kick into supporting this overall objective of making nations developed and also net zero. Over to you, Mr. Maurice.
Thank you, Nitish. Can you hear me? Can you confirm that you can hear me?
Yes, we can very much hear you. Thank you.
Okay, then I will, I need to share my screen, but that was
there is
disabled by
a
the
slide
host.
deck, if somebody can present the slide deck here.
Yeah, or enable me to do it, because now I am disabled to show the slides.
If you are as a presenter, I believe you might be able to share it.
Yeah, but it said the host disabled attendee screen sharing. So
Anyone from BIS side here? The organizers? Somebody needs to play the presentation. but you would be, no, but for others also you would be requiring to present, make the present. Yeah, Maurice, for you, you can make the, yeah, you have been given the access as a presenter.
Yes.
Just see if you can present.
Okay. Do you see my screen?
Yes, it has come. Please go ahead.
You can see my screen? Okay, perfect. So thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. I am really sorry I cannot be there in person with you. I had fond memories of when the Global Lighting Association visited New Delhi 3 years ago. So let me briefly represent the organization that I'm representing today. So the Global Lighting Association is the global voice of the industry, and we are an association of associations. So we have all the major companies, countries represented. NEMA from US, Lighting Europe, Kali, China, Japan, Brazil, Australia, and of course Alcoma from India, an important member of the Global Lighting Association. And together we represent 5,000 lighting manufacturers. So let me briefly express what we do and then get to the topic. So the GLA really promotes the use of sustainable lighting solutions while at the same time improving the quality of lighting. And we provide a platform where all these lighting associations can discuss and share experiences at a global level. And we have become an authority on issues that are relevant to the global industry. We are very much focused towards regulations, and we share knowledge and trends and legislative developments and opportunities which that bring for the lighting industry, as I am doing today. We anticipate and initiate policies and actions and also work with governments, providing them the information that they need for good decision making. So let's take a bird's eye view of what I'm going to tell today. It's very clear, lighting can and should kickstart countries' net zero journeys today, because we have all the technologies available already, as Nitish mentioned, and as also will be demonstrated by some of the speakers after me. We have highly efficient LED lighting. We have dimmable, connected solutions operated by sensors and controls. And today also, more and more, we see an integration of solar technology, for example, into outdoor luminaires. All the technologies are there. And why is it so vital that we don't wait until 2050 or 2035 or whenever? It is imperative that we start today, because any lighting system or product that we install today has a very long lifetime. Our products live for 10, 20, maybe 30 years in the case of outdoor. So the choices that we make today have an impact for decades. I will show today that we have many supporting standards and also good examples of regulations that stimulate the journey towards net zero from some other countries. So all that's needed to accelerate is a collaborative mindset among all stakeholders and a data-driven approach. It's very important, and this will also return a few times in the presentation. So let's start with the US. Now, today, at federal level, not much is happening, and actually some of the ambitions are being withdrawn. But that is only at the federal level. At the state level, and I will show in the next slide, also at the city level, still a lot is going on, and also at company level. So I still think there's a big ambition of many important players in the US to drive strategies towards net zero. California Title 24 is a regulation that's there for a few decades. It gets renewed every now and then, and it governs the lighting in public buildings. And this is really applicable to new buildings, or when a building is being renovated, then certain requirements kick in. For example, it sets limits on the lighting power density. For office and retail, there are limits on the watts that you can install per square foot. It's maybe not my favorite way of doing things, but it does drive towards much more efficient lighting, and it contributes to that journey. Much more importantly, I think, and more relevant also to the topic today, there are these requirements on mandatory occupancy sensors, mandatory daylight response controls, also manual controls, and demand response systems to operate with the grid. Dimming capabilities, all that is mandatory by the state law of California, and there are other states that have similar requirements. On top of that, there are also rigorous commissioning requirements so that systems are checked before they are really being used. Now, equally interesting is what's happening at the city level. And whereas Title 24 was about new buildings, what's happening at the city level is applicable to all buildings of a certain size. And there are about 9 to 10 major cities, including Seattle, Oregon, Denver, New York, Boston, that already have building performance standards in place. And there are dozens of others following suit. And to give you an example of what these building performance standards do in these cities, it starts with the annual reporting requirement on emissions. For example, in Boston, they started in 2013, and now they have all the data, they have collected the data over the years, and now they start setting reduction targets for the energy consumption. Starts with larger building, in this case, more than 35,000 square foot, and then over time, it goes to smaller buildings as well. And this is also a principle that we see returning a lot, starting with the larger buildings, then moving to the smaller buildings. If we look at Europe, the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, also an old directive, but it has been renewed in 2024. It sets directions for all the EU member states, all the countries in the EU, requiring renovation for worse performing buildings. So it's also, you need to measure first before you can know where you need to draw your attention. And the worst 16% of buildings are to be renovated by 2030. The worst 26% of buildings are to be renovated by 2033. And also here, we see mandatory lighting controls being applied. Here in Europe, the size is more expressed in terms of installed HVAC power. So buildings with at least 290 kilowatt hours installed power need to have mandatory lighting controls by 2028. And then 2 years later, it's for much smaller buildings as well. To give you an idea, the 290 kilowatt hours installed, that's about 1,000 light points. So a building of about 1,000 light points. And then 4 years later, or 2 years later, it's for buildings with about 250 light points. They need to have mandatory controls. There will also be a mandatory smart readiness indicator for buildings, so indicating the level of smartness of the buildings. And for new buildings, there is now also the obligation to report the global warming potential over a 50-year period, so forward-looking. And to do that, you need information on the usage of the building, but you also need information on the carbon footprint of all the products that are being installed in the building. So that's where standards come in. And here I have an example of environmental product declarations. They provide essential data to make that prediction of the carbon impact of a new building. On the right-hand side, you see the picture where some information will have to come from the installer or the customer. They know what building type it is, how the energy is used, what the local energy mix is. And we, as manufacturers, we provide our luminaires or other HVAC products, of course, and we need to report our carbon footprint of the product in the manufacturing phase, the energy efficiency of the product, the lifetime of the product, and from all that, the carbon footprint of the new building can be calculated. The evidence that is provided by manufacturers is declared in so-called EPDs. They are certified documents listing all environmental impacts of products throughout their lifetime, and that includes carbon emissions. And we see across the globe EPDs more and more being required in public tenders, and the Global Lighting Association has actually facilitated harmonization efforts across regions, so that also the tool providers and the program operators of EPDs are all using the same method for lighting products. And we are now also bringing that message, that method to the IEC, and this is being standardized in IEC TC 34. I've been talking a lot about indoor lighting, outdoor lighting. I'm also mentioning here an important example where the industry took action towards standards that make our products future-proof and ready to contribute to these net zero trajectories. This is about the so-called Saga D4i interface. It's a mechanical interface that you can attach to a luminaire that also ensures the powering and the data between the driver of the luminaire and a module that you can attach to it. This module can be a sensor, this module can be a connectivity module, and very often you see even two sockets in a luminaire, one on top and one at the bottom. It's been developed by the Saga Consortium and the DALI Alliance, and it's also being formalized in formal IEC standards. This is becoming in many countries a standard tender requirement, and why is that? It is because it makes these luminaires future-proof. Even if you do not want to invest in all the connectivity or in the sensing today, you install that luminaire for 30 years. So it's better to make it future-proof and have the ability to make choices down the road to add sensing and connectivity solutions. That kind of concludes my introduction to this session. To summarize, to kickstart net zero trajectories, the lighting industry today already has key solutions, and those are really supported by dedicated standardization activities. Regulations and the availability of data can pave the way for accelerated action. When you take these regulations, when you design them, you have to differentiate new, renovated and existing buildings. Typically, it's wise to start with larger buildings and in time expand to smaller buildings. Low-hanging fruit is mandatory lighting controls. We see that as a common element in many of these regulations, and very often it starts with measuring the carbon emissions and then later formulate the reduction targets. And so I would say taking collaborative action today is imperative. It's all there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maurice. I really like the data-driven approach thing that you mentioned. Definitely without data, what you cannot measure, you are not going to achieve, and you are never going to formulate any policy which will have some definitive outcome. The second thing you talked about was around existing building renovation. While, let's say, in our scenario, we say that we are going to construct a lot while we become developed, but for EU, definitely even the existing mass of building is significantly important, and going forward, it is going to become very important for us as well, because every year we are going to add, humongous millions of square feet on, in our country. The last one you talked about around making the products future-proof. I think that approach is really nice to talk about, because maybe you do not want to invest today, but your product is ready to adopt those technologies of future, so you are not going to require to replace the entire equipment to get those facilities into the product itself. So I think some of these regulations and standardization activities are quite exciting and interesting. Our regulators are definitely taking a note of it. Now let me go to the industry side, since you mentioned that we are all ready with the solution. So I would now like to invite Mr. Girish Chawla to talk about how light is expected to play an important role in this entire journey, and where you see it fits into the overall scheme of things, where we are going to become a developed nation, where we are going to achieve our net zero target by 2070. So over to you, Girish. You have 12 to 14 minutes. Sorry, I did not mention previously, but that's the time.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to take opportunity to thank BIS and the organizing committee for giving us an opportunity to be on this panel. So thank you very much. I will refer to what Nitish quoted during his starting session. He talked about the government initiatives and the policies about the adoption of LED solutions, and it was a transition from conventional to LED technology, and that has really helped the country to save a lot of energy consumption, at the same time also reduce the carbon footprint of the nation. So I think commendable job done there. But at the same time, I would like to add that we as an industry, as a lighting industry and manufacturers, are totally ready to have new technologies or the new age technologies which can contribute to make this world as well as environment more sustainable. So we are going to talk about the new technologies which we already have today with us, and which can also contribute to achieve the target of net zero. So everybody is aware of the India growth story. We are today hovering around $3.3 trillion, and it is going to be $7.3 trillion by 2030, and we are even going to touch 30 to 35 trillion by 2047. So a lot of development is taking place. There is a 80% growth in roads and railways. There is a production link incentive scheme run by government, which is really supporting the industry, and there's a huge growth opportunity in the industry side, and even in the last couple of years we have seen a tremendous growth there. As far as urban infrastructure is concerned, that is also going to go by 2.2 times. We have already seen, talking about GCCs, Global Capability Centers, that is going to have a 6% growth. And at the same time, there is going to be a 3.5 billion square meters commercial and residential space which is going to get added by 2030. What does that mean? Future looks very bright. The economy is really going to grow like anything. We are going to be the world's third largest economy. So that is really something which is going to be where we can take pride of. But what does this mean? There is going to be a lot of investments in the private as well as public space. There is going to be a lot of requirement of lighting, and that will need a lot of electricity as well. Nitish also talked about the contribution of lighting, which is 15% today to the overall electrical consumption. So I think it is a duty of the industry and the manufacturers how we can limit that consumption or even reduce it further. So now I will talk about what industry has today to offer. So firstly, I would like to talk about ultra efficient lighting. If you see, a couple of years back, there was a lumen efficacy of a light source to the tune of 90 to 120 lumen. And today, with great pride, I can share with you that we have products which are having an efficacy or a lumen output per watt to the tune of 180 to 200. What does that mean? Either you can get the same amount of lighting in half the consumption, or you can even have 50 to 60% saving. So we have lot of products both in the industrial space, in the private space, in the outdoor space, where we can offer ultra efficient lighting which can save 60 to 80% energy. When after the ultra efficiency, we do not stop here. We have another set of lighting solutions which we call as smart connected lighting. If you see in an indoor space, we only used to talk about occupancy or daylight sensing. In the outdoor space, we only used to talk of on and off and dimming. But now with the smart lighting solutions, we can even go beyond. In the indoor space, we can count the number of people who are on the job, who are on the desk. We can measure the air quality index. We can measure the temperature. And we can do lot of data analysis with this, because lighting is not only giving you lighting, but it is also helping you beyond illumination or beyond lighting. So you have lot of data which can be monitored and which can be controlled centrally. That is one. In the outdoor space, we have solutions now where the light will operate depending on the intensity of traffic or density of traffic. You can see which pole on which the fixture is installed, whether it is tilted, whether it is aligned properly or no. It can do a lot of fault management. So this is what we get in smart and connected lighting. Third is solar. Everybody knows about renewable. Everybody is talking of solar. India is a country where we have a rich source of solar energy, and that is what we are also using it in our lighting world. So what we can do today is, wherever electricity or the grids cannot reach, we have solar solutions which can illuminate the rural as well as expressways, highways, without burdening the grid. This is the third one. And last is circadian lighting. Circadian lighting is a unique technology which we have developed now. It supplements the natural daylight. We all know we need sunlight. People go for sun bath as well. So your cells get activated. You really feel energized when you get a sunlight. And if you can get sunlight or daylight when you are indoor, you can imagine what sort of energy and hormonal balances or improvements you will have, because we spend 60 to 70% of our time indoor. So we have a light which supplements the artificial light which supplements the natural daylight. It mimics the pattern of sunlight. You can see the picture also on the extreme right, where you can have a view of sky. At the same time, you can also get the daylight. So these are the 4 technologies which we have, and these can really help us in our next 5 years. And like we are continuously innovating, we'll be coming up with more and more solutions and new edge technologies in coming years as well, so that we can continue this journey towards net zero. So whatever I have shared with you, the pointers, this is really contributing to the climate and the energy. It is talking of the safety and security of citizens, and at the same time, health and well-being of the people who are working. We make them more productive and more happy, and have better emotions there. Lastly, what is the vision for India's future? As I said, that lighting is doing beyond illumination. That is where we are contributing, and we can now collect a lot of data, both indoor as well as outdoor. So with the help of AI, we can do a lot of predictive maintenance. We can do a lot of decision making based on data, what we acquire with these lighting solutions. both in the indoor and outdoor space. Maurice talked about environmental product design. So those are the certificates which we are providing today, and I think we will request the regulators to see, how they can enforce these certifications on EPD, on e-waste, as well as on smart and green policies. There has been a great support from the regulators. We look forward to them to help us in enforcing these governance policies so that it can benefit the country as well as the citizens. And last is going beyond the people. I'm happy to share that we are not only bringing light and excitement in the people, but we are also going beyond people. Now we have lighting solutions which can even help grow the plants, which can grow the animals. So I think that is also one unique technology what we have in our industry, which can help grow plants as well as animals. With that, I would thank you all, and that is it.
Thank you very much, Girish. And you mentioned that the industry is ready with the solution. And something you mentioned around 180 to 200 lumen per watt. This is just wow. We were, getting light of 10 to 12 lumen per watt in an incandescent bulb. And if I compare with the first stage LED technology which was installed under our mandatory program, I think it was around 90 lumen per watt, and which already saved 85% of energy. And going from 90 to 180 or 200, it's further going to half your energy bills. And I really liked your approach when you said that either we cut down our energy bills by half, or basically we are, releasing that much of grid load to double the quantum of these light points for the future developed country, where we are going to build expressways, national highways, more number of streets, the urbanization which is going to happen, where we definitely would be required to provide a safer environment in the night time for our citizens. You talked about beyond illumination. I think that's really an area where lighting being an asset which is omnipresent, it can capture a lot of data, and with these different type of sensors, I think industry is ready and geared up to support ancillary services which is beyond lighting. And something you mentioned about food security, I think this is where climate change is really coming heavily on us as human race, that every now and then we see those natural calamities bringing, and significantly affecting our food creation. And if something can be, generated in an indoor controlled environment with minimum or minimal energy usage, I think that's a, tremendous technology which definitely would find a place in the future. I would now like to invite Mr. Pushparaj Giriji to share his views on behalf of industry, that how we are geared up to provide support and collaboration to the government and to the the private sector with the solutions.
Thank you, Nitish. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much to BIS and IEC body actually to invite us as an industry actually to put forward our perspective about how are we managing the greater objective of being developed nation by 2040 and then net zero objective by 2070. So thank you very much for this wonderful initiative. In next 10 to 12 minutes, I'd like to cover our readiness exactly. How are we deriving the fact actually? How are we showcasing our roadmap that we are ready as an industry to achieve the nationwide target, which is aligned with the global target as well. So just to set the perspective right, there are key parameters actually which is driving the modern development, which are primarily being driven by the large digitization which is happening by the use of the tools and then process to improve overall efficiency and then productivity. Second is urbanization, which is also as Girish talked about that the 2.2x level of urbanization which is happening in the country, and that is also taking us to a fact that the use of modern and smart home and offices are also influencing population pattern and drive the infrastructure level of development. Third, which is very critical actually to understand, that technology and innovation to support digitization and then urbanization in economic development, which is also happening, and then there are a lot of use cases actually where the AI enabled solutions which are primarily derived through the software algorithm is also critical actually for us to take the data point actually, and then that's also helping us to make a decision now. Government policies are ensuring that all the regulatory framework and support are happening at a fast-paced level. Sustainability objective, which we have already talked about, that there is a conscious growth protecting environment to ensure resources, and it's also ensuring that we are living in a healthy planet. There are few trends which are driving the market, which is of course the energy saving regulations, which we have already seen. BEE is ensuring that most of our lamps are star rated, and there are certain more initiatives where even the government tenders are also ensuring that the product which is being offered by us are also having certain kind of the power density measurement. Smart city initiatives, we have already seen these initiatives across India happening, where certain smart cities which are already under operation, and there are few which are also there in equation, where the need of the connected lighting is also there to improve the urban infrastructure. And then of course the sustainability objectives through the data measurement is also going to take place. Consumer demands are happening actually more and more towards the personalization, where most of the consumers are wanting their the solution to be more personalized actually, and then matching to their lifestyle. The last one is advancement in a wireless technology, because we have seen significant change over last 5 to 7 years, where the wireless technologies are getting matured to a very different level, and which give us opportunity to adapt, because there is less cost of implementation of wireless compared to the wired. Now we have seen that the smart journey is already taking place, but the journey is not going to stop here, because we also need to see exactly how these smart devices become more intelligent, right? And then the key parameters what we have been talking about is improve efficiency by optimizing resource usage. Now the enhance energy efficiency through advanced algorithm, and then through energy analysis is going to happen through intelligent operations of recording the data, and then the data is going to the key actually to take decision at the back end. Automating and optimizing the building operations, right, including the lighting, HVAC, and security. So that was a smart action which is already taking place. But what we are seeing now through the predictive and then adaptive model of usage of the smart system, where energy usage is also happening at a real-time basis. Third is interconnected devices and sensors data analysis, which is going to again being driven by AI and ML based solutions. And then algorithm at the back end is going to ensure that advanced analysis is ensuring that decision making is happening at more customized and then interconnected level. The fourth one is occupant comfort and then safety using personalized lighting. This is something which we have been seeing that every individual like their lifestyle to be more personalized, And if we have a solution which can offer this solution where the surroundings and then environment around them are being managed at the back end actually with the lot of decision making is happening through the sensor and then the data. So that's something which is making things more intelligent. The reduced operational cost by automated process and minimizing energy waste is again going to be being managed by algorithm, which is again AI driven, and then the learning which is happening at the system level is going to manage the maintenance and the need of consumption patterns. There are certain key parameters which is also deriving and driving the modern development, and it is impacting the sustainability at a larger aspects. Well-being, sustainability and connectivity, these are the three major parameters when we talk about the sustainability as an entire gamut of the pool, what we are taking as a modern and then developed nation target. This is something which we see the transition actually from task-centric lighting, which is more human and then environmental centric. From only targeting the human, now the impact is more human and then environment. The use of recyclable materials, RHS kind of element, which are also ensuring that sustainability objectives which we have taken is getting into the action in certain way. The qualitative part is also quite important actually when it comes to the lighting, because the glare-ability, the ripple aspect of the electrical system is also impacting the visual impact and then appearance of the lighting significantly. This creates a lot of discomfort in eye. So that's going to get changed into more organized and then visual appearance basis, where the hybrid solution through the connected element, where we have a data actually which is deriving and deciding at the back end, is providing the solution for the smart beyond lighting. Illuminance per watt is something which is a key, rather the lumen per watt which is being talked about, which is the lux, and then the power density, over the power density. So that will ensure that as Girish talked about having 180 to 200 lumen per watt solution, which is already existing. If we start talking about the lux, which is illuminance per watt, then the overall scheme of the design of the ecosystem, which will ensure that there is a less number of luminaire which is required to illuminate the larger space of the industry or the outdoor spaces. We have also spoken about certain aspect where our product should also last long. So there are certain objectives of modularity which is important, because as Morris said that we should be ready today actually for tomorrow. If we have a luminaire which is not in a modular space where recyclability or reusability is not being taken care of, then it's going to be a problem actually in 7 to 8 years. Because if we are talking about the life of the luminaire which is more than 5 years or 10 years, then we need to have those aspects and then plan well in place. There are the few key areas which is driving the smart lighting ecosystems, which include the smart compatible luminaire, right, which ensures that the luminaire is already ready actually with the smart element into it. There are some certain functionality which are critical actually to make it smart, which is dimmability, color tunability, automation, and then scheduling. And their technology layer, which helps the functionality and the smart luminaire put together, should also be interoperable. So we should ensure that the aspects of interoperability through various network protocol has to be there. And then the cloud application, where the decision making is happening at the data level, where the monitoring dashboard should be easily connected to each other through API level, And then the rules engines at the back end should also be supporting the entire ecosystem, and the device onboarding should also happen with ease. Services are quite critical, where the asset management and then the user management, the reports generation, alerts, because that is where we get the real cognizance of the data, where the decision whether we are getting the real saving or not is happening at the level where the user management software is generating reports automatically. There are key expectations from the smart lighting ecosystem, where we have already spoke about it. The remote accessibility is a key, where we need to ensure that the last point nodes are addressable, accessible, monitored, and there are certain information which is being generated is also being reviewed remotely. Energy saving and then luminaire life is a key, because that is something again can be very well achieved through the monitoring at a remote access level. Proactive maintenance, where the luminaire which is failing, if we get predictive information through the data point, be it the temperature which goes up or any kind of abnormalities due to electrical regulations. So that predictive maintenance can happen on time, and then we can reduce the downtime overall. Public safety, which is a key, because right light at the right time, at the right place, that also enhances the sense of safety. So if there is no light, there has to be certain notification which should go to facility management, so that there is a proper measure which is supposed to be taken in place. Light pollution, which is a critical aspect, is one of the another objective of sustainability, which not only reduces the carbon footprint, but also ensuring that the discomfort at a citizen level is being addressed through proper measurement of the light quality. And then, of course, last is the unified platforms, because if we have various devices onboarded onto the dashboard, if all the devices are not talking to each other, then there is a problem actually at a smart city level or a smart industry level. So there has to be proper consideration of the API, APK level of integration at the cloud level, so that all the platforms should talk each other. These are the few key components and the key architect of the smart lighting. I think the sensors are the key, because they are the one actually who are ensuring that environmental changes which is happening is being recorded, and then the data is being optimized actually for the lighting conditioning and intelligence. There are controllers actually which are important, that the sensors which are recording the data should having certain kind of adaptive illumination through controllers. Now, communication network like components enabling data exchange and remote control of the lighting system is also one of the key component to ensure that things are getting transferred to the cloud actually, and then the cloud platform integration is the last one actually, which ensures that all the intelligent lighting functions and remote management are happening. There are few technologies and innovation controls actually which we are talking from an innovation perspective. One, of course, the light follows the human, because we want light to be there where the human is actually. Why to have the wastage of the light where there is no presence of human, especially in an industrial space? Or there has to be the dimming functionality which has to be inbuilt in the light actually, so that it should act automatically and smartly. Activity-based light, like work, discussion, and then presentation, so that it is more task-oriented, task-based lighting. And then if you have a smartness inbuilt into it, we can very well make sure that these actions are being taken care of. Mimicking outdoor, yeah. So I'm running out of time. So maybe 2 more minutes. Yeah. I'll wrapping it up. So outdoor sunlight pattern, which Girish has already spoken about. If we have the daylight harvesting or some kind of pattern which is being created through the light, maybe it looks a little bit artificial, but it gives a lot of ease actually, where we are spending more than 60-70% time in the office space. And lighting behaviors based on angle of approach and then departure. So this is something being managed by the sensor, which is again a connected and then smart sensor. These are primarily indoor technologies which we can think of as in a standalone, where sensor based light, standalone taking decision on its own. Then there is the wired network actually, where the DALI and then PoE based solution are there, which is the wired network, and then the wireless actually, which we have spoken about, that the cost of implementation and the total cost of ownership goes down significantly. Same with the outdoor system, where the non-network solutions are there. It's independent with the help of sensors. There's the public and then the private network actually, where the public network is a cloud-based centralized application. LTE and BIoTs are few examples, and then the private network where RF gateways are there to take the decisions, and then it's more proprietary kind of solution where LoRaWAN and Zigbees can.
I'll pick it from there. So thank you very much, Pushparaji, for bringing various facets of light and what are the challenges and what are the opportunities for the the lighting industry and the regulator. I'll pick up from where you left around ROSH, recyclability, the recyclable percentage, designing the product with a modular approach. So I think that they all connect the dots towards having a holistic view of a product, not only in its operational phase, even during the manufacturing phase, and even at the end of its life. So let me take it from there and to Asha Nangia Madam ji, compulsory registration order has been there for almost a decade now. I would say before coming here, we were having an informal discussion, and it reminded me that it is precisely 2 days back we completed 10 years under the compulsory registration order for LED lighting products. Now, in your view, how this regulation has evolved to both safeguard product quality and safeguarded interest of consumer, at the same time foster innovation within the industry. I would also like to throw some of your ideas where we go beyond just safety, where we start thinking of certifying products on its holistic impact on the environment. They definitely need to be tested for safety. They definitely need to be tested for their efficiencies, performance, their footprint. So it's like a complete package for an end user to evaluate a product A versus a product B, where they made this conscious and informed choice to go for a better solution for the environment. Your views, please.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology is into promoting the electronics manufacturing sector and also to regulate the sector. So we started this work way back in 2012. Till that, electronics sector was totally unregulated. So whatever imports was coming, and whosoever was manufacturing in a country, they were manufacturing what they want. They were never looking into the standards, what is the quality of the products they were producing, whether the product is safe or whether the product is giving a good performance. Nothing was there. So we initiated that work, and in 2000, if I talk about that, in 2012 we notified the Electronics and Information Technology Goods Order, that's commonly known as Compulsory Registration Order. In that case, we notified 15 product categories for compliance to the safety standards. So now why safety standards? So basically when you talk about the performance, you can go to the shop, check that whether the audio sound is good, the video quality is good. So you can make a considered choice that which product to buy. But the safety is something like that. You cannot see, you cannot evaluate the safety of the product by just looking at the product. You will never know whether it is going to catch fire, whether you can have electric shock from them, or whether you can have some kind of fire and temperature rise, maybe you can burn your hands and so on. So that was the first step. Till then everything was there, and now industry has, like you just mentioned, that today we have, 2 days back we have completed 10 years. So it was a long journey, and now industry is complying, and when they comply to the standards, the products are globally competitive. They are able to export also, and the products that are globally available, the Indian consumer they are available to the consumers at a lower cost. And we have also spread awareness that yes, this is something, a mark has been there. So you can select the product based on that mark, that it is certified to the safety standard and the product is totally safe. When the consumer is aware, it's a pressure on the manufacturer to manufacture the quality goods. Until they do so, they will not be able to capture the market. So that was the first thing about this compulsory registration order, that yes, it has taken a toss to the manufacturers who were selling unsafe products into the country or the substandard products in the country. Like you mentioned about what is in future. Right, so we have that when we started this, LED lights were the ones which were there, and LED bulbs were there. Now the technology is ever evolving, and now we have shifted to smart lighting, or I would say AI enabled lighting. So now we should have some kind of standards which should be able to take care of such smart lighting also, whatever the safety concerns, the performance concerns, and even when we look at this smart lighting or IoT enabled lights, this gives a way to that yes, there could be a security breaches also, because these lights would now be connected to a digital infrastructure, maybe in the urban infrastructure, maybe in your industry, and everywhere it can be connected, and if there is any kind of data breach, it would be taken to toss. So now Bureau of Indian Standards has come out with the IoT security standard. So we can look forward that whether the security standard would be able to address the security concerns with these smart lighting or the smart LED luminaires, or we can have a specialized standard to address the security concerns. We can always consider that once the things are mandatory, then only people will have interest that yes, they should be complying to those standards. In the security concerns, we'll be able to address what is the access, how the firmware is updated, how the password is protected, whether there are ports which are not secure, and so on. There will be different measures, and definitely like another speaker told us that there could be interoperability issues also. Different manufacturers would be working on different platforms. If they are not able to talk to each other, then the purpose would be totally defeated. So definitely we'll have to have some kind of standards for interoperability also. So that was first thing about the compulsory registration order, and maybe when the technology evolves, we'll be able to take care of much more parameters also. But coming back to your next issues was about it's not only the Ministry of Electronics and IT who is dealing with these regulations. So Bureau of Energy Efficiency has also mandated the energy efficiency requirements for some of the LED products. So they are also addressing the concerns that the products that should be sold in the market should be energy efficient, so that we are able to save energy. Maybe we can shift to like solar energy is also where government is promoting that we can shift to solar energy to save energy. Another thing is one of the ministries is Ministry of Environment and Forest, who have notified the ROHS, that is restriction of hazardous substances, that will be able to take care of the use of hazardous substances in the products, and they have already implemented that way back in 2014 itself. Another thing is what about the e-waste, right? So e-waste rules are already implemented. The manufacturers are Ministry of Environment and Forest has already implemented those rules. 107 products are already covered. So anyone who is manufacturing or importing any of these products, they have to collect back the product e-waste within the time frame of the life of, when the life of the product ends, they have defined what is the end of life of that product. Based on that, they have to collect it and give it to the authorized recyclers. And besides that, different tenders are also there, wherein the government, because major buyer for these LED lights would be the government, in addition to the consumers who will be buying their products for their house. But government is the major buyer, maybe for their offices, maybe for their street lights, maybe for government offices and all those things. So they, when they float their tenders, they also prescribe requirements which would be in addition to those. One addition is like when that's a public procurement order. When we say that what is a public procurement order, when the government procures the products through the GEM portal, they define that it gives a platform to the domestic manufacturers. They say that it should be domestically produced. The minimum value addition should be 50% by the domestic manufacturer. And they also prescribe that product should be safe and whatever the domestic regulations are there. So government is making all efforts to address the challenges besides this. Now you mentioned about, we always mention about good things, that what has been done. So yes, things are moving in a very good direction. Industry is complying, safe goods are available to the manufacturers. But still some, I would say, illegal practices are happening, and getting the products, substandard products are getting through illegal routes. So for that, we are strengthening the surveillance mechanism, market surveillance, so that the manufacturer really get the benefit of this. And I would request that to address this digital device and to work forward in these directions, industry, academia and the regulators and the ministry should come forward and take this initiative to address all these challenges.
Thank you very much, madam. To address those points, just one last question from my side. And definitely all these multiple regulations have helped definitely consumer as well as the industry to move forward in a direction where we manufacture more responsibly and consume more responsibly. Lighting industry per se, if we see the manufacturing practice, most what is sold in the country is manufactured here itself. And there has been a great amount of local value addition. You talked about GEM portal, where the preference is given to the locally produced product, where greater value addition is recognized for the betterment of the manufacturer. Considering that majority of the manufacturing is already happening in the country, to further increase the domestic value addition and boost export competitiveness, we need an ecosystem of semiconductors, the discrete electronic components within the country, and METI being the custodian of electronic products, their hardware, the component ecosystem. METI has already brought multiple schemes like PLI, there is a spec scheme. What are the new things that are lined up in that direction to promote more of the component level manufacturing happening in the country to really benefit and make the entire ecosystem competitive and worthy of export competitiveness?
Thank you, Nitish, for this question. So, like I mentioned, that ministry is promoting electronics manufacturing in the country. And to that, we have, we don't want to produce just the finished goods and export the finished goods. We want to produce the goods for the country and also for the exports. And we want to create the whole ecosystem, right from the finished goods to the semiconductors, so that we are able to become self-reliant. We want to make everything in India. We want to become Atmanirbhar. So for that, we had started taking initiatives way back in 2012. So we notified the modified special incentive package scheme, manufacturing the finished goods. If you remember that, electronics manufacturing had just started at that particular time. So we thought that let's start with the finished goods itself, and if people start manufacturing the finished goods, the ecosystem will come on its own. So in that, lighting products, LED lights were also there, which were also included in that list, and many manufacturers have taken benefit of that, and that scheme provides of 25% of the capex to the manufacturers as an incentive. Subsequent to that, now we started with the finished goods. Now there was a need to have a scheme to promote the component manufacturing scheme. So we notified a scheme called SPECS, that is a scheme for promotion of electronic components in semiconductors. And there also we were providing 25% of the capex as incentives to the manufacturers of the listed components. That was also a very successful scheme, but at that time, if I would say, people had participated in the scheme, but not at a very large scale. Maybe if you are having an industry and you want to invest in something, so you have invested the amount that you wanted to invest based on the calculation that how much government will provide. So component manufacturing has come up at that particular time, but not to the scale that we wanted. Subsequently, there was a scheme called PLI scheme for mobile phones and its components. That was a torch bearer of the, I would say, the mighty scheme, wherein we promoted the electronics manufacturing, I would say the mobile manufacturing, and I'm proud to say that today we are 99% of the mobiles sold in India are manufactured in India, and hardly 1% we are importing. That would be some only. And today we are also exporting. Today, if I say electronic production is 11.3 lakhs crores, 5.4 lakh crores would be the mobile phone itself. And out of that, 2 lakh crores we are already exporting. So that was the scheme, and also we have promoted their components. And many companies has participated, including the domestic manufacturers and the foreign manufacturers. Subsequently, we notified the scheme for IT hardware, that is promotion of information technology goods like laptop, desktop, tablets, servers, and all those things. These are the products that are covered under the information technology agreements and which are coming in the country at zero duty. So there were not any, I would say, interest of the manufacturers to manufacture these products in India, because they can very easily import from other countries. So that scheme is also working very well now, and people have participated in the scheme, and they have started investing in India. So that was about the finished goods. Now, recently, the scheme is also open. We have notified the electronic component manufacturing scheme, wherein we wanted that the component should be manufactured at a large scale. We want that includes components like PCBs, camera modules, and all things which are not even here. And PCBs, especially the multi-layer PCBs beyond 7 layers or 10 layers, so that we actually, they'll be able to make boards for servers and all those things. Similarly, we have a scheme called a PLI for semiconductors. Government has announced a scheme for 76,000 crores, and that scheme is working very well. 10 companies have participated. That scheme aims for setting of ATMP, setting of a display fab, setting up of chip fabs, and designing incentive scheme, because we want that it should be, security should be right from the design itself. So that scheme is also there. And since that, whatever the investment we had proposed for semiconductor scheme, that is 76,000 crores, people have already exhausted that scheme. So maybe in the coming future, we can have one more semiconductor scheme. That is yet to be announced, but yes, the discussions are on the way to have some kind of scheme for that also.
Thank you very much, madam, for providing a very comprehensive view on multiple policies and the initiatives that have been supporting Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat, as envisioned by our Honorable Prime Minister. So for the audience, I think you have heard what is being developed in terms of regulatory regimes, the policy framework, and the trends that are happening across the globe The Indian lighting industry is all geared up to provide the same based out of India to the end consumer, the users in the consumer segment. And we have the necessary policy and regulation in place. Definitely they currently are separated by different work stream of different ministries. It's a work in progress where industry definitely would like to have single regulations for the ease of doing business. And definitely the future is bright from the lighting perspective that the industry is ready to support 2047 India developed nation, the 100 years of our independence and a net zero by 2070. If there are any questions from the audience, you may please raise your hand and address the question to the panelists.
Hello. So there was a lot of discussion regarding efficiency and training the lights according to the people available so as to conserve energy and everything. But the one thing I found missing was how exactly the data would be used. What about the privacy concerns of the people? Because you were talking about security threats and breaches, that's fine. But what about the data? How exactly are you using the data? Who the data will be going to? That in none of the slide that was mentioned. So I would like to inquire that is there any industry level discussion regarding this? How exactly the data will be used and who will have access to it?
So I will address your question and then we'll ask Madam here to further elaborate over it. We have already a digital data protection bill, and under that there are rules for data privacy and data security, which restrain sharing of personal data, collection of personal data in a manner which is, let's say, causing any harm to the person whose data is being collected, without their consent. So that is there. When we talk about data collection, so if I heard, and if you would have also heard clearly, Pushparaj mentioned the kind of data that is being collected. Girish ji mentioned that it is mostly the heat map. Let's say in this auditorium, it will simply count the number of people. They are not the cameras which will identify you with your facial recognition and things like that. It is like more to support the ancillary services. So your HVAC system will know that how many people are there, how it has to optimize your fresh air intake. If I talk into the building level, so if any large corporate has 10 towers, and we now are not having a concept of individual seating arrangement, you can simply put most people, if they can get occupied within just 2 or 3 floors. So you avoid, let's say, cooling of all the floors or heating of all the floors, illuminating all the floors, or even cleaning all the floors on those particular days where it is not even required. So it's like space optimization. It also enables end consumer to be aware that do they really need to buy or lease more rental space. So those are the things that are possible with this smartness inbuilt.
I guess. Yeah. Yes. In a public space, obviously it won't be possible to link data to a particular specific person. But since the lighting will also be expanded to a personal space, so that in that case, since they are connected to internet via router or anything, so they are definitely identifiable to a person. And as far as I understand, I think private data would be a larger data set as compared to public data set, if you're talking about training.
If we talk about the data protection bill, I think that anyway addresses that concern of yours, that personal data or identification of individual in a manner without their consent is anyway not allowed. So the system is not going to monitor whether person X has come to office today at this time. So that is mostly the concern of people, that when these smart devices come into their working space, they feel that they are being monitored. So that is not going to happen. It's more to, take things beyond illumination, because it's an omnipresent asset which can be utilized to generate a lot of useful data to take decisions for the betterment, not for, the monitoring purpose. Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Yeah. My question is, very simple. We are talking about sustainability here and energy saving. It's a good, very good contribution from industries where they brought in improvement as far as this one, energy density as well as lux improvement. But over a period of time, these industries moved from conventional lighting to smart lighting to intelligent lighting. Here, when you bring in, you gather the data, and for gathering the data, you have to have an account, and you have to maintain data for each customer, and this moves the energy consumption to data center. Now, what energy you saved at the customer level, that is energy efficiency you brought in, you are, in other words, spending at the data center, because you have to create an account and data being used. And previous this one session was speaking about data center wastage of energy, and in this case I don't understand the saving which has been achieved. Say 80%, it's not a true saving. So how that is accounted as far as saving and sustainability is concerned?
Okay, so first I will ask Mr. Morris to present a global overview on this consumption side pattern for these smart devices which are getting integrated into the lighting system. Are there any regulatory things that are being developed, and what is the typical share that you want to understand, lighting consumption versus these ancillary devices which are capturing the data and storing it or helping the lighting system to take certain decision. So over to you, Maurice, and then I will ask Pushparaj here to also further add to it.
Yeah, thank you. This is a very good question, and I caught a little bit of the previous session on data centers, so I also fully understand the relevance of this. I do not have an answer right away. Also in the previous session it was emphasized, yes, there is a cost to collecting data, maintaining data, but there is also a benefit, and it's important that you quantify these insights that you get. I think in the end, the answer to this question is to have these environmental product declarations. The life cycle assessments that you also apply to products, you should apply to the whole building operation. And then you can draw conclusions. So this is a technology, and there are many standards for that, that we need to evolve, and then we have all the insights. I do not have the answer right away, and of course, all these technologies are subject to improvement over time. Today, we believe that the cost of the data is much less than the improvements we achieve, but this is certainly something to watch as more AI comes into play. So the answer to that is, you need to look at all aspects. You need to have a full environmental product declaration of all the things that are ongoing in the buildings, and that includes the data management of that building.
Thanks, Maurice, for sharing those insights. I would ask Pushparaj also to add to that.
Yeah, so information what we gather from the previous session, where the data center consumes only 1 to 2% of total energy, right? Compared to 15%, which is the lighting as of now. And from the smart and then connected solution, what we are targeting is to bring it down to 50 to 60%, right? Which is quite significant. So as of now, this is a trade-off. but I think your question is quite valid. We need to make sure that the large data, what is being created, especially from a private, and then personal network, has to be has to be managed through the algorithm actually, wherein we should optimize actually. That has to be planned properly. That has to be optimized in a way that the consumption of the space at the data center has to be as minimal as possible. Right? So that's something which is being there in back of the software programmer's mind, and this is one of the biggest target what we are taking to make sure that the data sets are smaller.
So, as Maurice mentioned, definitely actual saving is outweighing the consumption, and that is why the solutions are being adopted globally. So, there may not be exact data available, but definitely these are outweighing those negative aspects. And while we are talking about the data center and the cooling part, I was invited to give a talk around, energy efficiency and water connect. And I was going through some of the reports for our country, and per unit of power generation, we are consuming around 3 to 5, and in some cases, some of the older plants, we are even consuming more than that liters of water. So just imagine that if I cut down my energy bill directly by 50, 70 or 80%, I am saving that much of water. And if I connect these systems, additional 30 to 50% saving that industry is saying you can achieve, that is direct saving on your water bill, because we have still predominantly thermal power station which are generating power, consuming a lot of water in their entire process. So with that, can we take this offline, because madam have to go, she has a meeting in the ministry, and we have to allow her to move ahead. But we are there, while over the lunch we can have one-on-one discussion. And thank you very much for being a patient audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. If you have any questions, you can just send a mail across to us. I'm sorry, because I have a meeting, I'll not be able to address your questions here. Thank you so much.
Let's extend a huge thank you to our moderator, Sri Nitish Punia, and all our incredible speakers for shedding light on the transformative power of smart lighting. Your insights were truly illuminating. Let's invite Mr. Sanjay Pant, Deputy Director General Standardization, BIS, for presenting the mementos to the panelists and the moderator. Mr. Punia. Ms. Asha Nangia. Mr. Pushparaj Giri. Mr. Girish K. Chawla. Thank you, sir. I request all the speakers and DDG to come forward for the group photograph. Thank you, everyone. This brings us to the end of session 2. As we break for lunch, we hope that you're all aware of the exhibition happening in hall number 14 downstairs, and I encourage you all to visit it during the break or in between sessions to explore the latest innovations. Lunch for the audience is arranged in the east side multipurpose hall at level 3. You can take the escalator towards the east of the building. It's one floor above us. The next session on transforming buildings to restore sustainability will begin at 12:30 in the same auditorium post lunch. Thank you. I'm sorry, we'll reconvene at 2:30. Now, let's look at this from a different point of view. Our next segment is on transforming buildings to restore sustainability. The buildings and construction sector contributes nearly 40% of GHG emissions, and energy sector accounts for 75% of all emissions. This session will focus on how our built environments can become agents of positive change. We will discuss how buildings, as a fundamental requirement, carry the largest opportunity for reduction in both embodied and operational carbon, and for restoring the planetary systems. The session will deal with sustainability challenges in the built environment involving multiple stakeholders. While I introduce the dignitaries for a session, I invite them to please join me on the dais. The session, which is a panel discussion, will be moderated by Professor Montomani, Head of Sustainability and Design Lab. So please. Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He has done extensive research on sustainability science, an interdisciplinary field with a particular emphasis on its application in architecture and design. Welcome, sir. Welcoming the speakers, we have Professor Rajan Rawal, Senior Advisor at the Center for Advanced Research in Building Science and Energy, CEPT, Ahmedabad. Professor Rawal teaches energy efficient built environments, energy policy, and energy modeling. His current focus of work is on passive design strategies, net zero energy buildings and communities, urban microclimates, embodied carbon in buildings, personal thermal comfort systems, and practices of adaptive thermal comfort models. Welcome, sir. Then we have Dr. Francois Guillemot, International Marketing Manager for Sustainable Buildings, Saint-Gobain Glass, Paris. Dr. Guillemot is the Glass Sustainable Manager at Saint-Gobain, playing a pivotal role in the company's decarbonization efforts. With over a decade of experience in Saint-Gobain's building flat glass R&D, he has spearheaded the launch of the industry's first low-carbon glass. Following him, we have architect Millie Majumdar, Managing Director, GBCI India, and Senior Vice President, Research and Innovation, USGBC. Mrs. Majumdar leads a team of uniquely qualified experts responsible for driving thought leadership, identifying market threats and opportunities, expanding the green building body of knowledge, and informing product strategy and optimization. Welcome, ma'am. Next, we have Dr. C. Velan, Chief Executive Officer, CEE BROS, Chennai, and former City Head, Capitaland. Dr. Velan holds a doctorate in sustainable designing of green IT buildings, bringing a unique perspective to his projects. And completing our panel, we have architect Tanmay Tathagat, Executive Director, Environmental Design Solutions. He'll be joining us online. Please give a big round of applause for our moderator and speakers for this session. I'll leave the floor to the moderator, Professor Montomani. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, am I audible? Very good afternoon, and I think we pulled you very quickly from lunch. The lunch was good. So I have a presentation here, and what I tried to do is try to sum up the inputs from the panelists. Is there a slide changer or? Oh, there. No, okay. Yes, please. Thank you so much. So we start with what Tanmay had shared. This was about smart grids and grid integrated net zero, right? And here I think the concept he's trying to bring in is two-way communications between the grid and the building, and also the fact that sensors could play a big role in not only monitoring and how buildings function, but also monitoring the environment outside. So the proposition is that smart grids can play a big role in regulating and fostering a sustainable world. And controls is a big thing today with everything being connected, your ChatGPT now coming in, AI, ML coming in. How can that be actually leveraged to support a sustainable world? Then we have some questions that Professor Rajan has actually shared. One is science. The need for science is very paramount today in everything that we do. And the aspect of complete life cycle, design, construction, operation, and I'll also add end of life, being considered by in the design phase itself as a single continuum, and the part of performance taking precedence and intent actually, alone is not enough, because it not necessarily translates to things that we really want to do, right? Then we have Millie's, set of slides where she says that resilience is important, health of occupants is important, and the fact that this should be equitable. That is access to equitable, healthy living conditions. And also, I presume you are implying that vulnerability to climate change is also not affecting everybody in the same way, right? Then the aspects of design and building performance, best performance buildings should also be available, and the aspect of sustainable finance, right? And there's also a need for uniform policy regime with checks and balances, right? So I will have a question here, particularly looking at diversity. How do you look at uniform policy given the diversity of building materials and typologies that we have? And then we have Velanji's set of slides where he's actually talking of the reality, the real estate, and the kind of transformative role it plays not only for the economy but in terms of skills and jobs. And I like what he says here, saying that while development remains non-negotiable for India's growth trajectory, and the environmental damage, he says, is not inevitable, right? And he's also shared the fact that India's real estate and the building sector is booming, and the fact that the amount of square footage and millions of square foot that we are adding is also high, and its contribution to the GDP of the country. So there are some good practices that he's brought in terms of net zero, not only in terms of energy, he's also looked at waste and water. So next slide, please. So he's again looking at the entire life cycle, looking at the net zero, or the 2070 net zero pledge that India has made, the national's vision, holistic integration across life cycle, and viability in terms of demonstrating that these are feasible. Yeah, next, please. So he's basically looked at how a building can be looked at for retrofitting, keeping occupant wellness at the top. Next, please. Then we have Francis' slide where glass, I think, has a debatable sort of position in India particularly. In Europe, it's accepted. And the kind of transformative role they have played in the technology part, where they've actually brought down the wattage in terms of, the low E values, that is solar heat gain coefficient, from 408 to 141, right? That's almost bringing it down by 3/4. Next slide, please. And then he's also looking at the role of glass and how it can actually play a transformative role in increased daylight, reduced need for illumination. And also glass has a role both in terms of embodied carbon and operational carbon, right? So there's Then this is the slide deck which we've been trying to work on, looking at sustainability and the built environment. And the transformative perspective we are trying to bring in is, can buildings restore occupant wellness and planetary wellness, right? Today we have issues of microplastics coming in, a lot of endocrine disruptors that we are exposed to in the built environment. Indoor air quality is a concern. And can buildings play a restorative role? So the figure there, we've drawn 3 cycles, the building, 3 scales at which building can be looked at. One is the building itself, second is the local community or a cluster of buildings, and then we look at the planetary scale. So if you look at the graph on the right, you will see that most of the resources that go into a building actually come from distant sources, right? So if you're looking at circularity, and when we dispose them locally. So there is a disparity there. Next slide, please. Yeah. So what we are trying to do is that if you leverage the fact that there is diversity of building materials available and we rely on that diversity locally, then we can actually reduce the embodied carbon there. And again, the perspective of sustainability we're trying to bring in is distinct from performance, right? And here what we're saying is, say, building materials, right? Durability is a performance expectation. Structural requirement is a performance expectation, right? But where does sustainability come in? Sustainability comes in terms of, okay, are the building materials toxic, right? In what way are you dealing with end-of-life issues, right? And end-of-life issues now are a concern with renewables also. With photovoltaics, it's a big concern. What happens to photovoltaic panels when they're discarded, what happens to all the composites that go into windmills, wind energy, right? So those are the dimensions we have tried to bring in. Next slide, please. So this slide, I think you'll have to click. Yeah, so we have the building. We have buildings that contribute to climate change, and today we are worried about it because climate change impacts buildings. Buildings rely on ecosystem services. That is, the air that we breathe is part of an ecosystem service. And we rely on local resources, right? We have building materials that we consume. We have energy and appliances. We look at efficiency, and they also generate pollution and wastewater. This is where we are looking at social inclusivity and accountability. And the role that buildings have to play today is looking at ecological integrity and restoration. And we also have to look at whole building performance, not only air-conditioned buildings, but also passive performance. And we have to remember that 60% of India's building stock is still rural. And a lot of rural dwellings we have found has an inherent resilience to withstand climate change, right? But these are buildings that are transforming to become modern dwellings. Then we have building materials, and there are concerns connected with the bulk of material, that is structure, finishes, and additives. And there was a data point I was given that 20-30 years back, nearly 70% of a building's embodied carbon went to the structure of the building, right? Today, it's only 25%. So a lot of it is to go to finishes, carpeting, curtains, and all of these, which are not necessarily the structure of the building, right? And the issues of microplastics and endocrine disruptors. So finally, we come down to energy. Energy, again, renewables is not the answer to everything, because if you're drawing on renewables from the land occupied as the building, that's different from you having hectares of land area devoted to wind farms and solar, and then drawing energy from there. And lastly, looking at how do you repurpose or how do you recover critical materials. Like I would have that question to Francis in terms of coatings that are made on glass, and these glass is used and discarded somewhere. How are they recovered? So with this, I'll have one last slide. The definition we are trying to bring into the code now is how can buildings restore occupant and planetary wellness? And our code probably is the only one looking at planetary wellness. And this has actually been reinforced by many of the recent court rulings, which have said that you should give the right of an individual to the planet as well. Thank you. And I would request each of the panelists to maybe, if I have missed out something on their slides, Tanmay has a constraint on time, so I would request him to go first, and then I have a set of questions, and the panel is open. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and apologies for not being there in person. I think you've summarized the whole discussion very succinctly, and it's clear that our built environment definitely has to play not just a supporting role, but it has to lead this transformation where we look at resource consumption, use, and the impact it has on people and the planet as a whole system, and therefore have a way of measuring, monitoring, standardizing all the processes and impacts that the built environment has, so that you can track the way to reducing its impact, as well as distinguishing good from the bad. And I feel that this whole discussion of looking at the built environment and buildings as a continuum which connects people at one end to all the resources that the planet has in terms of materials, air, water, is extremely complex. And we need to have this discussion on what's the simplest way to comprehensively look at this system and set our standards, set our codes, and the way we can monitor it, so that while we track this, we also don't make it so complex and so onerous that, like many other things, we are not really able to see the micro level details, as I said, from health impacts to microplastics and all of this should not get lost in this discussion. So yeah, I feel that this panel and this discourse is well poised to address that.
Thank you, Tanmay. I'll just take the questions I had for you. Can target values be set, like you said, into smart buildings, and can they be set to reach the net zero targets that we're looking at? Can some embodied or operational carbon values be assigned?
Yeah, that's a great question, because this is the standard typical way in which we have approached our goals, by looking at, can you set a target value? Now, this is a very complex concern, because when you look at embodied carbon, even if it's for a simple thing like the structural part of the building, and you did touch upon the finishes and other things, we'll come to it. The design and the use of the building and where it is situated varies significantly. So in order to set a definite number becomes a very complex exercise if you want to adjust all the factors that are related to design: the height of the building, the strength, number of people, what kind of use it has, what kind of structural loads it has to carry. So I would look at it in two different components. Just like we can think of it analogous to a standard for, let's say, an appliance. So let's say a refrigerator. We can set a standard for the refrigerator to be extremely efficient, and you can set a bar for how much energy it uses. But when it comes to using that refrigerator at home, what is the size of the refrigerator, what is the capacity, and how you use it will affect the overall energy and the environmental impact. Similarly, we can have standards for building materials and all the components that are manufactured, and that can be monitored and measured at the point of manufacturing or production, including the extraction process and all the things that go out. But when it comes to actually using that material in the building, we need to have maybe a range of guidance values, best practices, and a standard way of measuring and calculating that what is the actual value, embodied carbon, energy, water of the material that has gone into the building. So technically it is possible to do the standardization and set a limit, but measuring it, monitoring it, and putting it as a standard value for all will be a huge challenge.
Thank you. And my second question is with regards the smart, two-way grid connectivity and the fact that all aspects of the built environment or the building will be connected. We know that data centers today are probably consuming 5% of total energy, and the immediate forecast is it's going to jump up to about 15%. So when we have a connected sort of living, how do you think our operational carbon will it sort of spiral up, or is there a way to keep that down?
So, as you said initially, that just having lots of renewables is good, as having a renewable source of energy available, but it's not the solution if it does not really translate into how we use energy and connect with the variability of a natural system. And so when you look at renewable energy and how it feeds into our grids, our buildings need to be responsive to that. So when you have a data center or a building which consumes that energy at a certain period of time, when let's say there's less renewable energy or there's more renewable energy, it needs to respond to that. And therefore you need standards and protocols that can tell a building or a consumer that what is the carbon content of my energy at that point of time. And the buildings should be designed to respond to that. So when I see that there is an excess renewable energy in an afternoon in winter, then can I store that energy at my building? Can I do some extra processing of that energy to do some useful work when it is low? And vice versa, when it's a certain time of the day or year, when there is a variability and less renewable energy, can I cut down my energy use in proportion? So it's not just being efficient, it's also being responsive. And that will give everyone this balance required to move towards net zero. And as a consequence of this, a lot of deployment of sensors, monitors are required, and you will definitely need standards and protocols to ensure safety, security, as well as reliability of these in order for this thing to work.
Thank you. I think if you can stay on, we might have some questions from you for the audience. Sure. I'll go to Rajan next. In case I've missed out something, please do chip in. But the questions I have for you is, how does one, leverage the diversity in buildings, the climate, materials that we have, and how can that help in achieving net zero?
Thanks. I think number one, diversity is must. We cannot rely on one approach to find solutions. Depending upon context, either it's a geographical context or a political context or a climate context, we must look at that context as a generator of various solutions. Most of the time what happens is that because someone has done something somewhere and that has met with a success, one would like to replicate at other place, and largely that happens that it does not meet with the same level of success. That means the kind of solutions one needs to find for local context, one needs to invest into it. So number one, diversity of solutions are most important or very important. And in a lighter note, at my university we say that traffic is a worldwide problem. But that worldwide problem needs to be solved locally. So each city has to solve its own traffic problem. At other side, when I work on a cooling technology is also worldwide problem, but that needs to be solved at the world level, because the kind of products which we are looking at, like air conditioner or cooling device, which is a highly manufactured industrial product, it doesn't require so much of localized context. So depending upon what is a problem, one needs to find solutions, and which is more locally, and hence it has to be more and more diversity. Now, how do you really generate, or how do you really maintain a kind of diversity which you have, or one would like to keep it? This is where probably I always say that we need to rely on science. And when I say need to rely on science, not necessarily it's a science books or equations, but we have seen that various kind of architects, planners have done amazing amount of work in various contexts over a period of 30, 40 years of their own career. And many of those buildings are quite well designed, respond to grid, respond to occupants, keep the health in check, and so on and so forth. How do you really translate that 40 years of experience into something which a newcomer can adopt right away, so that newcomer doesn't have to go through the process of that 40 years? And this is where science comes. Science has the capacity to levelize the field. It may turn into certain kind of rule sets, but as far as the rule set has a certain kind of diversity, or I would say band, and that is what probably Tanmay was also trying to say, is that as far as we keep ourselves in a certain kind of band and not prescribe a value, we are good enough. But it is must that all of us needs to have certain kind of target in mind. Target is not, again, I'm saying the one value, but a range of target which one can look at it. So yes, diversity is important, but at the same time, diversity also needs to come from certain kind of rule set. Thanks.
Thank you. I have my next question to Millie on the benchmarking of buildings. How effective has this approach been in lowering, say, operational carbon in the Indian context?
So, again, if I take cue from what Tanmay mentioned, and before I start, I must thank BIS for giving me the opportunity to be part of this panel. So now coming back to the question, so I have been working in this segment for over 3 decades now. So I have seen, evolution of benchmarks and also how diverse they can be. Again, taking cue from what Tanmay said and what Rajan said, that buildings in India, particularly if you look at, so they vary climate zone wise, they vary use type wise. Even in commercial buildings, you will find that there are so many variations. So to have a uniform benchmark per se can never be successful unless you set boundary condition on how you want to monitor and measure that benchmark. If I look at, the kind of work that has been done around it, in terms of setting absolute benchmark, the only one which I can think of, which had gained credibility and some amount of traction was the Energy Star program, the energy labeling, the star rating for buildings that was introduced by the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, where one looked at certain commercial typologies of buildings like hotels, hospitals and others, and there was benchmark set. And the buildings were given a label and a star rating which was there on the building. However, when we kind of investigated further and went into the details, there were a lot of kind of, deviations on how actually people are able to measure and monitor and put those numbers. And there was actually no standardized or, very rigorous methodology for doing that. So, and I come from a segment where we are looking at certification of buildings, which considers benchmarks very seriously. So what we have been traditionally doing, and this has also evolved through the trajectory as building grew, that there can be buildings where you can set benchmarks both when it is getting designed as well as when it is operational, right? And when typically you design a building, then it is not up and standing, up and running. So you have to anticipate how much it will consume, and then you have to set a benchmark to lower that, okay, in a conventional scenario, you would consume this, and then how better you can go by deployment of better systems, better architecture, controls, operating parameters. There what I found, was typically that use of energy modeling, which evolved as a very, best practice for doing it, and it has certainly grown leaps and bounds, where standards like, say in Indian context, the ECBC, etc., set those benchmarks. And if you really look at ECBC, ECSBC, they set those benchmarks, and then you see that you model the building and how much better you go. But then if you ask me that whether it will perform as you have modeled, I would say no. There is a very large deviation between what you would model, typically design the building for, and how it would operate. So if you go and compare that, again we have done research, there is no parity because the climate will change, your operating parameters will change, etc. So while benchmarks give you very good cues on how you should design and anticipate, but finally your operating numbers, parameters are very central and core to that building. And you have to, I think, set your own EPI, Energy Performance Index, and other parameters for the building. You can be given certain boundary conditions which BE and others have set. But again, the trajectory of it, how you lower it year on year, has to be building specific. That's what I feel and I've seen in practice. Also what we have recently seen is that the discussion on benchmarking now also has moved from operational to embodied, like we just discussed. And again, that is an evolving area. Still, we will take time in evolving data on how building performance, benchmarks will evolve for embodied carbon. However, again, within the realms of the rating system, if I talk, we have introduced concepts of, say, environmental product declaration, etc., which sets benchmarks or which sets best practices for individual building materials. You can add them up. You can decide that what is the benchmark for, fair embodied carbon. So holistically, I think it's still an evolving field. And benchmarks certainly are there to stay, and it will help you to evolve more and more. And the more data you get, I think you can evolve.
Thank you.
Can I add a little bit on
Sure,
this? If
sure,
you don't mind?
absolutely.
Yeah.
The next question was to you as well.
Yeah, good that you touched upon Millie. See, the benchmark is something kind of a subjective matter to discuss. In my personal experience, I just want to quote in my earlier organization. What we have done actually is that in the two different levels the benchmarks were handled. One is that, as you rightly mentioned, there is a need for a design level of focus and that intent level of focus. Of course, I'm connecting this two subjects, operational intent here. What we have done was that it's ECBC. For example, energy side we'll talk about a grade A commercial building or something. There is a requirement or benchmark which is there 100 kilowatt hour per square meter per year, which is that benchmark. See, then what we have done two comparisons. One, that is the base, we have to keep it. Second, because we were the large developers, even now also we are, what we have compared our international and national level of performance of that energy performance of similar kind of buildings across regions, and then we have put up that as a value. Then we compare the ECBC as well as the practical scenario. Then we formed our own benchmark for designing the building, which is predominantly in line with what is a requirement as per ECBC, or we are better off. We compared that and established a benchmark for ourselves, which has also helped us to position us in the market in the commitment to the environment. That is how we have done. So the two aspects to that, yes, ECBC is a design intent level. Then we also compared how that similar kind of properties are for ours or a competitor properties performs, and then we compared, we kept our benchmark. This is how we have also handled the benchmark part of it. Yeah.
Thank you. The question for you was, how easy was it to convince all stakeholders when you have a design intent?
Yeah, good. See, there are two ways of looking at it. Fortunately, I have been working in organizations which were also committed to environment, so that made our job a little easier for the designers. So the good part is, the stakeholders are, I split it into three kinds of stakeholders. One is in-house, internal leadership team. The second one is the customers. The third one is relating to the vendors or all the designers. See, what happens in this case, the major thinking, probably we may be thinking that the leadership team who is putting that money probably is our major challenge. We may think about it, but it is not the case. The customers now today, I can put it commercial building or office building. No tenants or no employees are willing to come to a premise which is not a sustainable building. This has come into a commercial sector or any kind of office space. It has to be green or sustainable building, which has come as a requirement by any customer now. That is easy. That is also driving upwards the management team or leadership team to focus on sustainability. Without that, you are not going to be existing. This is secondary. Third is voluntary. Voluntary, I can put it that the investors or the bankers or any kind of developers on their own today are not looking at investment rate of return as a serious matter. It is, of course, for the existence in the business, to answer to the shareholders, it is important. But more than that, the environmental rate of return, if that is not positive, it is not lucrative, the project is no-go. That is a kind of focus is there with the developers, with investors. So that is also driving. So answer to you, who has to be managed then? The third bucket I was mentioning, the vendors and the designers. By all practical reasons, They are all for it. That's not a challenge. It means bringing this, the intent level of designing a building in a sustainable way has become a reality today.
Thank you. Thank you. And my question to Francis on glass. Glass across Europe is extensively used, right? But in the Indian context, it sort of has a both pro and con. People look at it both ways. So what is your perception on that?
Okay, so yes, I guess glass is always perceived also as a, let's say, an opening to a lot of heat coming inside, especially in India, where you have a high amount of solar irradiance everywhere. So yes, it used to be, but technological solution do exist for this kind of control. This was quickly shown on the slide you were showing at the beginning. This kind of coating we can apply on glass to control the incoming of heat inside the building, in combining this technology to a double glazing unit or even a triple glazing unit, or now more and more also why not vacuum glass or dynamic shading glass is a good way to allow this kind of good energy performance even in with high amount of light coming in. So for us, glass is still an important solution, and you were talking about health, even planetary health, but also occupants of buildings health. And you can already see this beginning of afternoon, we all had a very good lunch, but big lack of natural daylight. So we all start feeling dizzy and or sleepy. We spend 90% of our time indoor. So part of it is during night, but a big part also is during the day, and it's proved that also for general health reason and even mental health purpose, it's very important for us to see outside, to have exposure to natural daylight. So glass is also part of the solution to make the building let's say a livable place, and energy performance is part of its purpose when you couple it with advanced glazing, advanced coating technologies that are available right now.
Thank you. Yeah. So I have one question for Rajan. In terms of how do you look at the built environment to increase, say, our experience of nature? Because increasingly that is becoming scarce. And social interaction. Because you spoke of traffic, and traffic is what keeps us from even traveling and meeting somebody today.
So I think the built environment is definitely, okay, let me put it a little differently. When we were kids, we were taught that we build buildings to protect ourselves from environment. Probably third standard, fourth standard. Now what we are teaching our students is that we need to build a building in a manner so that we protect an environment. So whole things has changed on the other side. It's important that we have to have a social aspirations. We have to build buildings, or the buildings which we have, we might want to renovate them over a period of time. How responsibility we do it is what the question is. Not saying that we should not build, or not saying that we should not do X or Y. How efficiently, how smartly we do these things is more important. That's where human being is different from rest of the animal world, is that we have our aspirations, we have a society, we have a culture, and we have to sort of keep nurturing them and growing on these things. Having said that, it's also important that we keep sharing the bad practices and good practices together. We must tell that this is not good and this is good. Now again, When it comes to good and bad, people start following certain kind of rules, certain kind of benchmark. That's not what we are saying. This is good in this condition, this is bad in this condition, this is good in this condition, this is... And that kind of wisdom, it's not just about information exchange, it's not just about transfer of knowledge or technology, it's about wisdom, which people, or rather the stakeholder needs to get into, and rather they... simple intent-based approach is not going to work. And when I say intent-based approach is not going to work, I mean, everybody would like to be a good person, but always everybody struggles to become a good person because there is no system available around their own being to become good. So I think performance needs to precede over just an intent. Just an intent is not enough, but intent translated into performance is important. I mean, the very simple analogy we give to the people is that, you know, Columbus really wanted to go and find in India. That was the intent, but the performance or where he landed was altogether something else. Do we really want to do that? Intent was to go to India, but probably where have I landed myself? So I think important is that we not just have an intent to build good buildings, but also intent to build buildings which also protects the environment and rather take environment as a part of us. We are again very much in sync with the outside world, as he say that if we keep ourselves away from a daylight, we will start feeling bad or we'll have some psychological problems. So we are in sync with the nature. We just need to keep respecting that and start bringing that as a part of our buildings. And not just in greening manner, not just planting trees inside the house, but in a holistic manner. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll come to Francis. I saw the number 500 kg per carbon equivalent per meter square on your slide deck. Now, is there a way in which, say, Europe is approaching at that number?
So we say that, so regarding embodied carbon for the full building, regulations are coming, more or less following also, you're in line with what you in India are doing with Indian GBC, with the threshold. So France has been quite active in this, in putting this threshold in place, and it really connects with what Millie was saying, benchmarking, having put in place a lot of structure, so default value for most of the material, making it mandatory to calculate for each new building the embodied carbon of the full building, with thresholds that were not at all limiting, more or less around the 1,000 kilogram per CO2 equivalent per square meter, but with a clear planning of the bar going lower and lower. And we are now at the point where the bar is getting lower and people are used. It has allowed everybody in the value chain to start publishing a good level EPD and start using the values on EPD as a commercial argument. So when it starts being like this, it means also that everybody in the value chain, in the glass value chain, is being accustomed to this kind of threshold. So 500 kg per square meter is probably the threshold for 27 or 2030 in France. And we know with EPBD in Europe, so now Europe getting also inspired by what was good in this regulation. So environment performance of building directive is now also implementing this whole life carbon calculation to start also setting all these rules. So we see it, let's say, from the push of the law, and we see it also from the pull from investors. Some major company, major investing company are now putting their own threshold for what they will build. In the case of Skanska in Sweden, they have this kind of objectives as well. So it can be either push from regulation, but also some private actors can put their own targets, do their own actions to fulfill these objectives. And this is where, for a company like Saint-Gobain, as a material provider, we want to be there to provide this material, contributing to the reduction of embodied carbon. So by by already providing good level of quality and trying to also implement this lower carbon solution, even if they are limited in capacity, in quantity available. For example, our low carbon glass is limited in quantity because we use recycled glass that we take from deconstruction and so on. Intrinsically, it's limited, but it's a very powerful tool to get, for everybody to get accustomed to put this value on the embodied carbon of material, and be ready also to have everybody prepared for when we will have to take this big decision, invest a lot of money in changing the technologies, because it's also part of the transition we have to do. Some people have to take high technological risk. For the glass industry, last technological risk was probably in the 1960s when we invented the float, when Pilkington invented the float process. No major change has happened in the way we make glass since then. So we are quite an old company. We knew from 360 years some major changes have happened, and we are now at the edge of the new change. So we will take risk, and to be sure of the payback of this risk, bringing with us all the construction environment is very important.
Thank you. Wayland, to you. Companies or buildings that run 24/7, how do you manage to keep the energy consumption down?
See, there are two ways of looking at it. One, can you stop providing power or for operations, which is not going to be the case. We have to run the campus 24/7, means 24/7. How optimal you are going to be? One is that, I just give an example. On operation side, one of the recent things we have introduced is that, which is the maximum energy consuming component in a building, which is air conditioning, right? We all know about it if it is 24/7. So we just listed out how to address this through a kind of innovative solution. Fortunately, I was also part of the team which we are just getting it patented, but nevertheless, it is interesting to share. So I take this opportunity. There is one terminology which most of us know about, thermal energy storage system, which used to be very popular some time back, or even now, wherever there is a dual tariff system, this is still workable because you can store the energy in -5 degrees centigrade, the cold energy, and you can push it when there is a peak cold energy requirement, like for example, morning 6 to 9, the people will be coming, you need the chilled energy flow inside. Likewise, in the evenings, peak hours, we can use it at that point of time for discharge. What we have done, thermal energy storage system is common, but there is one method we have introduced, solar powered thermal energy storage system, which is very economical. Even if you have dual tariff or not, this is helping, because this solar power is available abundantly at a reasonable cost. So obvious reasons, people will be going for it, but it is giving one more challenge. I think, Manto, we were discussing offline, or you have also talked about it in the intro. There is a huge risk which is anticipated in the solar cell disposal over a life cycle period. That is leaving aside for a moment. But when I was talking to even Francis also, he was mentioning already there is a research going on for separating the glass from the panel and reuse it. Of course, a PV, which has to be, where there are research going on for that also. It is going to be a reality at some point of time, because life cycle is going to be 30 years or so. Barring that one part, we have used this solar power, a typical case, about 1400 TRH, we have used solar power, and which is supporting the system at the peak hour
for about morning 3 hours, evening 2 hours, like that, with 1,400 TRH, turnover basis. So this one system not only providing the efficiency or consumption of power at the minimal level, because you are using thermal storage. At the same time, you are protecting the environment because you are not using fossil fuel based power for that. This is one small activity per se, but when you look at Pune or other cities, even with or without that, the thermal storage system is going to be definitely beneficial. I can tell you this is a big market which is going to get into this solar powered or thermal energy storage system on its own. This is how we have just managed this performance of the AG system in a building.
Thank you so much. And one last question to Millie. Do high performance buildings have to be expensive?
No. So again, this is what several years of research and working on buildings. So there is a tendency that when we initially do the costing for the building, we look at only the the capex of it. We do not look at the life cycle analysis and the life cycle performance of the building. And research has shown, and we have enough data to prove that if you design the building well, and if the operational parameters are also monitored throughout when the building is performing, then the high performance building can actually, give you quick return on investment. And that also is forming now the base for several sustainable financing products. So if I take this discussion a little, kind of in a different tangent, when we talk about high performance building and when we are trying to scale construction of these buildings, financing plays a very important role, because at the end of the day, if there is no money, there is no money to again invest. And investors are also looking at sustainable products to be able to finance them. So the building sector is also now increasingly getting into the forefront of these discussions, and there is a lot of global dialogue that is happening. One of the work initially now we have done is that globally there are a lot of taxonomies that exist, sustainable financing taxonomies, because the finance people will speak a very different language than the building people. So how do you, where is the convergence point, and how do you really make the finance and the building people talk to each other and to look at this intersection? And there we have really seen, when we try to do those connections and make the calculations for the building, the so-called return on investment is very, is very, very good. And hence it is, so you will find increasingly products like green bonds, etc., which are coming into play that finances buildings. That's one point. And everything is not about the cost. Greener buildings, sustainable buildings also have a lot of co-benefits in terms of health of people, in terms of building resilience, in terms of, several other ecosystem advantages that it gives. So everything cannot be quantified in money terms. And I strongly believe, and this is what research has shown, that high performance building is not expensive.
Thank you. And I could now, if everyone's okay, open the floor to questions. And Rajan, if you could.
Just to reiterate what Millie said in one sentence here, that even a high performance building or building which is closer to the nature, even if cost you more, although it does not, but even if it costs you more, please do it. Because cost of doing is far lesser than cost of not doing. You don't know how much cost you will pay if you don't do that. So cost of doing is much lesser than cost of not doing. Just keep that in mind.
That's a nice note to close with. Thank you.
I also add one small thing for this example. We were talking about the cost of building, retrofit. We are talking about, retrofit. I have a typical case on this. When the building was performing, say, X units consumption or water on all the sites, when we have done this retrofit appropriately, Again, thanks to lead USGBC, which has certified the hotel in Chennai, we have found extraordinary benefit in terms of performance as well as commercial part of it. So doing this particular, I mean, spending little more on capex is worth doing it, not only on the environment side, but also on the commercial side. It will definitely pay off at some point of time. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, please. If somebody can pass on the mic. Yeah, I think there's one here, then we'll take you.
Namaskar everybody. I am A.K. Rajput. I am ex-member Power Systems and also chairman of ETDC. Actually, building performance defined by electricity consumption, and electricity plays a major role. And now in India also we claim that the electricity is available 24/7 from the grid. If not available from the grid, then we have the backup, sufficient backup. So that's the scenario. But a harsh reality is that ambient temperature is rising, on the rise, due to climate change and other reasons. So what our buildings are, the existing ones, they have been designed with respect to certain highest temperature and the heights according to those. The room height, this one, and the total heights also. In future, what are the codes, what is the practice being adopted, how much highest temperature is being considered for designing of the building with regard to functional performance. One is the structural expansion and all those things, and one is the functional. Like in electrical equipment, we usually have 40 degrees centigrade as the highest ambient for a particular geography, sometimes 45 at some places, and say Rajasthan areas 50 degrees Celsius. So like that building, are we considering the higher ambient or not? Because building has to last for 60-70 years.
So what you are touching is not just about performance of the building in terms of energy, but also in a newer domain we call it a resilience. That what is the resilience you are building it within the building sector so that it can prevent a certain kind of heat strokes or heat stress amongst the occupants when your outdoor temperature goes up. So the newer version of codes are dealing with these, and it does specify that how do you really build in the resilience or climate resilience or heat resilience within the building. But keep one thing in mind, that when we say that our temperature is rising or whatever projection which people are using 1.5 degree, that's on a tropics. It will change depending upon the climate. However, it's also not just about the degree centigrade air temperature. A lot depends on what is the relative humidity. Our comfort is now dependent upon what is the humidity which we are getting exposed to. Friends next to you will be able to explain you much better that even if you have a 29 degree or 27 degree centigrade, but you have very high humidity outside or inside, you will not be able to keep yourself comfortable. So that brings in a heat stress component part of the occupants' behavior. But point here is that it's not that we just need to decide, oh, build all the buildings at 50 degrees centigrade. No, not that way. It's degree centigrade, it's a relative humidity, and how long. Is it that 50 degrees is going to rise for 1 hour in a year, or the 50 degrees is going to rise for 1 hour an entire night of a summer? So many things are depending on, but point coming back that the codes and few documents are now referring to resilience part of the building sector, not just efficiency part of that. Just for your information. I hope that, and probably Millie might want to add something more.
I just want to add, in addition to what he said, if you typically look at the air conditioning practice and how, the HVAC designers would design, they would design for a peak load, of the building. And that will be higher than what would be the traditionally the maybe the the load curve of the building. So I would say yes, the codes are also changing, but right now the way it is designed, it considered some amount of higher temperature, and the systems part, the air conditioning systems now have also technologically advanced that their partial loading pattern is also pretty efficient, the part load efficiency. So when you select, when you design for peak load, and then when you select the systems, then also you look at what is the, the part load efficiency, and that combination gives you a better energy performance. I mean, there are much nuances to it, but in brief, that you really do not design for the base load, you design for a peak load, that considering the high temperatures.
Sir, may I have a question, please?
Good afternoon to the wonderful panel. Pardon me, I'm not a civil engineer. I'm an aerospace engineer, but I have got good friends in civil fraternity, and I appreciate a lot of work done by the civil engineers. Basically, I understand the word civil started from construction, and civilization is all due to civil engineers. So kudos to civil engineers, to all over the world. Now coming to, I would like to say a few things from ground up as a devil's advocate. What I find is we're all talking about smart buildings, sustainable buildings and all. Why not we look into our history, find mud buildings, tall structures, natural cooling. So there are, you go to Rajasthan, the palaces are built such a way that, Hawa Mahal, where wind cools the things like that. So maybe the net zero starts from ground up. That is my take on that. Second thing is, cost is a driving factor for a common man. No matter whatever requirement specifications we set, we tell them to buy standard material. But you go to, for all, I was in the Air Force and DID and all that. So I found many people who are constructing houses, they will go to Lajpat Nagar or some place where they buy the cheapest electrical equipment, cheapest building material. Because for a common man, cost matters. So maybe when we bring specification, things like that, it should reach the common man, and regulatory compliance is very, very important. You may set guidelines, specifications, building should be so much, setbacks should be so much. It should have a, what you call that, rainwater harvesting and things. In Bangalore, there are regulations aplenty, specifications aplenty, but implementation is zero. So regulation is very, very, very important. Especially, I would address one very touchy topic, the corruption. When it comes to building approval, things like that. So on paper, drawing, everything is perfect, but implementation, when the building comes up, it is not there. So these are things I would like to address to the August gathering and take note of it, because ultimately the cost drives everything. Thank you so much.
Yeah, may I have a question, please? Namaskar. Good afternoon. I am Dr. Jagdish Shivhare, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. Sir, I have a general question. My question, what specific innovation practices and smart decision-making AI technologies are being incorporated by the concerned government and private authorities on national and international level to foster a sense of global citizenship for a sustainable world?
There is quite a bit of what they call heat map studies that are being taken up at the regional level to actually first ascertain what is the risk that they are subjecting a person to in a particular location. And there are strategies that are really emerging, because you can look at risk or climate change from multiple perspectives. One is the climate rising, but there could be extreme events like flooding and your wind speeds changing and stuff like that. So both are sort of taken up, but it's not to the extent that is required. From a research point of view, many of us, even Rajan and many of them in practice as well, are looking at how vernacular dwellings perform. And coming to what you mentioned, we have also found that many vernacular dwellings, looking at humidity control within buildings, they perform much better than air-conditioned buildings. And I think even the air conditioning engineering will emerge to look at humidity control, looking at respiratory comfort. For now, it's only the thermal sensation that is predominant. Yeah, so if you would like to add on that.
Yeah. No, I fully agree with the bottom-up approach that problem with the top-down approach, and it might create some hassles in the group, but mankind is known to solve one problem and create 5 more. We have fantastic record of that. When you start going from top down, we always get into this cycle that you are solving one problem, you are creating 5 problems. But when you start going bottom up, probably we might be able to do better. However, the history of human development or civilization, I'm just, before I come to that, the comment you make on civil engineers, my other friends, electrical and mechanical engineers, always wonder that are we not civil enough to but anyway, coming back to the point, is that when you start getting from the bottom up, and history of mankind developing 6,000 years of history of making houses versus probably our air conditioner is just 100-year-old. It's impossible for us to imagine that in 100 years, the modern construction industry will reach to a level which somebody has reached over 6,000 years back. So I'm not making a philosophical the statement here, but it's very, very important that we need to wait. And unfortunately, the evolution doesn't take place the way revolution takes place. And we have to wait for evolution. Science doesn't progress quickly. Science progresses only generation by generation. Some of us needs to die so that other thinking takes place. So I think, but problem is that we don't have that much of time. Kind of environmental crisis which we have, we don't have. And hence we might need to balance between these two. Both needs to happen, whichever clicks. I mean, sometimes we always wonder that we are dealing with so many things, top, down, bottom, up, left, right, center, just do it, something will work and we'll be able to make it, instead of just taking one approach. Thanks.
Time for one more question.
Good afternoon. My question is to Madam, that Madam, if this information is given to Grama Panchayats, so the Grama Panchayats are giving the permission to building for houses and for loans, everything. So I did not see anywhere these instructions. So if the government is giving an instruction to the Grama Panchayat that the construction should be like this or according to the conditions, then it will be very easy to develop this idea and the construction will be great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think also I'm not very sure if the Gram Panchayats for rural construction, they are empowered to even drive regulations or give permissions for building construction in a rural setup. So that is where we have a policy paradox, like who gives that authority or who sets the standards and who implements it. If I look at the rural housing sector, the one which is very close to introducing concepts of sustainability is the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, which has, the housing, the self-help and the other housing that comes up in a rural setup. And there, I know that there are green regulations and green reforms that are being pushed. How much that is implemented, I'm really not sure. It is supposed to be, at least, PMIY just has it.
No, I think there are two ways. Again, I'm saying one is a regulatory way of doing, and the kind of comment which we received from gentlemen here, we need to understand that we are living in a society it's a society where any kind of compliance is a problem. Now, in that society, how do you really hold on to one thing where you have to have 3 meter margin and you have to have building, which, because see, and why am I saying is that we are living in a society which has anyway problem with the compliance, because compliance cost. If I have to put in, if I am an authority and I have to put one engineer in a Gram Panchayat who will look after the building sector and make sure that all buildings are sustainable, whatnot, the salary of that person is going to come on my tax. And we need to be ready for that. This country does not have that much of compliance because compliance cost. There has to be mechanism, and whatever means we are trying to reduce that cost, and hence right now government Gram Panchayat does not have a civil engineer qualified in ABCD place. He can look at, or you can pay X amount of salary to that. So we need to understand it's an evolving society, and we really can't go on top-down approach where everything has to be compliant enough, because it costs.
Rajan, probably what I am trying to say is, I think he can be communicated like this. The awareness at the Gram Panchayat level has to be made on this kind of sustainable journey. That is what he is looking at it. How to take it to that level is what the system.
The if the Gram Panchayat president take a decision that our Gram Panchayat should be like this for the climate change, we have to do like this, surely it will happen there. There is no problem.
I think, sir, it is a very valid point. Point taken, but I am telling you one more example. Suppose, for example, somebody from Indore has to pat on your own. The recent announcement of the city, clean city in the country is Indore was declared, right? There are hundreds of cities. How Indore has achieved that. Likewise, every one of you has to take this kind of conference learnings to your own society and promote it, because that is also one of the ways we can communicate. Yes, the point is very valid. I think, Manto, you can just record it.
I agree.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I think we can we? Yeah. Can
last question.
Okay.
This is recent heat wave in Europe. Has it given any learning for building? To relook into the design of high performance buildings, because it was real pain during.
Yeah, you can.
I thank you. You asked this question. I think it's the other way around. Europe is asking us how are we dealing with the heat source, and a lot of learning going back. A lot of cities. I know that a lot of cities from Europe is approaching Indian cities, mayors and commissioners. That how are you guys dealing with the heat source, heat stress and heat waves? So we are teaching them how to manage these things, because heat is very new for them, and they have a good building stock, which they don't know how to manage that.
Sir, thank you so much. And
Sir, I have a question. Yeah.
Left or right?
Okay, this is the last question. We are a bit short on time.
So, sir, my question is, when we talk about sustainable buildings, can you hear me? Yeah. So when we talk about sustainable buildings, there is always a argument that our old practices were sufficient sustainable, and obviously, in my perspective, rural areas or tier 1, tier 3 cities might not need sustainable building at this point, but cities, tier 2 cities or metro cities, where the climate is such, the urban planning is such that reconstructing or renovating the buildings to a sustainable building is a challenge. So how these two aspects can be integrated for for transitioning towards sustainability. I feel that challenges in small cities are less in comparison to moving toward transitioning to a sustainable building than in metro cities.
Yeah, I think it's a valid point. See, the issue is also with rural-urban migration, right? People in rural areas are disillusioned with the life that they're leading, right? So, yeah.
So on this, sir, one way the migration is happening from rural to urban, and other way urban to rural as well. When
Yes,
there's a lot of migration is taking place.
Yeah, see, the rural to urban is more desperate. The urban to rural is more affluent, right? It's a very small fraction of people who want to live rural and who can afford to do it, right? So this is a interesting perspective, and if you look at it from the economics also, the rural sector has rural skill, rural building practices, right? And if you can leverage that, and that is something that we are bringing into the code, that if local areas can promote their building styles, it can even promote tourism, it can even promote the local economy, right? It can also retain the skill in that location, right? And this is not only a problem here, it's a problem across Europe. You visit villages in, say, Germany and places, the youth is missing. Everyone's come to the city, right? So the second aspect, when you spoke of building performance, say, I'll tell you one aspect of moisture buffering, where traditional building materials, earth-based building materials, have the inherent ability to maintain humidity conditions in the air, which is conducive to respiratory comfort, right? And we found that it's the first 3%, 3 mm or 4 mm layer, which is responsible for this. And it can always be adopted in urban buildings, where you can improve the indoor, air quality per se. So there is a lot of give and take happening. Just that, like what Rajan said, it's happening very slowly, but definitely it is in that direction. Right?
Thank you, sir. A profound thank you to all our esteemed panelists for a truly insightful discussion on transforming buildings to restore sustainability. Your expertise has highlighted the immense potential within the built environment. We invite Mr. Sanjay Pant, Deputy Director General Standardization, BIS, for presenting the mementos to the panelist and moderator. Dr. Montamoni. Dr. Rajan Rawal. Dr. Francois Guillemot. Architect Millie Majumdar. And Dr. C. Valen. Thank you, sir. I request all the speakers and DDG for a group photograph. Thank you, everyone. This brings us to the end of session 3. And finally, we arrive at session 4, Building Relevant Foundation for a Sustainable Future. This session will bring together diverse perspectives on laying the groundwork for a truly sustainable tomorrow by focusing on insights gained from implementing India's flagship renewable energy initiatives such as PM Kusum, Solar Park Scheme, and the National Green Hydrogen Mission. It will highlight key challenges, outcomes, and future strategies to scale these programs effectively. As I introduce the dignitaries, I request them to join me on stage. Leading our discussions as moderator is Sri Shubham Parekh, Assistant Director, National Solar Energy Federation of India. In his role, Mr. Parekh is focused on enhancing NSE-FI's presence on international platforms and securing global recognition for India's renewable energy initiatives. Furthermore, he heads the new initiatives and manufacturing projects and policy advocacy at NSE-FI and leads the public relations and external communications. Welcome, sir. Now let's introduce our distinguished speakers for this session. We begin with Professor Mohammad Rihan, Director General, National Institute of Solar Energy. Professor Rihan leads the research, development, and capacity building initiatives in solar energy and is the chairperson of the Sectional Committee on Solar PV of the Bureau of Indian Standards. Welcome, sir. Following him, we welcome Dr. Narendra Shiradkar, Professor IIT Bombay. Dr. Shiradkar is Associate Professor in Electrical Engineering and leads the PV Deployment and Reliability Group at the National Center for Photovoltaic Research and Education at IIT Bombay. He has 14 years of research experience in PV reliability. Welcome, sir. Next, we have Dr. Purnima Jalihal, Retired Senior Scientist, National Institute of Ocean Technology. Dr. Jalihal had headed the Energy and Freshwater Group in the National Institute of Ocean Technology, India. She has led device development for harnessing ocean energy and is the recipient of the Vishwakarma Medal and the Uhera Prize. Welcome, ma'am. And finally, to conclude our speaker lineup, we welcome Mr. Liang Ji, member IEC 82. Mr. G is a retired engineer with over 4 decades of global experience in renewable energy, specializing in solar photovoltaic systems. He will be joining us online. Please give a big round of applause to our moderator and speakers for session 4. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, sure. Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. G is here physically. Sorry for that. I'll leave the floor to the moderator, Mr. Parekh. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are we waiting for Mr. Leon? Oh, okay. So can we start? Can we start? Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. And firstly, I would like to thank BIS for inviting me here and giving this opportunity for this wonderful panel. So today I was told to moderate panel on the building relevant foundation for sustainable future on the basis of the implementation of key schemes. So just to give a brief context, and then we'll go to the presentations by the honorable panel members, and then with few question answers, and then at last we'll open the floor for the audience. So just giving a brief context, today India's renewable journey over the last decades has been very, very transformative, with quite bold policy interventions and very ambitious targets, and placing India at a global platform. Some of the flagship initiatives such as PM Kusum, Solar Park Schemes, National Green Hydrogen Mission, Manufacturing PLI represents important milestones in this journey. Each program has been designed to address specific dimensions of India's energy transition, whether it is energy access or rural livelihoods, through decentralized solar under PM Kusum or large-scale solar generations through solar parks. While these initiatives have created strong momentum, their implementation has also revealed key challenges such as land acquisition, financing, supply chain dependencies, and balancing inclusivity with scalability remains areas requiring innovative solutions. At the same time, global dynamics from technology shifts to climate commitments demand that India continuously refines its strategies, policy to maintain competitiveness and resilience. Hence, in this context, research and academia play a pivotal role in shaping our future energy security. University and research institutions contribute to innovation in technology, standardization of processes, and capacity building for skilled human resources. And more importantly, their collaboration with industry will ensure solutions that are cutting edge and practical, scalable, and aligned with India's developmental priorities. Hence, this session will reflect on learnings from flagship schemes, discuss pathways to strengthen policy framework, highlight how industry and academia partnership can drive innovation, and lastly, explore strategies to establish a strong foundation for India's leadership in renewable energy and sustainable development. So with that, I would invite Dr. Mohammad Rian, DG NICE, to give his presentation, and yeah, we'll start from there. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are talking of building relevant foundations for a sustainable future. And at present, I am heading the National Institute of Solar Energy. And most of us know, and many of us agree, that solar energy is probably one of the most important factor or the technology in transitioning to a sustainable future. Why I am saying so? The role of electricity in today's society is one of the most critical forms of energy. We cannot think of a sustainable future without access to clean, green and affordable electricity to all, which is well reflected by SDG 7. And solar energy is a source which can be used to meet this requirement. This is an obvious advantage of solar energy, but I will highlight here one interesting point which will be reflected in the presentation also. I will be talking about, because I was asked to talk about these two schemes only. So, I will be talking about two schemes, and you will see the nature of use is completely different, but solar is suitable for both the places. Why? Because this source is a perfect example of a scalable, modular, decentralized and distributed source of clean energy. On one hand, you can solarize small water pumps used for agriculture irrigation. On the other hand, you can install gigawatt size power plants also. So, this is possible because of its modularity. It is a perfectly modular system. If you want to install a 1 kilowatt plant, it will have 3 panels or 2 solar panels. If you want to go to a gigawatt scale plant, it will again, the number will keep on increasing, but the basic component remains the same. So, it is a perfect example of a distributed, modular, clean and green energy source. So, I will talk about two very important schemes of Government of India. One is, we call it Pradhan Mantri Kisan Urja Suraksha Evam Utthan Mahabhiyan. That is, this scheme is focused on how we can help the farmers primarily for their irrigation use, but also increasing their income by utilization of their barren land. So, accordingly it has three components, which we call as component A, component B and component C. Under component A, the farmer can install a solar plant of up to 2 megawatt capacity on a barren land, and the electricity generated will be bought by the local distribution company of electricity. So, this is how a land which is not fertile, which is not very useful for agriculture, can be converted into a power plant, and it can augment, it can help, it can increase the income of the farmer. This is the component A. Component B and C are related to solarization of irrigation. So, in component B, the farmer can install standalone solar power plant, solar power based water pumps. They can install solar PV based water pumps, and that can be used for irrigation in their farms. And in component C, you have you have water pumps, you can solarize those water pumps. Existing or grid connected water pumps are there, you can solarize those pumps. So, there are three components under this scheme, and this scheme has been running for a few years, and in its present form it is coming to an end in March 26, and we are expecting a second version of it coming. So, what it has led to, especially the components B and C, as I have mentioned, there are places where electricity is not available. So, you can have a standalone solar PV based water pumping system, and you can meet your irrigation requirements. Even if there were some water pumps available, grid connected pumps available, but somehow because of the distribution challenges, farmers in many places were getting electricity during late night hours only. So, that was a challenge for them. Now, if they have a solarized water pump, they can irrigate as per their convenience during daytime also. It has led to financial savings also, it has led to increased convenience, and of course, there is this environment preservation contribution is there. So, as I have mentioned, this is a very good example of decentralized solar application, and especially in last couple of years, it has taken up very well, and we are hoping in the next phase also a large number of pumps will be solarized. So, if we talk about challenges, of course, initial cost is a challenge, but in this case, the PM Kusum scheme, government is providing substantial subsidy. So, that is taking care of major part of, in some cases up to 90% also, the cost involved. Second challenge I would identify as an inter-institute or inter-organization challenge, because there is involvement of federal government, central government, then state governments, then you have farmers bodies, then you have discoms and all. So, that has been a challenge, but after initial 2-3 years, it has the things have been put in good shape now, and it has been addressed up to a large extent. Then awareness, I say this is a major challenge, because you see what we are doing when we are solarizing agriculture sector, we are sort of bringing two different worlds together. There is on one hand you have solar and all the technical engineering part, and on other hand you have the farmers and agri part. So, this is an important issue, lack of awareness, how this can be of use to the farmers. So, this has to be addressed. Then there is a concern related to excessive drawing water because of the simplicity, and it may cause wastage of water and dipping of the water level. Future strategies I see in its second version, the scheme coming in the second version is strengthening on the first version, supporting in a more effective way the farmers, addressing the training and awareness issue, and we are expecting some part in the new version related to dual use of land, that is what we call as agri PV, same land being used for agriculture as well as for solar PV generation. So, this we are expecting. The second scheme about which I was asked to talk is solar park scheme. You see the contrast. In the first scheme is related to, as I have mentioned, decentralized application or distributed application. This one is solar park scheme is installing large scale utility plants, which we megawatt or ultra megawatt scale solar power plants, and using that electricity generated from there. So, what it has done, the large scale plants have led to the growth which we see. Now, we have almost touched 120 gigawatt of solar energy. A large part of that, 2/3 almost, has come up from the centralized big size plants. One of the major benefits of this scheme has been utilization of land which was otherwise not really useful, barren land, land in a very remote locations, leading to income for the landowner as well as generation of employment opportunities in the surrounding areas. And third is industry involvement. This has come up with a strong coordination between government and the industry. Challenges, if I talk about, the transmission issues are there, because when you install a plant, you need evacuation infrastructure. In some cases, there are some environmental challenges observed where the plant has led to some environmental concerns. Future strategy, I see it is coming as a much more integrated way with transmission upgrades, and hybrid parks are also coming where you have solar, wind and some other technologies also. Third scheme which I was asked to talk about is National Green Hydrogen Mission. Again, this is a very important initiative for us, because sustainability through decarbonization has two parts. One is electrify the infrastructure, for example, we are doing in transport, and where we cannot electrify, what we can do, one option is hydrogen, where what we call as hard to abate sectors, there is important role for green hydrogen. So, this mission has given us a global positioning, pilot projects have been initiated, there is a clear involvement of industry, and we are focusing on R&D as well as establishing testing infrastructure. If I highlight challenges, then high cost of green hydrogen compared to grey hydrogen at present, and safety, because hydrogen has been in use in some specific specialized areas, and now it is sort of coming out of those confines. So, there are some safety concerns. So, future strategies, we want to scale up electrolyzer manufacturing, we want to create demand so that the economy of scale comes in, and we have put our thrust on R&D also. So, this requires innovation. I think how much time I have? Okay. So, this I will talk during discussion also. So, of course, there is a very important role of innovation, whether we talk about high efficiency next generation solar cells or advanced battery chemistries, hydrogen production and smart grid. So, because and we need to develop a system for this, and of course, the R&D efforts need to take care of the local factors. For example, Indian climate, are we addressing these challenges sufficiently? And in recent years, we have come up with very good initiatives in terms of startups and incubation centers. So, this is important, we need to strengthen that. And we are talking in a conference of BIS, of course, standardization and quality assurance has a crucial role. We have to ensure the modules, batteries, hydrogen technologies, their certification, their testing. We have to develop standards in line with the international standards. If there are some gaps, we have to address or bridge those gaps. We have, because this is important from the point of view of consumer as well as from the point of view of investors. And this also results in making proper effective policies. And the involvement of industry is important. I have highlighted in the schemes part also. The schemes have been successfully implemented because of involvement of industry, but this involvement has to come at the level of innovation and R&D also. Then capacity building and skill development is also very important. Again, we need to, this is something which we need to consider, and I think this is a worldwide concern, because the energy sector is going through a radical change. Are we reflecting this change in our education system? Are the, for example, are the engineers or the electrical engineers, are we exposing them to these developments or these changes occurring? This is very important, because we need people who can design, maintain and run this new system. And of course, we need to have experiential labs and pilots to demonstrate the power and potential of certain ideas. And I believe this whole energy sector, in light with this requirement of sustainable development, it is a interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary or transdisciplinary field, and we need to ensure that different aspects of it are being covered, and the same is to be reflected in the education also, which I have talked about in the capacity building part. And these all initiatives are important for our national SDGs, because affordable and clean energy, as I have mentioned in the beginning, it is a dedicated goal. Then industry, innovation and infrastructure is an integral part of SDG 9. Climate action, again, SDG 13, you cannot address that without addressing the energy sector. And SDG 8 talks about decent work and economic growth. So you have to have trained people, industry involvement, industry academia interaction, industry policy interaction, so that it is transformed into decent work opportunities and economic growth. So we need to have national level research missions. We have seen some successful examples in it. Stronger academia industry partnership. This is something crucial. International collaborations, because we need to learn from each other's experience. We need not reinvent everything from scratch, and today's world gives us very easy opportunities to collaborate and interact with each other. Strengthened R&D funding and integration into education. This is very important, because as I have mentioned, whether these changes are being reflected in the education part, are we training the new students, new candidates enough on these topics? I think that is all from my side in my presentation, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like Dr. Purnima Jalihal to give her presentation.
Good evening, and I know this is the last session and all of you must be tired, and I'll try to keep it as crisp as possible. So this is basically about marine energy. Everybody is very familiar with solar and wind. So my talk is kind of, I'll be talking about the marine energy developments as well as why we need standards today in India and abroad. So just a quick look at the oceans for those who are not familiar. The green hashed area is called the exclusive economic zone. It's about 2.1 million square kilometers for India.
We have a very, very long coastline, over 7,000 kilometers. And of course, we're a tropical country where the surface of the sea water is always very warm. More than 30% of our large population lives at the coast. So these are enough reasons to look at marine energy very seriously for our country. Basically, in the context of the blue economy, which everybody talks about today, there are 4 large resources. One is energy, water, food, and minerals. So energy is all those various listed there. So offshore wind and floating solar PV, we really don't consider as ocean energy because the driving motor force is not water. And in the place where I've been for more than nearly 3 decades, the National Institute of Ocean Technology, we have been working on wave, thermal gradient, and also tidal streams. Of course, water, food, and minerals are the other resources. So I just want to put a few pictures kind of to give you an idea or a flavor of what is really happening across the globe and where we are in India. So these are all the pictures of wave energy projects around the world. There is a forum called the Ocean Energy Systems Technology Collaboration Program under the International Energy Agency. And these are some of the samples of various countries which have been doing wave energy projects for the last 2 decades. And some have even reached pilots of 500 kilowatts, and some are attempting 1 megawatt. India, on the other hand, we are at a small level still, but we have made a wave energy powered navigational buoy, which has now been transferred to industry, and it's completely indigenous, and it beats the price of imported navigational buoy. So many ports in India are now coming forward to use that. But again, you can see there's a huge difference between where we are at and where the European countries are headed. Again, tidal currents, 1 megawatt. The Yushan power system is about 1 megawatt in size. We have done a small demonstration in Andaman for using tidal streams, that is the hydrokinetic turbines using the velocity of water. The other important ocean energy, especially in the context of India, is OTEC or ocean thermal energy conversion. And some of the plants around the world, which are all in demonstration stages. One is in Japan, Kumejima, and the other one was demonstrated in Korea, but it has been dismantled now. And there are smaller ones being put up in Malaysia and also shortly in Philippines. So Indian efforts, actually, we started way back on OTEC. Basically, in India, it makes sense because we are a tropical country. We have warm surface temperatures throughout the year. And as you go down, you get deeper and colder water. And with that, you can harness energy. So we did attempt it way back in 2000. We attempted a 1 megawatt plant. But we had poor marine infrastructure in those days. We are improving right now, 2 decades down the line. But we still have a long way to go. And we could not complete the project. So this actually led to desalination in the Lakshadweep group of islands. So the same temperature gradient at a shallower depth was utilized to make water instead. And the first plant was put up in 2005 in an island called Kavrati. This plant is still working even today after 20 years. So this is completely indigenous, and it was designed and installed by NIOT. Subsequently, all the remaining 10 inhabited islands of Lakshadweep also have the same technology. And some 1 or 2 plants are still in progress, nearing completion. So this has been a real, sort of like drawing board to actually change in societal living standards for the islanders. It has improved their health, and it has also been a completely indigenous technology run by indigenous manpower who don't have very high educational qualifications either. So having done that, though, all these plants run using the diesel generator grids of the islands, because these islands don't have any other source of power. So now NIOT is going back, and we are actually trying to now power the desalination using OTEC. So now a plant is currently underway, My colleagues from NIOT are present here. The person who is now leading it is also here. Basically, we will now be making power sufficient to drive the desalination process. So this will be the first ever in the world where the OTEC power will drive and make the desalination happen. And towards this end, we actually, about 7-8 years ago, we had set up a laboratory. We started small, and now we are actually in the final stages of implementation of the project. It has got several complexities, but everything is being done in-house and indigenously. Moving a little bit away from what is happening at NIOT, the government, as you know, has been really going forward with many, many mission mode schemes. We have the earlier speaker, as they have been started with the solar mission. There's currently a hydrogen mission going on. There are a lot of mission mode programs which have been taken up. One of them is the Deep Ocean Mission, which is spearheaded by the Ministry of Earth Sciences. And under that, again, OTEC has a vertical in which there are two objectives. One is to design a higher capacity plant which can give a baseload power. And then second is a demonstration of, this is the design, and then there's a demonstration of an actual offshore smaller capacity plant to show that we have the capability to not only design but to also implement and fabricate it within the country. So having said all this, I'll just digress a little bit before I go into why standards are important. So we all know that solar is playing a very big role today. And just as a previous speaker said, see, you can have solar as small as a solar pump. You can have huge megawatt solar fields. You can also use solar as a DER, okay? And there are off-grid and grid-connected systems. And of course, today's domestic solar PV is well known, and we are also connected to the grid there. So that makes it makes it very clear that a renewable can be used in various forms depending on the site requirement. And therefore, ruling out newer forms of and novel methodologies like using ocean energy should not be ruled out because the capex is more today. People forget that at one point solar was actually 44 rupees per unit, and today with all the subsidies and the huge intake of all the systems, we have reached such low values of 2 rupees kind of thing. So there is a place and a need to invest in all kinds of renewables to reach the net zero goal in 2070, and therefore whether you use it as a DER or whether you use it as a like a grid connected system, everything has its place, and I think therefore these have to be taken forward and we have to learn to scale them up. So then if we are in the smaller ranges today, and many of them are in the demonstration or pilot demo kind of modes, how does standards play a role? Now, in the IEC, we already have the IEC TC 114 specifically for marine standards. And as I showed you the earlier larger systems which have been made across the globe, they have all been sitting together and creating standards like this. These are already there in the IEC set of standards for marine energy. And I'm just flashing this to show that already so many have been prepared. And the point is that they have all been made by Europeans and Americans. And none of them really would be reflecting what happens in a tropical country. More than any other kind of works that we see, whether it is storage or whether it is EVs or any other such things, here the temperatures and the entire environment matters because we are very close to the equator. And therefore, it was very imperative that India become a part of the TC 114. And so India has become a part, and therefore the ETD 54 was formed. And we have already taken in some of the codes. But then before that, again, as to come back to why it is important for India. So what is the market opportunity? Finally, we are going to look at the market opportunities. And these are various market opportunities. So we need to work on a market strategy. For the strategy, we have to understand that we are a tropical country. And then having said that, the scaling up challenges are many more because we are a tropical country. We still have poor marine infrastructure, and therefore there is a whole lot of peripheral activities that need to take off in the country as we scale. We need huge shipyards, we need deep draft kind of shipyards. So there's an entire paraphernalia which goes along with the scaling up challenges. And then also the common practices to be followed in industry in a normal fabrication unit, okay, and what has to be actually done for things which are offshore can be having huge differences. A small example would be like, we've always been thinking of India as a software hub. Today, the realization has come that we made a mistake and we should have invested in hardware. Hardware is going to be the tomorrow, requires to be tomorrow. If we have to become Atmanirbhar, we have to invest in hardware. And all these kind of projects have a serious hardware component, and they are the way for the future because they are all indigenous. There is a simultaneous set of things happening when we do these things because there's capacity building, there's skill development, there is a big space for startups, and also the fact that you can have DERs, you can use DTs into them, and you can also have grid connectivity. So these are some of the codes adopted by ETD 54, and we intend to tweak them a little bit as we go along to suit India. Right now, OTEC is what makes most sense as a baseload power and in terms of scale. So PT20 is a code which has already been adopted in the IEC TC 114 under the marine standards, and it was accepted. However, now there are two more being taken up. India is playing the pivotal role now for PT21, where we want to understand how to do the performance assessment of an OTEC plant during its design as well as during its operation. And we are also trying to do resource assessment because that's important. Every country makes its own maps for resource assessment, but there is really no standard which dictates what should be the commonality between one standard preparation, one resource assessment preparation to the other. We are also suggesting other things like instrumentation and control. So again, to reiterate, just 2 or 3 days back, I was in another workshop where it was on storage and EV chargers. And some of my colleagues, we organized this with the DTs in mind. And the point is that there was one young startup who came up and said, I started with EV chargers thinking I won't have a market. In the last 6 months, I have sold 75,000 chargers. Can you believe that? 75,000 by one startup, okay? But where are the codes and standards for that? Do we have it? So the point I'm trying to make is standards and anything that is novel, they have to go hand in hand with the market strategies and with the actual infrastructure preparations towards the same. And therefore, it's very important that we start looking at standards while working on technology development, while doing pilot demonstrations, and while scaling up. So I think that's all I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and for highlighting importance of marine energy development in India. Now I would like to call Professor Narendra Shiratkar for his presentation.
Trying to see if this thing changes the slides, but it's probably not responding. Okay, great. Hello, I'm Narendra Shiratkar from Electrical Engineering, IIT Bombay, and it's often said that industry, academia, and maybe government should collaborate to for standardization and for various things. So what I'll be doing here is I'll be sharing some case studies of how successfully this was done in a few cases that resulted in new standards that could address problems in the area of solar quality and reliability. Okay, so just a brief introduction. this was also the NCPRE, the National Center for Photovoltaic Research and Education. It was part of the MNRE's R&D scheme. It was set up at IIT Bombay in 2010. This was right when the National Solar Mission was launched, okay? And over the course of 17 years, NCPRE has evolved over 3 phases, and MNRE has also generously supported this Center of Excellence at IIT Bombay, and fairly broad capabilities have been developed in the area of silicon solar cells, perovskite solar cells, their fabrication, characterization, power electronics, development of new inverters for rural areas, lithium-ion battery prototyping, and also photovoltaic reliability evaluation. Okay. We have been at NCPRE doing the field reliability assessment of solar modules and plants, particularly in Indian conditions, since 2013. Okay, this was a foresight of some of the project PMC members of NCPRE back in the day. They said that we don't just want to install solar in India, we also want to see how it's actually performing, right? And I think that was really important. So they not only just focused on research scale tiny solar cells, but also real life performance of the mature technologies in particularly in Indian conditions. So there's a lot of text here, but I'll just maybe summarize. What we have seen is that there are a lot of interesting degradation mechanisms that happen in Indian conditions. We have seen those through something called as All India Surveys of PV Reliability, and we have been doing this, as I said, for over 12 or 13 years. And Indian market is very unique in a sense that it's very price sensitive. Indians know how to bargain the hardest, I think. Sometimes you get what you pay for. But then we also have stressors that we can't control, like very hot and dry and humid climates, extreme weather events like flooding, salty environments where we are putting up a lot of solar, also wildlife and solar interactions, etc. Right? As the previous speaker mentioned, a lot of these standards are actually designed for moderate climate. So for example, there's a qualification standard for solar panels, IEC 61215 and the safety standard 61730. It's a qualification standard. It does not guarantee you 25 to 30 years of life, even in moderate climate, but the standard is designed to qualify solar panels for moderate climates, okay? Not necessarily for the harsh climatic conditions that are often encountered in maybe tropical places, ISA countries, or places like India, right? So we at NCPRE try to focus on some of these issues through standardization, right? So the first case study was a hot climate effect, right? What we consistently found in our field surveys of reliability is that the average degradation rate of solar panels in hot climates was almost double that of degradation rate found in non-hot climates, right? In other words, if the data sheet is telling you that the panels degrade at, let's say, 0.5, 0.6% per year, we are getting degradation rates higher than 1% per year. That means the service life that you get for solar plants in hot climate on an average would not be 25 to 30 years. It may be close to 15 years or so, right? These were some of the first studies and also one of the largest in the hot climates. Some of these were done in collaboration with NICE. This was actually an interesting moment in time where IIT Bombay was publishing a lot of papers on this fact that the solar panels are degrading at a higher rate in hot climates, but this was new for the scientific community, okay? We were new in the entire solar sphere as well, and people initially actually kind of looked at it with suspicion, saying, oh, is it real? I mean, are the panels really degrading at higher rate, or your measurement methods are questionable? So in order to really bring the scientific community to get the consensus, the hot climate workshop was actually organized in 2016 at IIT Bombay, and several international experts in PV reliability were called in, okay, to specifically discuss the needs for qualifying modules in hot climates. And I think Liang here did visit IIT Bombay in 2016. After that, since we identified the problem that panels are degrading at a higher rate, MNRE was not satisfied with just us reporting problem. They wanted a solution. So we did also work in development of or towards the development of new and relevant accelerated tests for these hot climates. So some of the work that we did ended up in a new technical specification called IEC 63126 that was developed and published in 2020. Okay, now this is a relevant standard for qualifying modules for deployment in hot climates, right? So this is how we could identify a problem in the field which was very specific to India or maybe in Sunbelt countries. We tried to get a reasonable amount of international consensus, because without consensus you can't really have an international standard. And by the way, this standard was led by an American scientist, not an Indian. This is also an important point to be noted. By 2020, it was almost globally recognized fact that in hot climates, modules would deploy or degrade at a higher rate. Okay. So this is how we address this problem. Now, how R&D support could lead to new standards. There was one initiative funded by US Department of Energy called PV Quality Assurance Task Force, okay, PVCAT. It was funded in 2011, and its sole focus was to perform targeted R&D to create new standards that would address the problems in the area of PV quality and reliability. Now, before this PVCAT, the number of new work item proposals that were there in IEC TC 82 Working Group 2, you could count them maybe on the fingers of your one hand, right? But after this PVCAT, suddenly all the experts, not just from US, but globally, they started coming together, identifying research problems. And, global experts actually did not even get any funding from the DOE, but there was this critical mass of people that was created who were looking for these problems, and the number of NWIPs in IEC TC82 Working Group 2 shot up almost exponentially as a result of PVCAT. And this has become one of the most active groups that has created probably a record number of new standards to make modules more durable and reliable, right? This is one very successful, I believe, an arrangement, right, is kind of needed to get academia to, put in sustained efforts in R&D towards creation of new standards. And typically in academia, people are more interested in published papers, etc., because that's how their promotion is measured. But that's okay. These standards also require sound science and engineering. So, but then you also need to put in some efforts towards development or administrative work towards the development of standards in addition to publishing papers, right? We also had one case study or success story where, at NCPRE through MNRE and also IIT Bombay natively, we have been providing a limited amount of support to this activity of standards development, okay? And through this, in last 5 years, we focused our efforts on identifying some new degradation modes or mechanisms in bypass diodes in solar panels. And we did discover, in fact, recently a new vulnerability that was there in the diodes. It's called high temperature reverse bias degradation. And recently in the last IEC WG2 meeting in Morocco, we were also asked to be a project leader to create a new standard of this IEC 62979 to incorporate the effects of this HTRB. Now this is quite significant development as far as India is concerned, because even though India has been deploying a lot of solar, and now we are also manufacturing a significant amount of solar panels and cells as well, the amount of participation that we have in the IEC WG2 or maybe other working groups concerning solar cells is not proportional to the amount of deployment we have and the amount of manufacturing we have. And in fact, this was probably, I was just checking with Liang, it's probably the first time India is leading a project at TC82 related to solar with the creation of new standards. So I feel that there are case studies that have worked well, where the government has focused its efforts on funding things that could create new standards. For example, nowadays the funding agencies ask us not the research papers, but maybe the patents, the technology transfers, and the number of startups that we have created through the research projects. I feel that creation of new standard drafts could also be one of those deliverables or tangible things that the funding agencies could ask for, and then maybe BIS, MNRE, and maybe even Department of Science and Technology could come together and support a scheme like this. Right. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Shiratkar. Now I'd like to call Mr. Liang for his presentation.
Thank you very much. As a last speaker, I feel like one is lucky, the other is pressured. Let me see. How can I get this? Okay. All right. I'm the Assistant Secretary for the TC82, and I involved in the IEC standard work since mid of 1990s. So it's about 30 years. I can see, like from Professor just mentioned, early days, we got all the standards by these Europeans and US. I will get something more detailed later. But later on, in the early 20s, China got lots of these involved in the PV, but they are from production to the standard development. They got very long years. There's only like 2 persons from China, even though they got produce like 60%, 70% of product. And fortunately, Indians start a little bit late, but from the production usage to the standard development and standard involved, IEC standard, India is much quicker than China, like a professor just mentioned. As I remember from my 30 years experience, he's the first, the project leader to do this new project. When we, yeah, we give him the, when we talk about a IEC standard, the lady also mentioned lots of this here. This standard, by the way, this is not copied from some official documents. From my experience, as the IEC standard, we don't like just write a standard, publish it. It's involve more steps. Like this, either we start from this new and revision of standards. They say first IEC says transparency, openness, and impartiality. You don't dominate by one interest group, like a manufacturer or user or funding agency or government or something. You need impartiality, also consensus. Under IEC system, the membership is by country, and each country had 1 vote. So the consensus, I'm originally from China, but my career is in US. Now I'm in India. All of these 3 countries, US was one of the top PV manufacturing. Later on is China. Now India got this largest population and the largest potential for the PV or marine energy or any renewable energies. But remember, you only got 1 vote. That's why I always encourage each country, you need to send enough qualified experts to the technical committee, to the working group, to the project leader, get your voice, get your opinion, start from there. You don't wait until the vote. Until the vote, Europeans dominate. Europeans blocks, there's 30-some-6 countries, they're one block, similar. So they always vote almost same. So that's my lesson. As 3 big countries, this is one. So effectiveness and the relevance, coherence, that means especially when you do the new standard proposal, you need not like just your own product. You need relevant to all these cross-board, cross-word. Then after you publish a standard, how to use it? There are compulsory, it's a requirement. The other is voluntary. For set up these two, it's usually by government. The IEC always, like IEC standard is a voluntary standard. You can adopt it by country, but you need government to say, when government or funding agency, like banks, say, for my system, your component has to meet certain standard, IEC standard. So after this, what is that this product meet the standard? We need a test and a certification. Here, there is probably you know CE. That's the Europeans. They say CE and meet some standard. But that one, very, very different with the testing and the certification we're talking about here, especially, you know, IEC have several branches. The conformity is another branch of IEC, like IEC-EE. Maybe some people heard of that, the CB certificate. It's not the same as CE. CE is called the self-declaration. The manufacturer get this list check. Okay, I made this. I could put a CE there. But this certification by IEC-EE system, by this CB is different. The different is the testing lab shall be independent and third party. If I'm the person put the PV under the IEC system early 2000. Since then, I'm the assessor, check the audit, the assessment different laboratories. I remember one of the laboratory, they said they get a government funding and they do the testing, and also they got an obligation by government says you need give this help our industry to make a product. Under that point, this laboratory play as a coach and a judge. So as an assessor, I just kill this. No, you either choose be a government supported. We know this position is very important. You can do it, but you cannot be the IEC-EE certification lab. You need to choose. Eventually, they choose use government money. Don't do this third party. And that's the second point is lab peer assessment. I went to that lab is a peer assessment. And certification. Certification, I think before I retirement, I work for the Underwriters Laboratory in US. They got the testing lab in India. I think I meet this Indian government requirement test inside India. they are doing pretty good job. And also anti-counterfeit. This certification mark is important. Some manufacturer just put this mark there on their product without the real, and they say, if it's import, they say custom will check that. So that's a testing. Then even testing is their sample is the manufacturer provided a sample. That's not enough to control well. So there is a factory inspection. The factory inspection is the certification body send the auditor to the manufacturer site without pre-announcement. They can just carry this card, says I'm from this laboratory, I try to see your product, or show me your component, like your glass is from what manufacturer. On your document, when you send it to the testing lab, you say from glass manufacturer A, model number B, but show me this shipping document. Is that correct? And also, we need to say for every production line, you do have some product. Its final check is not like a pass, your internal check. How you deal with that? We found some manufacturers collect this second grade, third grade product. They don't damage it. They just relabel it and sell to the market. If this only for the performance, like 20% versus 18%, it might be okay. But if this leakage current, voltage, this kind of things, you have to damage or do something. So we need to check that. That's the third step for the standard development. The fourth is market surveillance. Is when the product deployed in the field, the standard working people need occasionally goes to the site to check it based on these experts, their experience, find some sign. Of course, if there's some accident that already happened, we need fully investigate what's happening. We don't want happen it again. But for others, just get some sign. For example, connectors. If you go to there and you look at these connectors supposedly already in, when personal experience is, I saw some is already loose. Not totally disconnect, but loose. With loose, water get penetrate inside. Eventually, someday, it will get this arc inside and fire. So we need to find this sign. And also, we need to see if for the end of life, how you deal with this product. With this kind of information, then you need to analyze the research and get this failure is there, how we do it, how we test it, and manufacturer try to sell their new product tomorrow or even yesterday. But the testing lab needed to know how to do this. So we need to accelerate, create a new testing method. All this, when we're done, we get a revision. So get this circle. Because originally, I prepared this technical, very detailed technical, it's one of the thermal cycle tests for PV modules. But I noticed here, you got a lot of government or policymaker or something, I will quickly go through this. Is thermal cycle test is one of the important tests for the PV modules. And start from this early days, 1975, that's this first, if you're age enough like me, the first, the oil embargo in early 1970s, they say OPEC countries don't export the oil to like a US. So US is one of these to bring this PV to the terrestrial use, because early days it's space use. They use it for satellite. And then how, on these early days, how we know this product can be, is technically feasible. They use the purchase. That purchase is called block 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This government pay the money to buy product and install in the field and also doing this internal lab test. So for example, this thermocycle, because early days, cell to cell, you use a ribbon. And this ribbon is under temperature cycling, it's broken. And after broken, there's no power. So,
sorry to interrupt, Mr. Liang, but
yes,
we are running out of time.
Yes, I know this. So that's why I just explained this. Yeah. 1 minute.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we designed this and thermocycle, and we combined the European this specification. We published this 1215 in 1993. And then not only thermocycle, but we also got the electrical goes through this and go in this one. Then to the 16, and we got this, improve this. Then today we got this, and this is very recent, not only thermocycle, but also hang on the weight on this. I try to see this is the technical is moving forward. Standard also shall move forward. Sorry, that's what. And this is the website, and you're welcome to join this TC82. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So we'll now come to some questions, question and answers. I would like to start with you again, Mr. Professor Rian. So you talked about quite a lot about R&D and academia, and so I want to ask on how to accelerate that R&D and into translations. So as you're aware, university and research labs are very critical testing grounds for new next generation clean techs, especially for energy technologies. So in your opinion, what mechanism can accelerate transitions of such R&D into market-ready solutions?
Yeah, this.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's for you, right?
You
For
want
me?
to answer, please? It is for me. Thank you. So there is no doubt about the importance of R&D, but the more important question is how the R&D is addressing the issues which are of relevance to the industry, I would say. So I think it has one part, it has to deal with the governance or policy making. One of our colleagues also hinted about it, that somehow for academics, when you want to move upward in the ladder of your organization, many a times it is related to the number of publications, papers and citations and all. But the quality of R&D or the impact of R&D can not only be judged by the number. And I usually quote it, somebody said it, that everything that can be counted does not count, and everything that counts cannot be counted. So the same is with this R&D issue. We have to develop a system where how much your R&D is of importance, or how impactful it is for the real world problems. That should be the criteria. So this has to change from the one part is from the policy level. Second part, I feel it is from the culture also, that we value those researchers, those people who are working on such problems more compared to the numbers, only numbers. It may happen that number is also there and impact is also there. That is all. That is true. And one part Professor mentioned that I also agree, the standardization activities, somehow we don't see that much of importance in the academia especially. We need to appreciate those people who are working on these issues, standardization and certification, equally like we appreciate those who are working on the R&D problems.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. You want to add something on what?
I just add to information. Yes. From academic to the apply or to the standards, US DOE recently, several years already, every time when they request for the proposal, they ask you to say, can eventually be a standard. That's from US. From China, I don't know, so I know. They now, when you lead a successful IEC standard publication, it's equivalent to a publication of Nature and Science.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Can we do the, it's fine.
Good afternoon to the wonderful panel. I would like to substantiate what Professor Shirodkar and Professor Rian said, that we need to do something which touches the common man, like BIS. What are lot standards they brought out, it touches the common man, gold standards, things like that. No, that's what we should do in industry, academia, coordination or whatever it is. That is what I would like to highlight here is, we as engineers, we become do engineering, come out, do papers, do MTech and things like that, and we remain more towards academia oriented, and application is not much. I'll just give a very crude example. I'm basically an electronics and computer engineer. When I got married, I bought a TV. My wife said, TV didn't function. She said, can you repair the TV? I said, sorry, I can't do that. so that is the paradox of engineers and scientists. The application will lack. So for that, we should adopt things from medical world. A doctor, when he does MBBS, he knows how to treat a patient. Like his wife falls sick, he will treat his wife, because he has got that basic MBBS. Then he does specialization, but he doesn't forget his basic this thing. And why he does that? Because he goes through a grueling training, and he trains under a surgeon or senior, grueling 16 hours, 17 hours of internship they do, because they have a hospital attached to that. So similar thing should happen in academia, research institutes, wherein we should have an industry association next to that, where a person goes and practices what he preaches. So that's what I would say, and we need to do a more product-oriented research and innovation, and that is what is expected from academia. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You wanted to have some input? Yeah, please.
Namaskar, A.K. Rajput. I am ex-CEA and also chairman ETDC of BIS. Actually, in this particular case, R&D is must. And in my view, R&D comes from necessity. When you have something, when you have your pain, either leg pain or the foot pain, so then something you emerge. So that is the basis of R&D. So it comes out of the necessity and out of the pains which is pinching you a lot. Otherwise, everything is fine, right? So my questions towards R&D is that so many solar installations we are having nowadays, and it is increasing day by day. Some have become quite old, more than 15 years or 20 years. Now there is time to dismantle them, and also these should be, what I say, recirculated, or there should be something so that recycling of these be done, and whatsoever the useful material, including the silica is there, that should be recaptured. So is something going on, or some roadmap is there in terms of the solar panels? And naturally, the other things are, two more important things are there in RE. One is the battery, and another is the fibers, fiber blades, wind turbine blades. And one more thing is, enough research and enough papers are there on RE integration and fluctuations, what we call intermittency and the variability. Are we able to find a near about solutions that we do this and we will overcome the problem?
Sir, would you like to take this question?
So there is no doubt about the importance of recycling or reuse of solar PV. So I am talking in terms of national initiatives. So we are expecting some policy in near future related to how to recycle, whose will be the responsibility, the mechanism of it. One part is related to the technology. So this is a question of research for us as well as for all other countries also, whether mechanical is more suitable, whether chemical is more suitable, or there are some other methods being explored. The second part you have talked about is some panels have been in the field for say 15 years or so. Can they be used for a purpose which is not requiring high efficiency, for example? So this we classify as reuse of solar panels. And this is an area where, in fact, I am chairing the ETD 28. We have formed a working group for making standards on what we will classify as reuse, which type of panel will be used for that. So both these areas are, I won't say we have something operational, but these are under consideration and discussion, and we are expecting some policy as well as technological development in near future in both these areas.
Thank you. Dr. Purnima, I would like to.
So, I would say based on experience, the limits are actually increasing. Earlier, there were concerns not only in India, but the literature was saying that whether 20% will be tipping point, 20% of RE will make it unmanageable. But we have seen it can go much higher than that. But naturally, if we are going for 50-60% of penetration, then we need to have some support in terms of storage and all. So I won't say we have discovered some formula or solution to that at this stage. I won't say that. But studies and experiment and exploration is going on. I won't say any standard solution has emerged. I won't say that.
Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. This is Venkata.
Can we take questions in the end, because we are running quite late? Thank you. So coming, Dr. Purnima, on the following, when we are talking about R&D, and I think marine energy is where India is quite emerging in terms of marine energy. What is your take on the need for marine R&D in marine energy in India, and what are the existing challenges and also opportunities that India sees having such a vast coastline, as you also mentioned in your presentation, and can we have some best practices or global comparisons from countries like Japan, Europe, or US?
Yeah, thank you for the question, and I think partly I addressed that in the presentation, but largely I would say that the need for why India should do marine energy anyway, I kind of mentioned. But to answer you, like, what is the sort of, let me say, what is, again, in terms of market strategy, why are we doing it, and how do we compare with the rest of the world? So I showed you some of the pictures where for wave and tide, at least, we are like behind. But then there are certain other things that I did not mention because of lack of time. See, we are a tropical country, so being closer to the equator, the wave and wind climates actually are low here, which has got a dual kind of this thing. One is that, immediately when you go by the numbers, it feels like, oh, there's very little wave power, why should we do it at all? That is one way of thinking. But just to add to our own experience, we have had these, the wave powered navigational buoy, for instance, when we deploy it in the ocean, we have seen that, as you know, in the northeast monsoons, we are off Chennai, we have been doing all these things, and most of the cyclones, these devices have withstood. So the idea is, if you have a 17-meter wave which comes in Europe, you will have that probably, 13 or 14-meter wave only once a year in the Indian East Coast or the West Coast. So what I'm trying to say is that it is easier to probably design devices here. So the challenge is to make it commercially viable. Technically we know how to do it. So how to make it commercially viable at scale? And it's become a catch-22 situation, because if you don't have a government funding, then you cannot put up a large-scale plant. You cannot understand the LCOE unless you put up large scale. So you can't really calculate an LCOE based on, 100 kilowatt or that kind of a device. It has to be in a megawatt range. So in that sense, the need right now is for larger projects to be funded, and probably for young industrialists and startups to come into this space and at least start taking up and reach out to the renewable energy sector to say that this also can be a renewable. I hope I've answered your question largely.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Professor Shiratkar, coming to you next. A lot of talks has been gone in terms of R&D, but you mentioned in your presentation that often R&D stops at paper without translation into standards. So how can India strengthen the pipeline between government R&D funding, academia-led innovation, and international standard-setting bodies? I think that's a important viewpoint from your side.
Yeah, I think we have to incentivize individuals differently. As Liang mentioned, there are ways you can incentivize academicians. Just have to make sure that the time that they spend in standard-related development actually also counts. As far as industry is concerned, I think if we can have something along the lines of the PVCAT initiative that the US Department of Energy had in 2010, something like PVCAT India, which we tried to do around COVID time, but something along those lines. There's a lot of module manufacturers and component manufacturers and test labs in India who would be very happy to share their field experiences as well. And when we talk with them one-on-one with a lot of our industry partners, they do share with us what things they are seeing on field. But concentrated, a substantial and sustained support to with a vision that, look, we need to have, let's say, maybe 10 standards coming out of India on issues that are relevant to India in, let's say, next 5 years or so. Something like that is needed with this focus. If we can mobilize that through maybe partial support from industry, as NSEFI and IIT Bombay have an MOU, as you know, right? So that, and get MNRE on board, and I think it's possible to mobilize it. It's just that it's something that is not very well emphasized in India, the importance of it.
Very, very true, because I think a lot of institutions like NSEFI also are not aware about such standards and such organization who has set standards. So thank you on highlighting that. Mr. Liang, when talking about standards, I think majorly all of the speakers touch upon the on the integrating emerging markets into the making of standards. So what is your take on or your viewpoint on how on what mechanisms can help ensure that the inputs from these emerging markets like India, Brazil, South Africa to a certain extent can be better integrated into this global standard settings?
Yeah, they say that's a big question because they evolve into the standard. From manufacturer point of view, there are no direct benefit to them. Many times they donated their technology person, well, the deep technology person, time, effort, travel, like I traveled to here. All this spending actually is benefited for the whole industry or for the whole country, if the country-oriented standard. So I think one of these big things is government need support financially and recognize these contributions by these professors, engineers, these kind of things.
Thank you so much. Looking at the time constraints and Professor Rihan have to go for his another commitment, I would like to open floor for our audience who want to ask one or maybe two questions for Professor Rihan, and then we can and open floor for other panelists also. Yeah, at the back.
This question is to Professor Rihan. Will the standards be different from the floating solar PV and the standalone solar PV? Why I'm asking this question is, sir, in the Lakshadweep Islands, there are a lot amount of lagoon area is there. Presently, they are having a very scarcity of power, and the power need to be drawn by the diesel, which need to be transported from 200 to 300 kilometers away. And during the monsoon season, it will be difficult. So all these lagoon area, can it be used by installing the floating solar, sir? Or India has any plan, or National of Solar Energy has a plan, or any feasibility study has been conducted so far, sir? Just I want to know from your experience.
Floating solar is a very important area for us as a country. And we have recently concluded a national for solar PV, floating solar PV assessment for the whole country. And I hope in a month or so you will have an officially released solar PV assessment, giving the details also that this area of the country has so much potential. This area of the country has so much potential. This is one part of your question. Second part is in the ETD 28, we have already formed a group which is working on forming standards for floating solar PV. They have already given the first draft of the report. So the standard is also under development. So both the questions I think I have answered both parts.
Shubhang, I just want to add to that. Please. In fact, even at IEC TC82WG2, there is a project going on development of a standard just for floating solar modules qualified for floating solar applications, because the stressors that they experience, for example, splashing from the water, the G forces that they experience when there are waves and so on, they are very different, and current standard has no accelerated tests to cover for those stressors. So that is under development. So maybe, I guess in a year or so, some draft even at IEC level should probably come out.
Hello, my name is Tom Ruddle. I'm speaking from the UK. I work at a company called Synaptic, and actually we're working with Tata Power at the moment on a transmission project. So thank you for all of the speeches. It's been really great to learn more about the Indian context. My question was really about transmission, because a comparison in the UK is that we have a lot of wind in the north in Scotland, which is where I'm based. And there's a lot of transmission north to south, where most of the demand is towards the south of the UK. And at the moment, we're upgrading the transmission network, and a huge amount of cost is going into these almost transmission corridors. And what we're finding is that it's not just a question of installing more generation, more generation, more generation. It's also about how do we transmit that generation in an intelligent and effective way, and actually make sure those assets, which are extremely expensive, are resilient, they're instrumented, they're being looked after, so that we're matching generation with consumption. So my question really is if you could share any insights that have been learnt through these projects about the Indian transmission challenges. Thank you.
Okay, so I mentioned 2-3 points here. One is the major challenge with solar PV compared to other types of systems is that their installation is very fast. So a gigawatt plant is installed in less than a year, and transmission line takes a reasonably longer period. So this was a challenge, and some initiatives have been taken in this. I hope you have heard about Grid Controller of India. So it was a separate body, Central Transmission Utility was created to address all these challenges. So that is the policy part of that. But how we are addressing it is mixing. One is policy part, the other part is decentralized application of solar needs to be promoted. So as I mentioned, Agri PV, that is PM Kusum scheme, is all about decentralized application of solar PV. This rooftop solar scheme, PM Surya Ghar, it is all about decentralized application, where we are promoting localized installation of solar plants and localized generation. So we feel it has to be ultimately a combination of these, because you need large plants also, because everywhere land is not available, and some regions have good solar potential compared to others. So you will have certain large plants for which transmission infrastructure is required, but supplemented by large scale decentralized installation. So this is how we are trying to address this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. That was a very enriching and forward-looking session.
Can we have few questions for the other panelists, please?
Do we have time?
No.
So we shorten.
Hello, again I am A.K. Rajput. Here is one more important point other than this. The major dimensions is that we are having the International Solar Alliance. Then only the real benefit of this solar, global solar, will come. And in that we have the interconnections through the subsea cables. Okay. So if some of the experts, those who are internationally known and international experience they are having, what to do with the subsea cables, and particularly the very deep sea involved in between, and say thousands of kilometers, 1100 kilometers and like that much are the distances. And I think voltage we are planning is 520 or 525 plus minus.
See, Liang mentioned that, the voting power. European countries have 31 votes, and whereas India won, China won, USA won. Now, a solution for this is it should be population based. India has got so many states, right? So each state should vote. This one suggestion I have. We should take it up national level and BS level. So that's where we increase our voting power, I must say that. I hope it's taken right perspective. Second thing is regarding this floating, flotilla kind of a solar thing. I have one suggestion that the content. Let's make do with what we have. Now we don't have to have a large, flotilla floating. So already there are so many commercial containers, oil tankers going all around the world. I think probably around 70% of the trade happens by sea route. So why not we, put solar panels at a global scale and harvest that solar energy. And because the solar energy is one which is immune to traffic war, tariff war. Nobody can put tariff on solar energy. Sun is open for all. So that's what is my take on this.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, we can end with the.
Okay, so let's conclude. That was a very enriching and forward-looking session, offering critical insights into India's renewable energy journey and the foundational role of research and academia. My sincere thanks to our moderator, Sri Shubhang Parekh, and all the distinguished speakers for their valuable contributions. Let's invite Mrs. Reena Garg, Deputy Director General Standardization, BIS, for presenting the mementos to the panelists and moderator. Mr. Shubhang Parekh. Dr. Muhammad Rihan. Dr. Narendra Shiradkar. Dr. Purnima Jalihal. Mr. Liang Ji. Thank you, ma'am. I request all the speakers and DDG to come forward for the group photograph. Thank you, everyone. As we conclude this enriching workshop, I want to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed speakers for sharing their invaluable expertise and insights today. Your contributions have truly illuminated the path towards a more sustainable future. A big thank you to each and every one of you for your active participation and keen interest. We hope you leave today inspired and equipped with new knowledge to drive sustainability in your respective fields. We will be continuing this workshop series tomorrow also. Tomorrow's talk is on artificial intelligence. You're welcome to join us tomorrow. After this program, you're all invited to the opening ceremony at level 4 plenary hall. The opening ceremony will be inaugurated by Honorable Minister Sri Prahlad Joshi, followed by cultural show and dinner. Thank you and good day.